Is it just me? Or already, Millennial Ben doing a great job of breaking in Kevin Kistner on the early morning board by making sure he knows what happens on a Friday morning.
I don't know why every Friday morning this surprises me. I forget. But every Friday morning this song comes on, and it just it puts me in a great mood. I'm going to be honest with you. It just makes me feel like all things in the world are better, right?
Well, then turn it up.
Yeah.
So, true story, I get in the car this morning, turn the car on, and I had it set to the 80s on 8, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Why wouldn't you?
So the first song that's playing is a different Culture Club song.
Oh, Clock of the Heart?
Yes.
Really?
Nice call.
Yeah.
And I just listened to it a little bit and said, in about 45 minutes, I'll be listening to another one.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Because it'll mean it's Friday.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. Thank goodness. Need to be rolling into the weekend.
We do. So let us just establish some ground rules right away.
Yeah.
All right? Yesterday was pretty intense. Pretty intense show.
Right.
I get it. Today, we're looking to have a little fun, get a few laughs in, a few chuckles.
Yeah.
Right? And, we can mix in some serious discussion from time to time, but we are also looking to have a little fun today. Hope you are as well. It is a Friday. The weekend is here. So it's an Is It Just Me Friday, which means you get a chance to get whatever is on your chest off it via the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. It can be about anything, everything that's going on, the playoff series, the Rocks, the Broncos, whatever. So just give it to us in the form of, is it just me? And away we go.
Is it just me, or did I kind of get my voice back from shouting at kids last night?
So, hey, shout out to my man, Mark Schlereth. Is it just me, or did my guy just morph into a true role model yesterday?
I don't know about all that.
It was.
How much?
Come on.
I had a blast. So your son's football team was practicing. Okay, there's a couple things that I loved. All right.
These are 13-year-olds.
13-year-olds.
8th graders.
So I got a chance. Mike invited me to go speak to their team. And so I got a little chance to just kind of share some thoughts with them about teamwork and why football is the greatest game ever invented, and and how we can learn so much from one another and sacrifice from one another, and kind of some of the things that are a problem with this country right now in general, and what these athletes that right now are standing up for. So, we got a chance to talk about some of those things and do some. Then I got a chance to do some coaching. Right?
Yeah.
And it turns out I don't know that I could coach for a living, because within 10 minutes I had no voice left.
You were hoarse,
right?
And you were limping.
I was hoarse and limping here.
I was like, wow.
It's really taking its toll on it.
I was like, wow. Yeah. Stink's got a little bit of
Yeah.
It was not like this.
No. We're in drills. The practice ended at 7, and about 6:35 I walked over to Mike and I go, I'm limping over to Mike and go, okay.
Yeah,
I sound like Ed Orgeron. Yeah. I'm like,
Mark comes limping over to me, and I'm like, oh, yeah, he's tapping out.
Yeah. I can only stand for so long and shout at kids for so long.
He's limping, and his voice is hoarse, and this was after like 45 minutes of coaching up 8th graders.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh, he's got to get in shape.
Yeah. I got, it's interesting, too, because it made me think about, and I told you this, and I hadn't told anybody else this, but I essentially, would you call it a job offer or a potential job offer to come coach? right?
Mm-hmm.
So the other day, just talking to a coach in the league, would you be interested in joining? And I'm always I mean I've had multiple job offers over the course of my retirement to go into coaching. So I was like, well, I would definitely think about it. I would definitely like to have the opportunity to interview for it. But I have to think. And after doing that with you, I'm like, I don't know that I could, could I do it every day? Maybe my voice maybe I would strengthen my voice or something.
You would have to.
Yeah. But the whole limping around, that's not going to change, right? Well, unless I have my knee replaced.
True. You could do that.
If I could have my knee replaced.
Or you could just drive around on like a buggy.
Yes, they'd call me Coach Bug.
Coach Bug.
Coach Bug.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, here comes Bug.
Hear the little hum of the motor. Here comes Coach Bug.
What the hell's going on out here? Just like a little electric hum.
Nah, you'd have to you'd get something definitely gas-powered. You'd soup it up,
I'd have like a CR 450, just ripping. Just riding around on a motorcycle.
Just sharing around.
Right. Anyhow, it was
and the kids loved it.
It was awesome.
And all kidding aside, you do a great job of really holding and getting an audience's attention. And I mean, we had that team, and then a couple of the other
everybody just started flowing in.
A couple of the other youth teams, I think like the 7th graders and the 6th graders, they came over, and so you probably were talking to about, boy, when it was all said and done, I mean, there were probably a good 60, 70 people there all spread out just listening to you, and you told some great stories, some of which I had heard before, but some of them you went in depth with in ways that I hadn't even heard of.
Uh-huh.
And I found myself listening, going, kind of hanging on your story, because I mean, you do it. Hey, you tell a good story.
How was Brady with what did he say anything afterwards, or
he said it was cool.
Did he say let's go to McDonald's and then play video games?
Yeah, I said, what'd you think of it? He goes, oh, it was cool. Like, that's it, But no,
you're good.
And what I liked about it too was, they're 13-year-olds, and you'd think they would have a very short attention span while somebody's up there talking. But tell you what, I was watching them. Eyes were locked on you the whole time. They asked some good questions.
Yeah,
afterwards.
they were locked in. I was impressed with how locked in they were.
Yeah, and then they went out and had a great practice, and they immediately went into kind of like a modified Oklahoma drill. And you were standing, and I sensed the energy was pretty good right at the beginning. I think they were there to try to impress a little bit.
Right. There's a couple kids that they got a couple kids that can hit a little bit.
They got some big boys. They got some big boys.
Yeah, they do.
Well, thank you for coming out.
Yeah,
absolutely. It was awesome. Coach Stinkbug.
Yeah, Coach Stinkbug. Here he comes on his cart.
All right, we're off and rolling here on an Is It Just Me Friday. The best of the best. Is It Just Me is coming up next.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for my friends at Ideal Home Loans, where first they listen, then they lend. What if I told you I could have you saving hundreds, maybe even thousands of dollars a month? It's true. Interest rates are at all-time lows, and you just need a local company like Ideal Home Loans. Not like Ideal Home Loans. You need Ideal Home Loans, a local company serving Colorado since 2001 to help you along the way. Maybe it's a custom term mortgage, doesn't add years to the end of your loan, but it does save you hundreds of dollars a month. Maybe it's a refi. Maybe it's consolidating credit card debt. Whatever the case may be, they're here for you. Their salary-based mortgage lending specialists are here to walk you through it, and they can do it all digitally, so you can keep your family safe, you keep yourself safe, and make sure that you're saving hundreds, even thousands of dollars a month. To find out more, All you have to do is get on the phone and call my friends at Ideal Home Loans, where first they listen, then they lend. I've been doing business with them for well over a decade. They'll treat you right, guys. Take my word for it. 303-867-7000. That's 303-867-7000. Or find them online at idealhomeloans.com. Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for my friends at Apple Air. I tell you what, the Apple Air difference, first and foremost, guys, part of Mark's All Pros referral network at marksallpros.com. I tell you, I've been using them. I trust them. They are awesome, guys. And the Apple Air difference, it's very exciting, guys. Here it is, the Apple Air Test Drive Guarantee. Apple Air guarantees the system's going to perform to your complete satisfaction. If it doesn't heat or cool properly, man, they're going to make sure that it does at the end of the day. The lifetime workmanship guarantee Apple Air offers you total peace of mind by covering the installation of your system. This covers you from defects caused by improper installation. Get this, for as long as you own the system, guys. And then get their lowest price guarantee. They'll match any apples to apples quote, even give you $100 off the top of that, and it's good for 90 days past your install. I mean, they take care of you the right way. They do it the right way. I like to say Apple Air, my friends there, they sweep the corners. They make sure they get it done. That's why I've been using them, and I tell you what, I couldn't be more satisfied. Apple Air, check them out, guys, part of Mark's All Pro referral network at marksallpros.com. You can find my friends at Apple Air. Call them 24/7, 303 733-2813, 303-733-2813, or visit them online at appleairinc.com.
On this Is It Just Me Friday, this is from Mac. There's more to it than just Mac. I'll explain in a second. But he says, is it just me, or is Stink's strong criticism of the Nuggets rooted in his jealousy of Jamal Murray's nickname being better than his? Been listening for a while, acquiring some snark. Mac Six-Pack.
Oh, Six-Pack, Mac. Is that right? Did you nickname yourself Six-Pack? Mac the Six-Pack. I think more like Mac the Pony Keg, right? Come on, Mac. You don't have any abs. The Blue Arrow is a horrible nickname. You all know it. Everybody knows it. Hell, Jamal Murray knows it. It's a horrible nickname. Stink is a great nickname. Stink is just awesome.
Yeah.
You don't get a nickname like Stink unless people really like you. That's Stink. Hey, man, he's our guy, right? Like, think about the guys that you nickname that have that kind of connotation to their nicknames. That's a guy you love. It's the thing about guys, right? Guys get together, they flip each other grief, they're just mean to one another. That's the ultimate sign of acceptance and love, right? That's how we do it. We get together, we eviscerate one another, and we mean none of it. It's our show of, hey, man, it may be a flawed way to show that you love somebody, but, it's our way, damn it. We may be the village idiots, but, you're our village idiot. So, yeah, so Stink is great. The Blue Arrow's the kind of nickname you give somebody you don't really like. There's like an inside joke to it.
That's a good point. Like when we're at an event like the Super Bowl or something.
Right.
And you run into people that know you, but you've forgotten their name.
Uh-huh.
Which is why you just go, hey.
Guy. Yeah. Dude.
And then you use me as a shield.
Right.
Because it's like my job is to then say, as you're saying, hey, guy, it's my job to step in and go, hey, how you doing? I'm Mark's radio partner, Mike Evans. How you doing? And then he says his name.
He goes, hey, I'm John. And I'm like, oh, John, my fault. I should have introduced you.
Yeah, right. And then you knew him all along.
Right, exactly.
But you're right. People come up to you, and it's like, hey, Stink.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think people come up to Jamal Murray and go, hey, Blue Arrow?
No, nobody. There's nobody in the history of
that
nickname has ever gone, hey, Blue Arrow, what's going on today? Nobody.
You're right. The best nicknames are the ones that, you could just casually throw out in conversation. It could be a form of greeting or something like that.
Yeah, see, it's like a guy that we nicknamed, Fresh Cat. He thought it was a cool nickname, but it was really derogatory because he was a fresh cat. That's why we had to put his toothbrush in our butt cheeks.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Back up. Okay, you need to.
Everybody does that. Come on,
Okay. You called him Fresh Cat. Why?
Because he thought he was a fresh cat. Thought he was like the cat's pajamas, right? Fresh Cat. What's up, Fresh Cat? Yeah. Where you going to tonight, Fresh Cat? Oh, yeah, maybe we'll see you there. Oh, yeah. Don't be a fresh cat. Come in here with your toothbrush because you got to get your teeth all shiny before you go out.
Fresh Cat.
To the club? Yeah.
Like that.
You go out to the club?
That's a good
Where you
one.
going? Where are you going tonight? Hose apples? Yeah. Yeah. Meet some ladies, Fresh Cat? Yeah. With your poo brushed teeth? Uh-huh. Sure.
Oh, man.
You could do that in the 80s. That was like totally, I'm sorry, people, that was acceptable I would never do that in today's society because, I would be, I don't know what would happen to me. I certainly wouldn't be working anymore.
Right.
Right? So anyhow.
Woo.
Okay.
Fresh
good.
Cat. I might hold on to that one. Like when my son is.
Oh, yeah.
He's 15, 16.
Yeah.
Starting to, stand in front of the mirror for about 45 minutes.
Right.
Getting ready.
Yeah.
Making sure the hair is just right. I'll be like, hey, Fresh Cat, what's up?
Yeah. And he thought, it was a term of endearment.
Right.
But none of us liked him. So it's just our little inside joke. I feel like that's Jamal Murray's "Hey, Blue Arrow,"
Yeah, that's how it would be directed at you. Yeah.
Right. Well, no, once, if he continues to play like he did the other night, then, there is he earns automatic and instant cred. Like his street cred has gone way up.
Way up.
Way up.
Way up. He's walking around the bubble with a swagger.
Oh, my,
There's
right?
No doubt. No doubt.
You know what he's doing right now? He's just purposely forgetting people's names and just giving them the guy head nod.
Right.
At the bubble. Like he's walking by and Chris Paul goes, hey, Jamal Murray. And Jamal just looks over and goes, what up, guy?
What's up?
And just keeps walking. Like he just, nods his head up like, I recognize you. Yeah, whatever. CP, whatever your name. Later.
Just a little head nod. Just a little head nod.
You just give him the head nod. You keep on walking.
Right.
Like hey, man, I got places to go.
That's right.
I got things to do.
I got 50 to drop.
Right.
I got to go drop 50.
But there's
gas.
a real art form, Mike, to walking. Just a real art form to walking. To be like your shoes are soft because things are going so well, right?
Yeah.
And yet you still have a purpose.
Yeah.
Like some people walk with a purpose because they're stressed. Like Millennial Ben. When things start to break down, like Millennial Ben walks with a pace, right? Because he gets a little stressed out, right? And then there are people that just saunter around like not a care in the world.
Well, it's like the cooler.
Right.
It's like Dalton Reisner.
Right.
Walking around, got his backpack on.
Right.
Doesn't look like an offensive lineman.
Sleeveless shirt.
Yeah.
Maybe some aviator sunglasses. I mean, it's just like, hey, whatever, dude.
Yeah. I hear you.
Right.
I see it. I feel it. I know what you're saying. Yeah, I can see Jamal Murray right now.
Right.
He's walking around.
Right. Yeah, there's no question.
He's got a strut going.
But he still has a purpose because he's got there's a I don't know how to meld those two together, right?
Well, what's up with the Nuggets, the Avalanche, the Rockies after the last couple of days of not playing due to boycotts? When are they getting back to action, and what should we expect? Will they have the same kind of motivation? Will they have the same kind of momentum? We'll tackle that in the Morning Brew coming up next. That's Kenyon Martin. He was on with Nick Ferguson, Cecil Lammey. Cecil, by the way, will join us coming up here in about 15 minutes. Talking about what's going on in the NBA right now, the games are going to resume. There was a sense there that the season was in danger of being just shut down, but the players decided to play. I think that's a wise idea. We talked about this yesterday. I did not feel that shutting everything down would really advance their cause in any way. All of it would do is just force, people just move on. They'd out of sight, out of mind. They'd move on to another sport. So the fact that they're going to keep playing is good. It's good for a lot of reasons, including the fact that I like watching playoff basketball, and I'm very curious to see how the Nuggets build on what they did in Game 5. Do you think that this this pause in the basketball playoffs and the focus being diverted somewhere else, does it hurt the Nuggets at all in terms of keeping the momentum going that they got the other day?
No, I don't think so. I think the confidence, the momentum, you can look at the tape and see what the difference was is the guys actually committed to playing defense and they reap the benefits on the other end of the court for that. Like there's a toughness quotient that comes with winning. And I think it's a testament to Mike Malone, all the people that want Mike Malone gone because they think he's reached the ceiling. I think it's a testament to him getting his team and helping them to understand that and a testament to the guys. And I don't think this does anything but strengthen. Like the NBA has been, like you say whatever you want, the NBA has been lockstep in unison with one another. And and now we've seen cancellations of practices in the NFL and cancellations or postponements of baseball and postponements of the National Hockey League. And even if you're kind of late to the party, it's okay because, part of it is educating yourself and understanding what's going on. And so good for them. But I think just as a fraternity of athletes, regardless of sport, this is as unified as athletes have ever been. And if it's a catalytic event in our country's history to really, hopefully change and to grow and to understand, that's a great thing. I think that can only be helpful for teams.
Next on the Morning Brew.
I got so much more respect for every single player in this league by doing something like this, and obviously systemic racism. We can use these next couple of days to further educate ourselves and try to, for the betterment of society. So, it's something that needed to be done. And, I think hockey's a team sport, a team game, and every single one of these guys are on the same page and stand with each other.
All right, there's Nazem Kadri of the Avalanche as hockey also hit the pause button.
Mm-hmm.
And they will resume here over the weekend. The Avalanche will be also playing on Saturday. Yes, Saturday. So how about them? Same thing? I mean, everything you said about the momentum that the Nuggets gained, you believe the Avalanche won't lose anything either?
No, I think it's a good thing. And Kadri, said it well. Like, it gives us a chance to pause for a minute and think about things that are, ultimately, like you always say, we work in the toy factory, and I understand what a grind it is to play a professional sport, and I get all that stuff. But, like I told those kids yesterday, man, I got to live out my childhood dream. Right? Now it takes sacrifice, right? And you got to put up with a lot of stuff, but these guys get to sit back and reflect on where we are societally and what's really important. I just think it can't be anything but good, Mike, to hit the pause button sometimes and to think about things. So that to me was, good for the Avs, good for the National Hockey League, good for everybody to be invested. Like, it's important to be invested, and yeah, I don't look at it like, now we've lost our momentum. No, I don't think that way.
Next on the Morning Brew.
Having a really good conversation with Trevor and some of those guys. It was a really good conversation with Trevor, and he poured his heart out to me. And a lot of the guys poured their heart out to me and pretty much told me that they stood behind me and, some of the other guys on the team. And this is something that they decided that they wanted to do.
Matt Kemp of the Rockies. Baseball's taken a different path than the other sports, whereas the other sports did league-wide.
Well, not the NFL. Some teams practice.
Well, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the teams that are playing games. But
okay,
yeah.
Let me just interrupt you really quick. I think it's a little unfair, because people are like, well, Matt Kemp sat down and nobody else did. They played and then they sat down and like so you're almost being shamed for not jumping in the pool. Like you dipped your toe in first and then you jumped in, and people are criticizing. They're criticizing baseball. They're criticizing some. That maybe hockey was, oh well, at least they came to the party, but they were kind of late.
Yeah.
Like I don't agree with that either. I look at football and baseball. They're not in a bubble. They're not all sequestered together in a bubble like hockey is or like basketball. So they had more of an opportunity to organize and to sit there and say, wait, guys, let's think about it. We're all together. Or baseball's spread out. You're traveling. You're on a plane. When the NBA season was canceled because of coronavirus, when I got on the plane in Los Angeles, it was on. They were warming up. There were games that are about to take place. Tip-off was about to happen. When I landed in Denver 2 hours later, the season had been canceled.
Okay, but when that happened, they weren't in a bubble. I mean, yet the message got out around the NBA so quickly that everything got shut down.
But what I'm saying is,
why couldn't that have happened with baseball?
Because some games were going on, people were traveling. I get it, and all I'm saying is could the Rockies have said, hey, if Matt Kemp's not playing tonight, we're not playing? That would probably been the right thing to do. But I'm not mad at them for taking time to process and saying, you know what? Hindsight being 2020, we probably should have done it, but we're going to do it now. And I think that's –
And if they want to play?
Yeah.
I don't have a problem either. I can't. I go back to the Doc Rivers quote from the other day that if anything, we send a very strong message by going out and doing our jobs.
Amen. And I think ultimately that's what the NBA looked at. I think that's what baseball, and I think everybody will look at it that way, going – we have more of a platform and a continued platform by playing and continuing to try to affect positive change in our own communities.
Back to the issue on the field, the Rockies open up a very important series this weekend at home against the Padres, who come in red hot, winners of 8 of their last 10, and are now 2 games ahead of the Rockies.
Yes.
For that coveted second-place spot, which guarantees you a playoff spot.
Right. Big weekend. Big weekend for the Rocks.
Big weekend. Rocks and Pods. Pods.
Who would ever thought the Rocks and Pods would be a big
Pods are
weekend?
back.
Yeah, I know it.
Since you got to go back to the days of the wild card game. Matt Holliday steaming into home plate.
Just face planting.
And touching the plate. Next on the Morning Brew.
Everybody is noticing it, and everybody noticing that it's a big issue. But like I said, we're going to be on the right side of history at the end of this. I know it's still a lot of people that truly don't care. A lot of people that truly feel like it's not an issue. It's not a big issue, but we'll still be on the right side of history at the end.
All right, there's Brandon Marshall, former Broncos linebacker, on with Nick and Cecil. And the Broncos, after sitting out practice after yesterday, presumably back at work today. And again, focusing on the football part of it. I just wonder, Mark, when you talk about the team building that goes in, and one thing about football is that there's so much roster turnover year to year that you are really kind of starting to try to create a new identity every single year, almost starting from scratch. How much does this the boycott, staying out practice, getting together as a team, talking through different things, and doing this together, how much does that sort of accelerate that team-building process?
Well, I think it's always good from team building. I disagree with every year you're reestablishing your identity. You're getting a 30% turnover. Offensively, you got, if you're going 30% on your team, a lot of it's special teams. So, whatever that percentage is offensively or defensively, if you have an established culture and an established identity, guys have to come in and fill that role. And you should be you should be signing guys and drafting guys that fill into your philosophical approach to football. So, some people are re-identifying or trying to figure out what they are, that fire coaches and hire coaches and change systems and all that. But, anytime that you can be together, anytime that you can learn from one another, anytime that you can have really raw conversations, Mike, those are good times. And they help you. We did it every week, every Friday. We'd shut down meetings and have these, real conversations, raw conversations, just about life in general as an offensive line with guys that came from, I'm fish belly white from Alaska. And, we had guy Tony Jones was from Georgia. Like, you can't get much further apart from a geographic location and probably the way we were raised, but we're brothers, man. I love Tony Jones. He's my brother. And, and you learn together in those moments that what clings us or binds us together is so much stronger than whatever separates us from a different standpoint.
Well said. That'll do it for the Morning Brew. Bring that to each and every morning at 6:30. Coming up next, we'll visit with Cecil Lammey. And as we close in on the start of the Broncos season, are there really any jobs that are being battled for? Cecil will tell us next. Hey, all you guys out there with dad bods, you know who you are. Time to do something that will make you look and feel better. It's Absolute Beauty Solutions, where you can use FDA-approved red light wavelengths to target fat cells and lose inches in the places you want. So, for example, I'm trying to lose some stubborn belly fat. Spend about 40 minutes at Absolute Beauty Solutions, relaxing on a comfortable bed, do a little reading, sometimes doze off, all while fat cells are targeted, opened up, fat gets released, and is digested naturally through my body. I've done about 5 of these sessions. Very, very happy with the results. Already lost 4 to 5 inches. I've got more motivation to work out, more motivation to eat better. Absolute Beauty Solutions has 2 locations to choose from, the original in Arvada on Ward Road, and their new location in Littleton at Quincy and Wadsworth. Absolute Beauty Solutions guarantees you will lose 2 overall inches on your first session, or the treatment is free. So call for that free consultation, 303-420-5558, 303-420-5558, or go to AbsoluteBeautySolutions.com. You've got nothing to lose but inches. All right, let's head out on the Fireball Hotline, bring in our pal Cecil Lammy from the Nick and Cecil Show. Cecil, good morning. And as we close in on the start of the Broncos season now, just a little over 2 weeks away, how many jobs are really being battled for right now?
Well, it's always about the same time this year, especially when we get around week 4 of the preseason. Remember when that was the thing? You always say, okay, the 53-man roster, I can guess about 50 of the guys. So really, when you look at the Broncos, injuries are kind of, taking their toll and playing a little bit of a role, but it's always about the same. Yeah, I can pick almost all the 53-man roster right now. So we're talking about a very small handful of battles, in my opinion, and there is no preseason game. So this is what complicates it further for teams, is because usually, especially in that last week of the preseason, and as someone who knows that the preseason doesn't count, games don't count, but they definitely do matter, and I've got every preseason game on tape or, whether it's disc or video cassette or hard drive, from the year 2000 till now, I will tell you week 4, there's always somebody that does something that, does enough to seal them that job, whether it's a big kick return, something like that, big play on special teams, maybe it's a big play on offense. You're not going to get that now. So teams, have that complication of there's no games. They just have to figure it out from practice. But at this point, you already know pretty much everyone. I'd say a couple, 3 spots are still quote-unquote open, and that's why this last week at camp matters.
Yeah, it certainly does. And, Vic Fangio said we had about 19 days to make a decision. And I told Mike, no, you don't. You got about 4 days to make a decision because you're going to have to pick who your starters are, because once you roll into next week and you start going off carded practices and, that kind of thing, you got to figure out who it is. So those battles, that third cornerback, that who's going to be the starting center, all those battles, like in the next 3 days or 4 days, they have to make a decision, do they not?
Yeah, and, where my mind is going stink is Phillip Lindsay. Phillip Lindsay going to be the starter? Now, I love the way that, the team and Vic Fangio specifically has already started soft sell, the whole running back situation. Like, well, we really, we use them both so much, we really don't need a starter. Phillip Lindsay's not giving up the job. Phillip Lindsay is not going away. He's not fading into the background. He's not getting outperformed by Melvin Gordon. And it's not just because of the ribs thing for Melvin Gordon. It's because Phillip Lindsay has elevated his game. Everything that people said that he couldn't do, he is doing. He's catching the ball better. He's looking really good as a receiver out of the backfield. In pass protection, he's destroying people. I don't care if it was Josie Jewell or Justin Sternod, backs on backers. He's showing that feisty nature, that chip on his shoulder that we all know that he has. He's utilized that to basically, I described it as hate practicing because of the situation, and he's one of those guys where it's almost like Michael Jordan in The Last Dance, where he will make something up basically to provide himself that motivation. I don't think he has to make much up because he takes a look at Melvin Gordon's contract, takes a look at his own contract, and you see the inequities therein, and he's playing for that money, whether it's here or somewhere else. Phillip Lindsay definitely is going to play well for the Broncos, and you tried out against Tennessee. Phillip Lindsay's your starter, the first back on the field with the first team offense. I'm not going to be surprised. And it's something that going into camp, I thought, okay, even if it's close, Melvin Gordon will be the starter, right? Language of the NFL is money. It's been close, but Lindsay's been better. So Phillip Lindsay versus Melvin Gordon, that's one of the matches and kind of issues that this team has to pick up.
Chopping it up with Cecil Lammy, talking about all things Broncos. If Josie Jewell is the Broncos' opening night starting linebacker, that would be a what thing?
That would make me start Jonnu Smith in every single one of my fantasy leagues or DFS. There's your hot fantasy take on a Friday.
Nice.
My God. Again, nicest guy ever, right? And anytime you say stuff like this, it's never personal. It's never personal. Josie Jewell is a smart player. He's a heady player. So the reason why he can stay on the field, at least a little bit, is because he's wise enough to be able to diagnose plays as they break down in front of him. You know, he's no dummy. He understands the game. He understands offensive schemes. He just doesn't have the length or the burst to cover in the league, especially when you're talking about tight ends. And, I know a lot of people out there may not, like or even know Jonnu Smith. He's a really good tight end, And the Broncos schedule coming up, I mean, what do you do against the Buccaneers when they try out those 3 tight ends that they've got, right? And Steelers got a couple of great tight ends. You just have an issue with the position you have for quite some time. So Mark Barron to the bat line, the Broncos need some help there because Josie Jewell's, if he's on the field, he is a serious liability in coverage, and everyone will pick on him.
Will they sign Mark Barron? I know they were bringing him in for a workout. Do you think they'll end up signing him?
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine the price tag would be too much. And as you know, Stink, is with the Steelers. He's playing weak side. He's playing inside. He's very versatile. He's a player that can, play all over the field and be solid. I don't think he's the player that he used to be, of course, when he was a first-round pick coming out of Alabama. But he's still a player that's very heady, that has coverage ability, that has better burst, that has better length than Josie Jewell. And usually, and it doesn't happen all the time because teams are kind of working out guys or bringing them in for COVID tests. But usually when you see that level of player, that veteran come in, this isn't just hey, we're updating our emergency list. Well, the emergency list is needed.
Right.
They need to go out. They need to sign a guy like Mark Barron because of those injuries at the linebacker position.
He really was, by the way, one of the first pure safeties that rolled in when he left Tampa and went to the Rams that really became a full-time starter at linebacker. That's right. Kind of the role. So he was really kind of the guy who started that trend in the league. Gosh, 8, 9, 10 years ago, whatever it was. Go ahead, Mike.
All right, Cecil and Nick coming up tonight. Cecil, always appreciate it, my man. Thank you.
Thanks, Cecil.
Be good, fellas.
All right, there goes Cecil Lamey. All right, it's an Is It Just Me Friday, and is it just me, or after talking with Cecil, all these high expectations that I have for this Broncos defense, should I temper them a bit? That's next. Hey, for all the uncertainty out there, economically, here's something that is really, really, really solid. And it's a good time to own a home. Take advantage of these crazy low mortgage rates, historically low. We're talking about low 3s, high 2s. Think about all the things that you can do with your home right now. But the first thing you should do is lean on Brent Iverson and Ideal Home Loans to guide you through what you're trying to accomplish. At Ideal Home Loans, first they listen, then they lend, and they'll listen to you. That first free consultation, what is it that you are looking to do? They're not trying to drive some agenda down your throat. They want to know what your goals, your plans are, and then they make it happen. So whether it's refinancing to a lower rate while keeping your existing term and saving tens of thousands of dollars over the course of the loan, you can do that. Use the equity in your home to do that special project you've been putting off. Refinance so you can get rid of that pesky credit card debt. Ideal Home Loans has been serving Colorado since 2001. Let them help you. Call Ideal Home Loans for that first free consultation at 303-867-7000, 303-867-7000, or apply online at idealhomeloans.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth in here for my championship dealership. That's the great folks over at Champ BMW. Hurry into Champ BMW right now because the summer on sales event's still going on. Receive up to $1,000 off BMW models or 0.9% APR available for well-qualified buyers. Champ BMW has recently been awarded the 2020 Center of Excellence Award for delivering quality experiences for their guests, and it's one of the reasons that I'm a lifetime customer. I mean, I started doing business with Champ BMW about 13 years ago, and they got me. It's their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, right? There's no pressure. You deal with one person. It's about relationship, and you're in and out just like that. Guys, right now, my friends at Champ BMW have made it even easier to buy a car. With their Champ at Home platform, you can shop the entire inventory, calculate your payments, self-select incentives you qualify for, and complete the paperwork at home. Save time in the store, and your vehicle will be delivered to your home or your office. That's Champ BMW, guys, making the difference. One price, one person, 1 hour. Champ at home. Check them out at champbmw.com.
So it's an Is It Just Me Friday where we give you a chance to get stuff off your chest, heading off into the weekend. And Lord knows this is a week where we've had all kinds of things to get off your chest. So you can do that. This is your chance to do it, your forum. RonaldSlaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Just give it to us in the form of Is It Just Me? For example, and it can be about anything, serious or not serious. Is it just me? Or did Mark get a reminder about the geography of Colorado yesterday? So Mark was really cool. I invited Mark to come on out and talk to my son's 8th grade football team in Green Mountain,
Yes.
Lakewood, okay? And so I said, okay, hey, come on out, Lakewood Park, First and Kipling.
Yes.
Practice starts at 5.
Right.
I'll meet you in the parking lot right by the tennis courts. Boom. All right, so we're all set to go. So I'm waiting. He comes pulling in right on time, 4:57. Couldn't have been better. And right away, Mark's like, whew, wow, Phew, you live out here? I'm like, what? What do you mean I live out here? He's like, whoa, man, this is way out there. Mark, it's Lakewood. It's Wheat Ridge. Highway 6 is literally a half mile up the road there. You made it sound like I live out on the western slope.
That is, you do live on the western slope. There's right on there's mountains right there, like they just are jutting out of the.
They're called foothills.
Yeah, is that foothills?
Yeah.
That's the same thing to me. Like I have this rule, and my wife knows it well. I will not live more than, let's call it, and this is a stretch, 15 minutes from where I work. Whether
it's the station or Dove Valley or whatever.
The outer limits. So when Bonneville was actually thinking about moving their offices, they were like thinking about moving their. This is like a year ago, and they approached me about it. I go, it better be within 15 minutes of my house, or otherwise I'm going to find a new place to work. I was like, I'm not threatening you. I'm just letting you know that I don't work beyond 15 minutes from my house, door to door. Even if I hit a couple traffic lights, it better not take more than 15 minutes. And where you live, Mike, that's out there.
Yeah, right.
That is the country. I felt like I needed to get
the sticks, man.
I felt like I needed to get a piece of straw,
and
just put it between my teeth and go, hey, how do? I was walking through the park going, how do? Yeah.
Yeah,
park was great. That's an amazing park. They got like beach volleyball courts, and people are playing beach volleyball, and people are barbecuing. And I was like, "Is this a holiday?"
Yeah. No, it was very nice. Very nice day, and you were great. You talked to the football team. You gave a great speech beforehand, answered some questions, told some stories. Then you got down and coached.
Yeah, I got down and got dirty.
You got down. You were, people were holding up the
bags.
The bags, and you were like coming in.
One of the coaches, the guy that coaches offensive line,
you were dispensing some justice.
He was holding the bag, and I popped the bag really hard, hit him in the face. And he was like,
I'm like,
I knew that was going to happen.
I'm like, I've been there. Don't worry about it.
I knew it was going to happen.
I've been tossed around.
That's right.
Don't worry, it happens. It happens. But thank you.
Can you imagine if it was DeHuff, he'd have a face cast on right now? Can you have he'd come in with just he would have one of those old school like Jim Craig hockey masks on, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He would just be like, I got hit in the back, the bag hit me in the face, and I broke my whole face. I went to the doctor.
Broke my whole face.
I went to urgent care.
Not a sprain.
My whole face is broken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously, when was the last time you drove up I-70 into the mountains? Because where I live is is right there.
When we play golf.
When you went to Highwan.
Highwan, yeah.
Okay, that was the last time.
Yeah.
And before that?
Before that?
Before that.
Boy.
Like a year? More than a year?
Way more than a year.
Way more than a year. No wonder you think.
Yeah, way more than.
No wonder you think Lakewood and Golden
It might have been
far reaches of civilization.
The last time I drove that might have been, Lord, it may have been when I was driving my daughter out to California 10 years ago.
Come on. Seriously? 10 years? Since you've been up in the mountains?
Why would I go there? What am I going there for?
Because it's Colorado, the mountains. No.
I take it back. About 3 or 4 years ago, I had a speaking engagement at one of the casinos.
So unless you get paid, you don't go up into the mountains.
I don't go anywhere unless I get paid.
Well, you went yesterday, which, by the way, I really salute you because that was a freebie.
Well, yeah, I mean, I do that, like the charity stuff. Yeah, but the last time I went, it was probably 3 or 4 years ago, Mike. I went because I had a speaking engagement at one of those casinos up there.
Okay. Huh.
Yeah. Other than that, no, I'm not I'm not going, hey, let's drive up to the mountains and see if we see any buffalo.
You're like Klatt. I had this same conversation with Klatt years ago.
Why?
He grew up here, and he's like, yeah, I don't think I've ever been to the mountains. I never camped.
No, I don't camp either.
Wow.
I don't camp. Okay. I want to be within 2 minutes of a Starbucks and the grocery store.
Yeah.
And some, nice eateries. Right? And
we have all that in Lakewood and Golden and
No.
Littleton, by the way.
Where I was yesterday, you guys I don't know that you have any of that. I saw a field that looked like it was wheat.
There's no
is
wheat
that-
fields around there.
Oh, Wheat Ridge?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Where do you think they got the name, Mike?
Okay.
I was like,
They are the farmers.
Yeah. I was like,
Okay.
is that wheat?
They are the farmers. That's a
Yeah.
good point. That's a good point.
I thought about hatcheting some down and bringing it back to the homestead and having my wife bake up a loaf of bread. Honey brought home some wheat. Why don't you mix it up in a bowl and make me a loaf of bread, baby? Papa been working. Yeah, no. No
Okay.
thanks.
All of a sudden, Papa Farmer just became Ed Orgeron.
Yeah.
Farmer Orgeron.
Mm.
Coffee slurp.
Yeah. Was that number one?
No, I've heard several more, but apparently it is it just me? I guess I'm the only one that hears the coffee slurps for the most part.
For the most part.
Some of you do, but
Yeah.
I'm the one that hears the most of it. Okay, it is and is it just easy for me to say. It is and is it just me Friday. So we'll get to your takes, serious and not so serious, next. Ha! Is it just me or the way Stink makes it sound? You would have thought he traveled by horseback to the Golden Lakewood area yesterday to talk to my son's football team. True.
Yeah.
Another one. Is it just me? But Mark won't work more than 15 minutes away from his home, but every week he jumps on an airplane to work thousands of miles away. It's a good point. Good point.
Never thought about it that way.
I mean, you will not travel 15 minutes away from your home.
Right. To work locally.
But you live in airports and airplanes.
Yeah, I didn't think about it that way.
Irony.
But yeah, when I live in the same house that I lived in when I played for the Broncos, and it's about 15 minutes away from the facility. And then I work here now, and that's, if I hit every light on my way, it's an 11-minute commute. If I hit no lights, it's about a 9-minute commute.
So, by the way, I thanked you and everybody here, as I normally do on Friday, but I specifically thanked you for coming out yesterday. A little token of my appreciation. I brought in the Egg muffins,
right,
from McDonald's,
yeah,
and you haven't eaten one yet.
No,
because
I am committed to getting into my suits without buying larger shirts.
But you don't even have to eat the bread. Just grab the egg and grab the sausage.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Come on, the sausage is good for you.
Right. No, I appreciate
Time
it.
to get greasy.
I appreciate it, but I'm down. I'm down, and I'm going to continue to drop.
You go down, okay.
Yeah. My plan, Mike, my plan is to get into the 240s.
Oof.
That's my plan.
Oof.
At the start of COVID, I was tickling 270. I was 269 point.
You were 269.9.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
You were 270.
Yes.
Yeah. Is it just me? The Milwaukee versus Orlando basketball game was the first of many boycotted games. Orlando was ready to play. Milwaukee was protesting the game. Is it just me, or if one team doesn't show up to make a statement, then they forfeit the game? I'm confused with how it was a strong statement if there were no repercussions. Well, you're not going to, if you're Orlando, you're not going to accept the forfeit. There's just no way you're going to do that. But what about this? What about the idea of the games are going to pick back up again?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a fair question to ask. What has been accomplished by boycotting games?
Yeah, what has been accomplished? There has been awareness. This is not just a Sports Center story. This becomes a national news story that is covered on CNN, MSNBC. It's covered on Fox News. It's covered all over the place, right? So there's an awareness there.
Okay, agreed. What about concrete changes?
Concrete changes take time, and the problem with making concrete changes is the bureaucracy that is established in D.C. right now. Like, you can say whatever you want, but concrete changes take time. You know, I think the thing is that to create change, you have to expose injustice, and you have to have people actually recognize injustice. And so what ultimately happens, Mike, is you can manipulate things and change things. It's like statistics. You can do whatever you want with those statistics. But the bottom line in our country right now is people are seeing legitimate injustices. And people that may have never recognized it before are seeing it from outlets that they've never seen it from before. And so the more educated we make ourselves and the more empathy we develop, then the more apt we are to say, no, you know what? I don't want to be a part of that anymore. And I want to see significant change. And like I said, I have been involved in a bunch of Fox meetings as we prepare for the NFL season where the commissioner spoke and many people spoke, and laws are being changed. There are things that are happening. Judicial reform. There are things that are happening that are completely and totally tied to professional sports. The people involved in there are getting those things done. So it's going to take time, and there has to be this almost philosophical change where people recognize and go, wow, okay, I really wasn't aware. And I think that's what happens, and it doesn't happen overnight, obviously.
See, I believe the focus now has shifted from the players, believe it or not, to now the owners and the commissioners. Because have they one of two things perhaps is happening here. Number one, they legitimately empathize with their players.
Correct.
And they've maybe had discussions, and they've been made more aware to a point where, you know what, I want to try to change some things. Or these boycotts have shaken them a little bit to the idea of, hey, wait a minute, this could lead to other things down the road, and this could severely hurt my bottom line.
Right. And
what oftentimes creates the most impetus for change is if the bottom line is going to be affected.
Absolutely.
So I think what is maybe the most fascinating thing to watch out of all this is not so much what the players have done, but to see how the owners, who are the real power brokers and have all kinds of influence and can swing that influence when it comes to city leaders, state leaders, national leaders, legislators on the local, state, and national level. If the idea behind this is, hey, you're trying to get real change to occur, not just conversation.
Right.
Conversation's awesome, but
legitimate change.
Then I think the focus has now shifted from the players to how are the owners going to respond to all of this.
Have you
because would you agree with me?
Yeah.
The change is going to come from maybe more of the pressure applied by the owners than it is by what the players do. Agree? Disagree? I'll toss that out there for people on the text line.
Absolutely agree. You know, it's interesting because if you follow, and the commissioner of the NFL had I was.
How about his tone over the last couple of years?
Right. What I'm saying is I was on a Zoom call with him. Like, he did I don't know if you've seen it. You can check it out on YouTube or wherever. Just find it on social media. Google it. But he did Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man. The Emmanuel Acho show, right? And he didn't ask for permission from the owners. He didn't he has really stepped up to the plate, and they have recognized, their role in basically with Colin Kaepernick and not really looking at the players' point of view, and they've changed their point of view. The other thing that I found interesting, and I didn't know this until I watched it, the commissioner, he has a nephew that's African American. His brother, they adopted him, and so I think what's happening for him is wait a minute now, I got to look at some of the things that are going on, some of the inequalities that are going on, some of the things that I in my world I never really looked at, and now that I have a nephew. Right, I need to listen to my player. Now, some of that is I don't want to call it selfish, but it's one of those. It's a wake up call. We all have them in every aspect of life. We have certain wake up calls, and we have to be able to sharpen our tool sets. Right, okay, today my daily devotional. Not to get too deep here, but my daily devotional was from Ecclesiastes 10:10, and it says this: If an axe is blunt and one does not sharpen the edge, he must use more strength. But skill brings success. Meaning that if you sharpen your axe, hey, there are parts of us as people that are dull, right? There are parts of us that we haven't been educated in. There are parts of us that we haven't sharpened. This is a call to sharpen your axe and to start to understand some of the things that are going on in our world, and we need to sharpen our skill set, right? So that we have more adept skills at dealing with some of the things that we weren't awake for, that we didn't realize were going on. And so, if nothing else, this is a movement to sharpen our axes and to say, wait, man, this is going on right under my nose and I haven't paid attention to it. And I'm guilty. I am guilty. So I get it. I get the movement, and I'm 100% like I'm on board. I totally understand it. And I think commissioners and owners are doing the same thing. The Baltimore Ravens made an unbelievable statement. And here's our here's our call to action. Not only do we condemn racism and systemic racism, but here's what we want to see happen.
All right. 4-down territory coming your way. Do the Broncos once again have to fill a hole with another street free agent? That's next.
everybody is noticing it, and everybody noticing that it's a big issue. But like I said, we're going to be on the right side of history at the end of this. I know it's still a lot of people that truly don't care, a lot of people that truly feel like it's not an issue, it's not a big issue, but we'll still be on the right side of history at the end.
All right, that's former Broncos linebacker Brandon Marshall on with Nick and Cecil. Mark, the Broncos sat out practice yesterday, boycotted practice, stayed together as a team, had a lot of conversations. I'm curious, let me just look at it strictly from a football standpoint, okay? Moving forward, how much does this help a team build chemistry, build togetherness?
Right.
You often hear, because of the huge turnover in teams every single year, that you're really starting from scratch when it comes to building a new team identity. All right. Was one of the benefits of this that this team took a big positive step towards doing just that?
I think that's always a positive. Now, I mean, every team's doing it, right? So did you gain an advantage, a competitive advantage? No. But can you grow together as a football team? Can you get to the point where you're tighter knit group and you're willing to sacrifice more for your guys? Like, I think all that stuff is always good. I mean, I really believe it's one of the reasons I love being part of a team. I love team. I think that's legitimate. I think it's legitimate when you grow together. You can't help but be more committed to one another. And when you're committed to one another, you're gonna be a better team for it.
Next in 4 down territory.
Second down.
Yeah, we're looking for all those guys really surface and be a competitive ILB in the NFL, that one that could go in there and play, and we feel fine calling our defense and not have to feel like we need to protect him and be worried about him. And that goes for everybody, really.
So the Broncos and Vic Fangio have an issue at inside linebacker. They had one even when Todd Davis was healthy. Todd Davis isn't healthy right now. Josie Jewell right now is your other starting linebacker. And there's and we'll get to this story here in they're interested in Mark Barron, who was drafted as a safety, but basically plays kind of like a hybrid. He was maybe the first hybrid safety linebacker.
Yeah, he
right?
was really one of the first guys to drop in and just become a full-time linebacker. Essentially, is what he became. With coverage skills, he's been playing. He played in Pittsburgh last year. He's been in this league consistently, and
but he's out there on the street right now.
Yeah,
which it's kind of like bringing in DeMar Dotson to solve your right tackle issues. When you're bringing in street free agents this late in the game, that there's a reason why they're out on the street. So
right.
just how big of a deal? I mean, you never were really high on the Bronco linebackers to begin with when everybody was healthy. What's your view of them right now?
Yeah, I mean it's a place that they have historically struggled in a coverage situation. In a league, Mike, where 65% of the time you're in sub, meaning you're in nickel, you've removed one linebacker and you've brought in a safety. And 65% of the time you're throwing the football. And where has a lot of this passing game gone? Why do you think completion rates are in the 70s now in today's game? Is it because guys are that much more accurate than they were back in, like when Elway first came in the league? Or is it because the routes and the route combinations have changed and you've thrown it underneath a hell of a lot more and the air yard per target has dropped, significantly? It's because of the latter of those two reasons. You don't think Elway could have completed 65, 70% of his passes in today's league compared to what he was asked to do when he walked into the league? It's a different passing game.
He didn't walk into the league.
That's a good point.
He strutted.
He
swaggered.
He cached.
No. John Elway did not prance or saunter or sashay.
Sashay?
No.
He
It's like when you walk into the saloon and the door swings open.
Oh, and it's got that.
And then everybody stops what they're doing and heads
Right.
snap and they look. Who's this stranger?
That's right. You're right. Sachet or
Sachet. I'm trying to.
I did say cachet, by the way.
I'm trying to convey a Wyatt Earp type
right.
impression here, and you're going with
Yeah,
prance
you're going
and
like
sachet and flaunt.
Louis L'Amour or whatever, right? Yeah, and I've got Pee Wee's Big Tent that I'm reading.
Yeah, you got.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next in
Sorry,
4 down territory.
Third down.
Houston stuck in the box. He gives it to Peterson. He breaks it to the left. 5, touchdown! Adrian Peterson takes it to the house.
And this place goes ballistic, man.
That's Washington football radio right there. Boy, just from afar, Daniel Snyder just seems like a bad dude. And now there are more revelations about what this guy is and what he's done, and there's an investigation going into sexual harassment. So here's one. Reports are that allegations of sexual harassment within the organization and that a former team executive instructed employees to create a behind-the-scenes video for Snyder featuring clips of partially nude team cheerleaders pulled from a 2008 swimsuit calendar shoot. Now, I'm all for due process.
Right.
And let's get the investigation, but honestly, that wouldn't surprise me.
No. Listen, I would like an independent investigation as opposed to the lawyers that Daniel Snyder hired to investigate his organization, which the league seems to be okay with right now. I've always thought the guy was a turd. They do.
Even fellow owners, right?
Yeah.
That's a pretty tight-knit fraternity. They look out for each other, but
yeah.
even I think other owners look at this guy as like, ugh.
Yeah. And so, listen, man, if the allegations have merit, if they're true, then the league's going to dump him. They're going to Jerry Richardson him.
Yep.
Just see you around sometime.
Next in 4 down territory.
Fourth down.
We are giving him more snaps this week with the ones. That was the plan all the way, to give those guys kind of equal opportunities as much as we could with the ones. So we're always changing up who's in there. And like I said, he's got the opportunity, the license, and the permit to go win the job, but he's got to do it on the practice field.
Big Fangio talking about Kush.
Love that.
Strong as oak.
Yeah, he is.
But I guess I drank the draft day Kool-Aid.
Yeah, you did.
From Cecil and crew.
Yeah, you did.
That said, Lloyd Cushenberry, you just got yourself a plug-and-play starter for the next 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, will he be the starter?
Oh, I think he'll end
night
up.
one?
I think he'll be
opening night?
Yeah, I think he'll end up being the starter.
Then I was okay drinking the Kool-Aid then.
No, well, here's where everybody was wrong except me.
Oh, okay.
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 Where everybody was wrong was, yeah, he may be a day one starter, but you acted like you automatically upgraded over McGovern, who signed a 3-year, $9 million a year deal to go play center for the Jets. There's a learning curve involved. And if where everybody drank the Kool-Aid and was wrong is automatically you draft Kush and automatically he's a better player than the guy you had before. I don't buy that. That he may end up, I think he will evolve into a better player, but from day one, you're not a better player. This league, it takes time, and especially in the environment you're in where you had no offseason and you've got no preseason games. If you think you're going to plug him in and he's just going to, dispense justice and you're like, wow, this guy's better than Tom Nalen, and stop. Pump your brakes. It's going to take some time. And there will be some learning. There will be a learning curve there. And there will be some times during the course of a game where you're like, ugh, that didn't look good. And that's part of the learning process. Yeah, Kush.
Real quick, is it just me, or is even Jerry Richardson wondering what Snyder's blackmail material on Goodell is? Jerry Richardson isn't with us anymore, but I'm sure at a time when it was all going down,
Right.
probably wondered. Yeah, you look at Daniel Snyder, and as somebody who played for that franchise when it was a great franchise, when it was a respected franchise, when it was one of the most respected franchises in all of sports, never mind just the NFL, to see
what he's done in
what
the
he's
last
done to that
19 or 20 years to that organization is shameful. It's just shameful.
All right, that'll do it for Four Down Territory. Our tour around the NFL. Bring that to you each and every morning at 7:30. Up next, Troy Rank. Got a lot of ground to cover with Troy, from the Broncos to the Rockies and everything in between. That's next. Troy Rank definitely strikes me as a shout at the devil kind of guy.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No. I think back in the day,
no.
Troy Rank.
No,
Look at that glorious head of lettuce that he has.
Yeah.
You don't think that
he
thing
does
was,
have a mane.
You don't think that thing was a glorious mullet at one point?
Flock of seagulls.
You don't think he maybe, teased it a little bit? Tommy Lee style?
Think he went a little poison on him?
A little poison?
Yeah.
Huh? Come on now.
Brett Michaels?
Yeah. Troy wouldn't have gone full flock of seagulls. He'd have been more like,
right.
John Bon Jovi type.
Do you think he wore mascara? I did a couple events with John Bon Jovi. Always had makeup on.
Did he?
Always.
Come on, John.
Always had makeup.
All right. That's the 80s. What the heck?
Yeah.
All right. Let's say good morning to our Denver 7 insider, Troy Rank. So what about it, Troy? What'd you do?
Yeah, I love Motley Crue. I still listen to old Motley Crue. Livewire, that song you're playing is my favorite Crue song by far. I was totally into metal about 3 years, mainly Metallica and Motley Crue, and then switched over to alternative probably my senior year of high school.
You got snooty. You got snooty then, huh?
Well, it's funny because alternative then was U2. Like, that's how
right.
Like Under Blood Red Sky. Like, it was just different. It wasn't that far from what people would see as necessarily mainstream today. But I still listen to Metallica and Ride the Lightning almost every day, and I listen to that Livewire song every day. It's on my playlist.
Did you wear mascara and have foundation during those days?
I did not have guy liner.
Okay.
I did not wear makeup.
Yep.
I did not wear makeup until I started in TV. And part of that's because you get that unbelievable glare, so when you're outside. So I wear makeup now because it's part of the job. I never once wore makeup in high school, but I was a metal guy, no doubt. Hurt my neck at a couple of thrash metal concerts where my friend was in a band where my neck hurt for 2 months after headbanging.
All right. Well, I'm glad that we got that information out of the way. How many legitimate camp battles are going on right now, and when do they need to make a decision about those particular battles?
Yeah, you brought it up yesterday, Mark. I mean, it's about 3 to 4 situations. The third cornerback is one we can keep an eye on with Devontae Bosby, Isaac Yiadom. Yiadom probably has a slight edge, especially as Bosby's missed a couple practices. I'd still give Bosby, if he'd get probably my vote over, and then Devontae Harris is in that. You look at center, I think it's now between Schlottman and Cushenberry, and I believe Cushenberry will be the guy on opening night, but that has not been declared. But just based on watching practice, it feels like Cushenberry has taken the lead. Inside linebacker, there's really not a competition. I mean, it's going to be Josie Jewell playing if Todd Davis is not healthy. Whether they sign Barron or not, he's not going to start on opening night. That's just not going to happen. I would be shocked unless there's another injury. Those are the main running back. They don't care. It's like when it was C.J. Anderson and Ronnie Hillman. They don't feel the need necessarily to name a starter, and if they name it, doesn't mean that person's going to get 80% of the carries. So those are the ones. And it's slot receiver now with K.J. Hamler hurt. I mean, Deshaun Hamilton's had a really good camp, so there's really not a competition there at this point either.
I have banged the drum on this for the last couple of years. I just don't understand why, when you look at past Vic Fangio defenses and how strong those defenses were at linebacker, how really negligent the Broncos have been when it comes to addressing the linebacker position, and that they leave themselves so thin that one of their guys goes down and they're instantly forced to look for a street free agent to come in and provide some depth. I just don't understand why this position, of all positions, well, Mark will tell you offensive line, but for me it's linebacker, why this position just seems to feel like it gets overlooked.
I think part of it is, because you make a great point, Mike, is that Vic Fangio feels like he can coach guys up. So sometimes when you have a coach who's an expert on defense and more specifically linebacker play, they don't feel the need to go out and get this guy or that guy because they feel like Coach Fangio can coach him up. And sometimes that happens. I do believe they've left themselves a little thin on depth at that position. Now, again, it's not their fault. Justin Strnad got hurt, and I honestly believe he would have been a niche backer for them in coverage at times. Maybe not opening night, but I have no doubt, based on the way he was trending, he would have had a role. So that would be their argument, that we did answer it. We had a guy that we liked in coverage, and he got hurt. And that leaves you scrambling. But scrambling right before camp, especially this year, is a tough spot to be in because you're trying to get in so much to prepare for not only the first game but the first few opponents. You don't really have time to keep assessing position battles. I mean, at some point, you just have to say, these are our guys, and we got to get them ready. Mark knows, once you get to game week, you're not doing competition battles. Like, if you are, you're typically a bad team if you got a bunch of competition battles during game week. So there's no simple answer, Mike, other than they certainly believe in Coach Fangio's ability to coach guys up, and the injury to Sternad left them a little vulnerable, as they did, at left tackle. We thought they were going to add depth in the draft at left tackle, and they didn't. And those are the risks they've taken. We'll see how it pans out. Again, the linebackers hurt him because of the injuries to both Davis and Sternad.
Offensively, I always talk about having an identity, establishing an identity, knowing who you are, what you like, what you don't like, all those types of things, and it's hard to do when everybody's young and it's a new offense again. So just assess, you've been at practice. Obviously, they didn't practice yesterday, but you've been there. Just assess kind of where they are and where they're trying to go as an offense in general and what you've seen.
Well, you guys have been on this for a long time. They're going to run the football. I mean, Pat Shurmur said that unequivocally when he spoke to us via Zoom last week, that when he talks to defensive coordinators, from the greatest to guys he just worked with, the one thing they say is balance, and the ability to run the football sets up everything else. And Mark knows this, because you can stay patient with the run game. It really pays off in the third and fourth quarter, not only in the run game, but certainly in the plays you're able to call. So let's not forget, I don't think their identity is not going to be necessarily a running offense, but it's going to be an offense where a foundation is we run the ball to create deep strikes. The one thing that was missing last year when you asked me how I think their identity is going to be different, two things. The ability for Drew Lock to adjust at the line based on what he sees on a matchup, because the routes have more variables this year. The players, the receivers have more options in their routes. That's number one. And number two is the ability to let Drew air it out, let it eat. When he sees a matchup he likes on the outside with Cortland Sutton, 50-50 ball, they're going to take some chances. Now, again, it's a risk-averse league, but even what I've seen in training camp is the ability for Drew Lock to go out and take chances and still maintain his confidence and take care of the ball. Those are hard things to do for a young quarterback. We know that. But that's the difference I've seen, is the offense is more player-friendly in what it allows them to do in-game when they're seeing it happen in real time. Not, when we get the ball next time, let's look for that. It's, no, I see that right now, that matchup, when a guy comes back to a huddle, let's go to it, or right at the line of scrimmage. That's where they should see significant gains, in my opinion.
All right, Troy, have a great weekend. Put some crew on. We'll talk to you on Monday.
I'll be there Saturday. They're at the field, practice at the stadium. So that'll be another twist in this, odd spring training. It feels like spring training. But they will be at the stadium, and I wish Broncos country was there with us, but I'll be chronicling it.
All right, look forward to that. Troy Rank joining us, and he is sponsored by Trenny Law, and Troy and all of our guests appearing on the Fireball Hotline. We have question mark coming up here in just a couple of minutes. It is and Is It Just Me Friday, where we give you a chance to get stuff off your chest heading off into the weekend. It could be about anything and everything. It could be about serious stuff. It can be about not so serious stuff. Like, for example, somebody said, is it just me, or does Utah Jazz coach Quinn Snyder look like a villain you'd see in a Bruce Willis movie? Think about that one a little bit. Is he somebody that you would see in a Bruce Willis movie, or is he like the mean kind of snarky bully guy you'd have gotten in an 80s John Hughes movie?
See, I think of him,
especially with the hair.
Right. I think of him more as like Buddy Revell from 3 O'Clock High. Kind of the bully, little like the snarky.
Yeah, but he's so scrawny looking.
Well, I know I'm not necessarily a bully, but more of the instigator, kind of like you to a degree, only with hair.
Good hair.
Yeah, good hair. Quinn Snyder. Yeah, he talk about fresh cat coming back from the beginning of the show. That guy was probably a bit of a fresh cat.
He's a dookie too.
Yeah, nobody likes them.
No one likes the Dookies.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Seriously, when was the last... Okay, another. This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Presented by Brakes Plus. We'll get to it in just a second. But really, is it just me, or when was the last time you can point to a Duke Blue Devil player that you liked?
Well, Trajan Langdon, because he was the Alaskan assassin.
Good point. He's from Alaska. Okay.
He's from Alaska.
Taking that out of the equation.
Okay, that's out of the equation.
Yeah.
My Alaska ties are gone.
They're gone. They have no relevance here.
Well, did Carlos Boozer play there?
Yes.
He was an Alaskan too. So
Another
take him
one?
out. Yeah.
Huh.
Take him out. So Boozer and Langdon out.
Out.
Okay, now we're getting
Grant Hill?
I like
Grant Hill.
I like Grant Hill.
I always like Grant Hill.
I like Grant Hill.
Other than that,
yeah, after Grant Hill, there's
Oof.
pretty much. Is there anybody else?
just a lot of just kind of snooty blue blood preppy types that
I respect Coach K as a coach.
Yeah.
I've never liked how small his mouth is. I don't trust it.
Huh.
Just looks like he can't.
I never thought about this, but you're right. Every time we bring up Coach K, you talk about how small his mouth is.
Yeah, it just looks like he can't take a big bite of something. Like, honey, can you cut this up for me? My mouth is so small. Like, it just bothers me. I always think about him trying to eat like a banana. I'm like, I gotta cut it in half or slices. You know, I can't. Like the corners of your mouth are gonna split open. His mouth is just small looking to me. And then whatever comes out of it, I can't even focus on it.
Because it's just the mouth is too small.
The mouth is too small. I can't even hear what he's saying. All I hear is, my mouth is so small I can't open my lips. That's all I can hear. It's probably a me thing, you know? It's probably just a me. I got some me things. I'll admit.
Every once in a while, you do something. You do a voice. And I'm obsessing and just binging on The Office right now.
Right.
And every once in a while, you do something. I'm like, well, that was Michael Scott right there, wasn't it, Ben? Wasn't that was like Michael Scott right there? What you just did.
I have not watched The Office.
You got to watch The Office.
Really?
I know. We've had so much of this over the last several months. You know, the recommendations for shows to binge watch.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got to watch this show or you got to watch that show. And so I never watched The Office. I mean, I was aware of the phenomenon and everything like that, but I never watched it while it was happening.
Uh-huh.
And so my daughter, she started watching it. She's like, Dad, you would love this show. I know you. I know your sense of humor. You would love this show. And plus I had been watching Jack Ryan on.
Oh, see, that's another one I can't bring myself to watch.
On Netflix with John Krasinski.
I cannot bring myself to watch that.
Why?
My wife has said it's good. I can't. John Krasinski is not Jack Ryan. Sorry.
Who's Jack Ryan? There have been about 1 million guys that played Jack Ryan. When you think of Jack Ryan, you think of who?
I think of somebody who.
No, you got to think of somebody who's played it.
Well, is Chris Pine played it, right?
Chris Pine has played it.
Yeah.
Alec Baldwin has played it. He was the original.
Was
Ben Affleck played it.
That's before he got really fat, right?
And, of course, Harrison Ford played him. So when you think of Jack Ryan, who do you think of? See, I still think of Alec Baldwin.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
So I've full disclosure. I've really the Jack Ryan, like Harrison Ford and Chris Pine. So I would think Chris Pine would be my guy.
Really?
He'd
be last. Him and Affleck last on the list.
Well,
they don't even.
What's the Krasinski? What's his name? Krasinski.
John Krasinski. I like him.
He just isn't like. There's just like he's. He doesn't feel He doesn't feel James Bondy enough to me.
Yeah, but Jack Ryan's never been Bond-like.
Well, he should be.
No.
What's Jack Ryan supposed to be?
He's Jack Ryan.
He's just some schlub that.
No, he's not some schlub. Jack freaking Ryan.
What is his role? Like, maybe I don't know enough about Jack Ryan.
I'm not going to get into the whole story of Jack Ryan, but all I'm telling you is that. So anyway, I kind of developed a bit of a John Krasinski man crush, and then I got into The Office, and I absolutely love The Office, and it helps that Millennial Ben is like a walking office encyclopedia. So like whenever I see an episode that is like awesome, I'll just be like, I just saw the dinner party episode, and we start just exchanging lines. It's awesome.
Wow, that's cute.
Ah,
that is cute. Yeah, no, I need somebody that's got a little bit
says the guy condescendingly to me who mows his lawn 3 times a week.
I need a guy more like Bruce Willis feels like that guy.
Bruce Willis is just Bruce. No, because Bruce Willis is John McClane.
Yeah, that's who I think Jack Ryan should be more like John McClane. A little tougher, like Krasinski guy. There's no. He didn't walk into a room. He didn't walk into a room and the ladies swoon.
Yeah, but before Bruce Willis became John McClane, he was a moonlighting dude.
All I'm telling you is, have you ever watched Jack Ryan with Krasinski? Again, full disclosure, I've never watched it. But you ever at one point go, wow, he's a real badass? No, you don't. No. It's poorly cast.
Poorly cast?
Poorly cast.
Oh, man.
I'm not saying he's not a good.
Oh.
Yeah. See, I'm not saying he's not a good actor, but like Liam Neeson, come on. Huh?
Liam Neeson is.
What about
Liam Neeson is badass.
What about Coach Dolan?
What about Coach Dolan?
Shouldn't he have been given the opportunity to be Jack Ryan? I mean, think about it.
You just think that there was so much more growth. There was so much more of a story arc for Coach Dolan, don't you?
There was so much potential there. There's so much potential for Coach Dolan to come back and save the day. Yeah. I mean, you saw it. You saw who stole the opening scene. That's right. Hey, you know who 2 guys that were in the opening scene? Me and Chris Hemsworth. And what do people remember? Me. They remember me. I'm not saying Chris Hemsworth hasn't done an okay job in his career as an actor since then, since I helped burst him onto the scene.
Yeah, you do. I know you well enough to know that there is a not so small part of you that looks at Chris Hemsworth's success and says, yeah.
Could have been me.
No, not could have been you. No. But there's part of you that says, yeah, I'm partially responsible for this.
I like to think of myself. I think
there. I think you look at Thor and you look at
well, he had just signed the deal and it wasn't public knowledge to play Thor. So we sat around one evening and he asked me, how to get in shape and get big. And I did kind of give him some tips. I like to think of myself as fat Chris Hemsworth. It's like maybe we should start calling me Fat Chris.
Yeah, right.
I think that's not a bad. Hey, Fat Chris. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can I help you? Yeah.
Fat Chris, yeah.
Fat Chris.
Yeah.
It's not all bad. I wonder if I bumped into Chris, if he would remember me. You think? Or do you think I would get the Mark Schlereth treatment at the Super Bowl when I see guys that I don't remember their names?
Interesting. All right, so Chris Hemsworth is making his way around Radio Row.
Right.
He comes up to our table.
Because he's going to do our show.
Right. And
it's so popular.
I stand up and I say, hey, Chris, great to cordially invite you to the show.
Right.
And then this guy. And I'll point to you.
Right.
And he'll look at you, and there'll be that moment of
I recognize you. I recognize, but I'm not sure.
Where have I seen you before? It'll be like, hey, guy.
Oh, hey, it's good to see you.
Man.
Yes.
How's it going? You good? You healthy?
Right, yeah. It's exactly what he would do.
And you'd be just crushed because you'd be like, he doesn't know me. And I know he doesn't know me because he just said, hey, guy.
Because he just did exactly what I do to everybody who comes up to the table.
Right.
Damn it. I'm going to get better. I know I'm not. I'm not going to get better. I don't remember anything. That's the problem.
So anyway, good. Just,
Yeah. Yeah.
You partially partially take credit for Chris Hemsworth.
Right. And so if he does come to our table at Radio Row, you have to introduce me. It's my partner, Mark Schlereth. You guys worked together years and years ago. A lot of people call him Fat Chris. And I'd be like, hey, Chris, Fat Chris, how are you?
Good point made by Ryan in Missouri. Stink, you did give Chris advice on how to play Fat Thor.
It's a good point.
He was fat the last one.
He did play Fat Thor.
He played Fat Thor. So you could have helped him with that.
He may have, you know what?
You inspired him.
You were
his muse.
Right. He may have channeled me. He was like, that fat guy that I worked with on that one movie. Yeah, that's who I'm going to pretend to be.
Texter brings up another good point. Hey, if Arnold remembered Stink, Thor would definitely remember Stink.
That is a good point.
You know what?
That is a good point.
It's a good point.
That is a good point.
That's a great point.
I leave a lasting impression.
That's a great point. I hate to say that, but you're right.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Chris Hemsworth would come up and go, Mark, your shoulders.
He'd be like,
don't stand up. Your shoulders.
Your shoulders are so large. But he's Australian, right?
Yes.
He'd probably come, swing on by the house. We'll throw a shrimp on the barbie. Something like that. Authentic.
I wonder how true Aussies feel when people just go with the whole shrimp on the Barbie thing.
You know what they don't drink in Australia?
They do not drink Fosters.
No.
No.
They don't even know what it is.
No.
We've been duped, America.
Is it just me, or have we totally just blown off question mark this morning? Good point. You're right. Shame on us.
We had to get a little loose. This is a Friday. We need to get a little loose going into the weekend. Loose. You know, we're helping you guys kind of relax. You're not going to get anything done anyhow today. So you might as well just kind of roll into Friday. Go ahead. Shoot. Question mark.
Okay. Question mark presented by Breaks Plus. Let's see. All right. Here's one. Mark, what do you think the chances are for the Nuggets and Avs to continue what they did the other day? Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Because they undeniably gained some momentum. But then we've had everything that's happened the last couple of days. Does that hurt that momentum at all?
Here's the thing. I don't think it hurts the momentum, Mike. Everybody has to deal with the same issues, right? The same stoppage of play. So I don't really think it hurts the momentum. I think the one thing that you've done both with the Avalanche and with the Nuggets, I will say, okay, let me just amend that. Let me say two things that you've done. One, you've proven to yourself that there is a style that you can play with that gives you an advantage. I mean, 72 hits in the game for the Avalanche versus 29 in the game, game 2 debacle, right? So you took the battle to them physically. You matched their physicality. You surpassed their physicality. 4 block shots in game 2 to 20-plus block shots in game 3. So you took or stole a page out of their book and you beat them at their own game. So psychologically, you figured out a way to match them. 2, you've put it in their head that we got to figure it out. And the same goes for the Nuggets. You played perimeter defense in the fourth quarter, and it led to two things. It led to you scoring, but it also led to guys not only missing shots that weren't missing anything. I mean, George Karl was on our program going, Donovan Mitchell, as soon as the ball leaves his hands, it is nothing but net. It's like the purest shot you've ever seen. Guess what in the fourth quarter happened? All of a sudden, that purity was gone.
There was some hesitation, too.
Yes.
Throughout this series, Utah has just been whipping the ball around with almost like just reckless abandon. You know, the ball's moving. There's trust. There's confidence. There was swagger in everything they were doing. Passes were confident. Shots taken were taken with confidence.
Shots were taken without hesitancy.
Without any hesitation.
Like it was just going, it was out of my hand going in, and there was a hesitant nature to that fourth quarter. Yeah.
You're right.
So you're a little bit like, I think the psychological advantage that both the Nuggets and the Avalanche gained in Game 3 and Game 5, respectively, is I think it plays huge this weekend.
So you have to experience it, right? I mean, you can have your coaches tell you till they're blue in the face, hey, you got to make that commitment to defense. Or, hey, you have to match Dallas's willingness to play 200 feet of hockey. You have to get greasy. You have to be able to make that sacrifice. But they can tell you 1,000 times, but until you actually go out as an athlete and as a team, do it, experience it, and then have that moment where you look around and go, oh, okay.
This is not.
That's what it looks like. This is what it feels like.
Yeah, when you feel it for the first time, that's when it becomes real to you. It's something my wife and I said about raising kids all the time, is until it becomes their idea. It's not a good idea until it's their idea, right? Right? So you can sit there and preach to your son in baseball or football about practicing and about drilling and about doing all those things, Mike, and you have done that as a father, right? And guess what? He goes through the motions because it's your idea. You know what? When it becomes his idea, it will no longer be going through the motions. There will be a purpose to doing that. And until you grasp that as a team and it becomes your team. When I had that meeting in 97 after we had lost a couple of games, and I called a team meeting, and I said, this is not Pat Boland's team. This is not Mike Shanahan's team. This is our team. We're the ones that have to go out and execute. And until you embrace that, it's when you show up late, you're basically saying to me, you're important or more important. You think you're more important than I am. That's a recipe for disaster. Team is important. And when you embrace it, and when you realize that you guys own it, right? And you see the fruits of that labor, then it becomes real, it becomes tangible, it becomes something that you can taste.
Is it just me, or does Utah coach Quinn Snyder look like the villain Terminator in Terminator 2?
That guy was more clean cut now. He was clean cut.
Yeah, but
you're talking about if you put a wig on that dude.
With a little, wispy,
yeah,
whatever that little thing that Snyder has going on there.
It's a little bit annoying, right?
Like a little curly Q there.
Right. It's too long to be Superman-esque.
Right. Yes.
But it just is flipping in the wind right there. It's kind of like Krzyzewski's mouth. I can't do anything but look at that little flip.
That's a great point. Why is it that the Superman little curly Q is so cool, but with Quinn Snyder, it's like, ooh, I want to punch you.
He does have a punchable face.
Is it the face, or is it the mop on top?
I just think it's the mop adds to the face, the Dookieisms. I just think
I can't get past the fact that he's a Dookie. That's
I think it just becomes.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I just think it becomes. He just exudes Fresh Cat.
Yes, I think if he went to school anywhere else, I don't think he'd bother me as much.
Every guy knows Fresh Cat guy. Whether you played at
all right,
whatever level.
Okay, Fresh Cat, by the way, got introduced to all of us at 6 a.m. So why don't you explain what Fresh Cat is? Because we did get texts at that time from a number of people who said, "Oh yeah, my group had a Fresh Cat. Every group has a Fresh Cat."
Right.
So explain Fresh Cat.
So the Fresh Cat guy, to me, you even call him Fresh Cat, and he doesn't realize it's derogatory. He thinks it's a cool nickname, right? Because he's the dude that's always dressed to the nines. He's out on the town. He's got something special going on. He's really good with the ladies. There are guys who love the game, and then there are guys who love the ancillary things that come with the game. Celebrity, money, the ladies, right? those guys don't play because they love to play the game. They love all the little things that come with the game. And that's what the fresh cat is, He's just like, hey, I don't know what you guys are doing tonight, but I'm going to Hose Apples. Got a couple of ladies on the line. And so you call him Fresh Cat,
right.
And he thinks it's a compliment,
right.
and really, you're just making fun of it.
Yeah, we had a Fresh Cat. Yeah, we got a Fresh Cat.
Everybody had a guy that was a Fresh Cat.
Treehouse Gang, we got a Fresh Cat. That'd be Pete. Yep, Pete's a Fresh Cat.
Yeah.
Pete is definitely a Fresh Cat. Yep. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. So anyhow, it all stemmed from the Blue Arrow nickname, which nobody likes. Nobody likes that name. Wild card.
Well, the problem with to me, the best sports nicknames are the ones that, like, if you were lucky enough to come across that person, you'd have no problem walking up to him in public and putting your hand out, back when you could shake hands, and call him by his nickname and feel comfortable doing it.
Right.
Like if somebody walks up to you, like yesterday, you were talking and you were coaching up. You came out and were very nice to hang out with my son's 8th grade football team in Green Mountain, and a couple people referred you as Stink.
Yeah.
Who's gonna go up to Jamal Murray and go, "Hey, Blue Arrow"?
Yeah, nobody.
Not
even his own teammate. His teammates don't call him Blue Arrow.
No.
I guarantee you they don't.
So the best nicknames in sports got to be the ones that you can use.
I'm walking through airports across America, not recently, but you know how many times people yell out "Stink"? Hey, Stink!
Right.
Stink!
I hope you're not making the case that you have the best nickname in sports. Are you?
No, but my nickname is great. It's a great nickname.
It is a great nickname. It checks most of the boxes.
Yeah.
Which other ones do? For the life of me, I can't think of one, but I know there are a million of them. But
that's a great question.
Like, all right, Mike Tyson, Iron Mike.
Iron Mike.
I don't think I'd have any problem going, yo, hey, Iron Mike.
Yeah, I like the one word nicknames, not the double nicknames. Sir Charles.
Yes.
Right?
Good. Excellent.
Sir Charles.
That'll work. Good question. Guys, is it just me or do you know? You just know Paxton Lynch was a Fresh Cat at Memphis.
Oh, my. See?
Yep.
The epitome.
Yep.
The epitome.
Yeah. He's a Fresh Cat.
Oh, there's no question.
Yep.
No question.
Yep. What a way to extend the smear campaign.
Got his pirate hat on. Eye patch.
Doing that little dance of his that he did, the whole, hey, guys, ready to go out?
Yeah.
He's
like,
doing a little dabbing. Ready to go out?
Going at the Hose Apples, boys. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, he is a Fresh Cat.
He is. I mean, that is he's the poster boy for Fresh Cat.
Day number 2049 of the Paxton Lynch smear campaign.
It's a great nickname in my travels. Dr. Mark Addix, my roommate with the Washington Redskins back in the day, the Washington football team back in the day.
What was his nickname?
Played 10 years of professional football, then went to Harvard Med School. He's an orthopedic surgeon in Houston now. Dr. Mark Addix, what do you think his nickname was?
Doc?
Drug.
Drug? Oh.
He's in my phone as Drug.
Really?
Yeah, Drug Addicts. Dr. Mark Addix is just Drug. What's up, Druggy? That's a great
You created that one, didn't you?
I don't know.
I think you did. That'd be something you'd come up with.
Right?
I think
Dave Diaz-Infante was Doc.
You strike me as somebody who, the moment you walk into a locker room, you take it upon yourself to start handing out and creating nicknames. You strike me as a big. First of all, I think you think nicknames are important. I think you think that there's a lot of value to them, and I think you take it very seriously when it comes to creating nicknames. I think you love doling out nicknames.
Oh,
I think you're a nickname generator.
I don't even think about it. It just happens organically and naturally. So, I'll give you for instance. My daughter had this kind of guy she was dating.
Travis Kelce?
No, not that daughter. But she's kind of seeing this guy, and every time I was around him, that dude always had he get right in the fridge and grab himself a Gatorade or a bottle of water or what. He's constantly
made himself at home,
right, and constantly drinking your not asking, but just constantly pounding your drinks. I'm fine sharing my drinks, but I'd at least like you to ask me before you open my fridge. I don't even know you that well, right? So instantly, automatically, he became Fluids to me. And I'd be like, hey, what's up with Fluids? You go, how's Fluids doing? And I basically ran him out of her life because I just called him Fluids all the time. And then she noticed how much he drank, all our fluids, and it started to annoy her. And I don't know what Fluids is doing right now, but Fluids irritated me. I was like, how can you be that damn thirsty?
Yeah.
How can you be that damn thirsty?
You know what? I thought that's a great point because there is something about, a relative stranger's fridge that's like sacred territory. You don't just
roll in and start opening people's fridges up.
I mean, I think back on how long it took for me to feel comfortable, opening somebody else's fridge.
Right?
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was something I thought about that it was like, no.
Right.
No, that's
I was just like, how hydrated is this kid?
That's not my place.
This is the most hydrated kid in the history of hydration.
Fluids. That's good.
Good old Fluids.
Good old Fluids. Wonder what Fluids is up to these days.
Oh, I guarantee you got a Gatorade. Somebody else's Gatorade in his hand right now.
He's drinking something right now. All right. Is it just me? As you can tell, it's Friday. It's 8:30. Is anybody really shocked?
No.
No. That's next. Hey, I love hearing success stories from our great listeners who've bought a car at Siltahar Motors. Got this one just the other day from Rich. Quote, just wanted to say thank you. If I didn't listen to you guys, I'd never have known about Siltahar Motors. They treated me awesome, gave me 0% finance for 72 months, and my credit isn't the best. Been trying for 3 years to get out of my 20% refinanced truck, and Siltahar gave me a fair deal on it. I'm definitely going back. Love sharing that kind of story. And if you've had some success stories, text in. I'd love to use them. There have been so many like these in the 60-year history of Siltahar Motors, and right now, due to the high demand for their new car inventory, Siltahar now has excess inventory of trade-ins they're looking to resell. So if you're in the market for a used car or truck, Siltahar has one of the best selections around, over 1,800 cars and trucks, 5 dealerships in one, Ford, Lincoln, Mazda, Volvo, and Maserati. Go to sthmotors.com, sthmotors.com, Siltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Hey guys, you thinking about selling your house? Now might be the perfect time to sell your house. The market's in full swing. The interest rates all-time lows, and every day you wait to list your house could be costing you valuable time and money. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, the guy I recommend you give a call to. Troy's so committed to getting you the most money. He's the only agent I've ever heard of anywhere I've ever lived to guarantee to sell your house at your price. If he doesn't, he pays you $5,000. Who else makes that deal? Nobody. He can make that guarantee because he has so many approved home buyers that want to close on a house this summer, guys. He simply doesn't have enough houses to sell. And for any reason, if you need to sell right away, regardless of the reason, he can buy your house for all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. There's absolutely no reason you should wait. Call him right now, 720-900-4433. There's no risk, no obligations. Don't hesitate to call. Call Troy today and get your house sold. 720-900-4433. That's Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Call Troy, 720-900-4433.
On this Is It Just Me Friday, how about this one, Mark?
Mm-hmm.
Chief fan. Here we go.
Oh.
Is it just me, or how much fun is it going to be 2 weeks from this morning talking about the Chiefs being 1-0?
They open up with it.
And they will be.
Yeah, they open up with Houston, right?
Yeah.
At home, I'm
Yep.
assuming?
Yep.
Thursday night. Yeah, they open up and everybody will be chasing them.
Chief fan.
Irritating is what it is.
I mean, it's August 28th right now, but Monday it's going to be September. Normally, back when the world was sane, back before 2020,
Yes.
we could count on September darlings.
Yeah. It's where we were, man. It was like, hey, they're going to be good, but that's all right. They're September darlings.
That's right.
I need to work this into one of my broadcasts, right? Like, who's a September darling now? Are there any teams that you just think of as they'll fade down the stretch? They may start well. Are the Cowboys September darlings?
Yes, they're the new.
Yeah.
They're the new September darlings. Saints. Well, actually, I would put the Saints more. Well,
no, the Cowboys are like spring training. Hope springs eternal, right?
Yes.
They're September darlings.
Yeah.
They're
April darlings.
Yeah, until they do something, after Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I'd say the Saints have become the new Chiefs. Do all these things during the regular season. Everybody's talking about you. Your quarterback's an MVP.
And then you lose to Minnesota.
Then you lose in the playoffs. Then you lose to Case Keenum.
Did they lose? Who'd they lose to last year in the playoffs?
Kirk Cousins.
Lord have mercy. Is that the first time Kirk Cousins ever beat anybody that was a 500 team?
I think so.
Kirk has not fared well. I like Kirk a lot. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
He has not fared well against
Is it just me when you're talking about him, you really have to almost stop, pause, and really drive home the Kirk part of it?
Yes. That and there's always a qualifier with Kirk. Like there's certain guys that have qualifiers. He's a really good guy. Very accurate quarterback. It's the qualifier before the caveat. You ever notice that? Like if you're going to caveat a guy, you got to throw a qualifier in. Hey, Tim Tebow, I'd love my daughter to marry him, but he's horrible at playing quarterback, right? That type of thing, right? There's the qualifier, then the caveat, and then what you want to say about the guy. There's certain guys. Some guys you can just come out and blast. Like some guys you just come out and like you can just come out and say
Paxton Lynch stinks.
Yeah. Or you can say Aaron Rodgers, one of the best off-platform throwers I've ever seen. But then there's those guys that they're just I think it's you got to be a really nice guy. If you're a really nice guy, that's where you have the that's where you have the qualifier caveat. Like that's an equation. Qualifier caveat equation. Write that down. Ben, write that down.
Write it down.
So I remember. So write it down so I remember it.
Noke. Write it down.
Right. Write it down. The caveat qualifier.
We were talking about actors earlier. I don't know. Since we're just on this, is it just me? Is it just me, or does Colorado have the softest sports teams as a whole in the country? Yeah, I mean, right now, if you just want to lump the Rockies, Avalanche, and Nuggets together, I think that is a stigma that they are all sort of dealing with. Yeah. I don't know if they're the softest teams in the country, but yeah, it's a label.
Yeah.
It's a tag.
Right.
Probably justified till further notice. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's we'll see how they respond again after they responded in the last game. So we're going to see how they respond. We'll see how the Rockies respond in the second half of this baseball, this, shortened baseball season. But yeah, I mean, I think if they were Mattress Firm, right, they'd have the Rocky Mountain Edition, softest bed we've ever made. The Rocky Mountain Edition, Mattress Firm. Come check it out.
Jeff in Highlands Ranch, I had a guy that came to my poker game for the first time, and he went into the kitchen and came back to the poker table with a ham sandwich. He'd actually gone into my fridge and made himself a sandwich.
Oof.
Yeah, that just, to me,
Yeah.
it should surprise nobody listening that I hold fridges in very high regard.
Yes.
Okay?
Right.
I have a lot of respect for the refrigerator.
Yes, you do. Yes. It's revered in the Evans household.
It is. So I'm not going to just casually walk into somebody's house and help myself to their fridge.
No.
That's bad form.
Yeah, it is. There's certain fridge etiquette. It's like weight room etiquette.
Yeah.
Like you need to pay attention to what other people are doing in there so that you don't infringe on their space.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Yeah, there's a certain etiquette that's important around fridges. It's a great point.
See what you do on a Friday?
Huh?
You get me.
I do get you off track.
You get me loose, too.
I get you off track, yeah.
We were talking about actors earlier. Is it just me, or is Kevin Costner just the epitome of a movie star?
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm hooked on Yellowstone.
Uh-huh.
You probably haven't watched that either.
Of course not.
You haven't watched Jack Ryan. You haven't
No.
watched Yellowstone.
No.
So I know that everybody during these times have been recommending shows you got to get into,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So mine that I would recommend is Yellowstone. Stars
Okay.
Kevin Costner. He plays a ranch owner in Montana.
Oh, yeah.
And it's basically if The Sopranos existed on a ranch in Montana, this is what this show is.
What's the time frame?
It's The Sopranos of ranching life.
What's the time?
Oh, it's
frame?
now.
Oh, it's now.
It's now.
So it's not like I was thinking maybe it was like Bonanza days.
No. It's now.
Okay.
Yeah. And he's awesome. He's so cool.
Yeah, Kevin is.
Oh, Kevin. Oh, okay.
Uh,
Kevin. Excuse me. I didn't realize that you were on a first name basis.
Yeah,
with Kevin.
Kevin and I are simpatico. We've both done some acting.
Oh my God. You love.
I was watching him.
You love your name dropping, don't you?
I was
Kevin.
Yeah.
Dwayne.
I was watching.
Everyone else, it's The Rock too.
I was.
To you, it's Dwayne.
Yeah.
DJ. No, excuse me. It's not even Dwayne.
No, it's DJ.
Just DJ.
It's DJ.
Yeah. Kevin.
So I was.
DJ.
I was watching Kev.
Kev.
I was watching Kev, the bodyguard.
Yeah.
That was on the other day. He just kind of flipping channels. There's a bodyguard. He was so cool in that. Speaking of guys, it could be Jack Ryan, Kevin Costner.
Oh, Kevin Costner could be anybody.
That's a good point.
He could be anybody.
Coach Dolan? I don't think so. He would have pulled that off.
He could not. Texter, don't let Costner near your wife. No. No. Not going to do that.
Not falling for that one again.
Fool me once.
Shame on you.
We haven't got a good Snidely Whiplash. We haven't got a good Snively lately.
Well, I got a little nervous there. I mean, after it came out, I'm like, oh, hope she's not listening right now.
Well, that's true. Although
I have to check the
the phone.
The phone.
All right. Yeah, we're loose. We're loose.
Might as well.
And we're just
finish it up.
And you know what? We're gonna finish loose next.
Hey guys, let me ask you a question. Do you live with constant neck or back pain? You're worried about needing surgery. You've been told you need surgery. You're looking for a second opinion. I've got the solution for you. Check out my friends at Spine One. 303-367-2225 is the number. They can see you today, and their doctors will take a comprehensive approach to spine care. They're offering no-cost MRI reviews, which means you can bring in your existing images. They were taken a month ago, 6 weeks ago, a year ago, whatever the case may be. They'll review those at no cost to you and start you on a treatment plan to get you out of pain. Guys, I'm telling you right now, they changed my life. 20 years I suffered with excruciating back pain. A few visits to my friends at Spine One. I was back in the gym, back on the golf course, back to living life as opposed to managing my back, because that's all I ever did was manage my back. Then I was living life, man. It was awesome, and I believe they can do the same thing for you. Spine One, call them. They'll see you today. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK, or find them online at spineone.com.
Oh, happy Friday. So here's the schedules, by the way. Both the Nuggets and Avalanche play tomorrow.
Oh, is it tomorrow
It's
now?
tomorrow. The Nuggets play at 4:30 tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just confirm that. The Nuggets play tomorrow at 4:30, and the Avalanche play tomorrow, but I think it's still to be determined the time.
Man, it'd be great if they started the Avs game at about 6:30. or even if they started at 6 and you finish the Nuggets game and then you flip over to the Avs, and then you're done. If it starts at 6, what are you done by 8:30?
Yep. Still time to catch the last few innings of the Rockies game.
8:30 is pretty late.
Oh, 8:30. That's right. Papa Bear is shutting it down by 8:30.
By 8:30, he's kind of scratching his back on a piece of timber. He's just getting snuggly in the pillows.
So yesterday, Mark was really nice to come out to Lakewood to talk with and then hang around and coach up my son's 8th grade football team.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really cool. The high school coaches at Green Mountain High School, they came down,
Right.
and it was funny because you dispensed some offensive line, some knowledge, right?
Right,
And you were
yeah.
going over some things. And it was funny because I saw, after you had done a bunch of stuff, I saw one of the high school coaches talking to the other 2 high school coaches off to the side, and he was just doing like a lot of offensive line, hand gestures,
Reenacting
and footwork,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh, okay, somebody learned, somebody was paying attention to Stink. But you, the practice went till 7,
Yeah.
and as the practice was going along, and I was watching you, I'm like, I wonder if he's going to make it till 7.
No.
Sure enough, 6:30.
Yeah.
You come over, limping, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Voice was hoarse.
Yep.
I don't know, man. I mean, I know that you're in heavy demand to, people want you to be a coach and everything. Is that your phone?
No, it's not my phone. I don't know what it is. Oh, there's a phone in here. Hold on. Should we answer it? Let's just answer
Oh, no, God. I don't know if you can do that.
Hello?
Oh, jeez.
Who is this?
I don't think you're supposed
Hello?
Oh, God. This, you know what?
Oh, this is Google. They've called, it's one of those that we've called many times to verify your business with Google. Hey, don't ever call here again. You understand me? Don't ever call this number again.
Jeez. All right, we have that's history right there. We've never gotten this loose on a Friday.
Yeah.
You're answering phones.
I'm answering phones in the sweat box over
God.
here.
Oh boy, this
was shocking.
Sandy, you want to come in early?
Just shocking.
Wow. So anyway, you come walking in. So I know you get a lot of offers to coach. Whether it be major college or even pro, and I'll tell you what.
I literally had an offer 2 days ago to join somebody's staff.
Yeah. And watching you spend 45 minutes coaching 8th grade boys and the toll it took on your voice and your knees, I don't think you can do it, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you were limping.
Yeah, well, you stand around for a while and you do a couple of drills, and the next thing you know.
Yeah, you started because you did some. You were out there. You were chopping the feet and everything like that, and explosion
showing
drills.
the kids some stuff,
Yeah.
and things to work on that are easy to work on that you can work on at home.
Yeah.
You don't have to just be on the practice
But you
field.
didn't warm up. You just went out there.
Yeah.
And started dispensing justice, and Papa Bear was paying for it by about 6:30. He came limping over to me. I go, "You're leaving, aren't you?" He goes, "Yeah."
Yeah. I got to get.
And then I texted you at
I was already at
8:15, I think it was. Hey, Mark, thanks a lot for
I was
coming
already
out. And no response. You were already asleep.
I wasn't asleep. I when I go upstairs, which is usually somewhere between 7:45 and 8, 7:30 and 8. I go upstairs. I set my alarm, and I put my phone on the charger, and then I do not touch my phone. Like if you don't hit me before 7:45 and the phone goes on the charger, I don't allow myself to look at the phone at that point. It's like it's night, Mr. Phone. Papa Bear's got to get some snuggles.
Mix in Highlands Ranch. Maybe it was Max, but he just maybe typed it wrong. But Mix in Highlands Ranch. Good little point here brought up with how much liberties do you take with somebody else's refrigerator. Is it just me, or would you let Costner make his own ham sandwich rather than leave him alone with your wife?
What if he makes a ham sandwich and goes, hey, I'm going to go upstairs and check out the master? Then what?
Well,
yeah. Nothing you can do.
What if he makes you a ham sandwich?
Right.
And then goes upstairs?
Right. And he goes, I got to check out the rest of the house. No. You eat your ham sandwich. That's a good point.
Good point.
Yeah.
Let's see. Is it just me, or on that phone call it was probably Fluids calling?
Oh, Fluids was making
Fluids
the call.
was-
See, but you did learn something valuable today, didn't you?
Yes.
You
and
did.
Go ahead. And this is important because I've got a teenage daughter now.
Right.
That's
So
into the
how do
dating
you-
window here.
Right. How do you run a kid off that you don't like while not alienating your daughter? And you have to create a situation where it becomes her idea. So henceforth, the Fluids nickname. You point something out that they may not recognize that you recognize right away, and you just can come out and say, I don't like that kid. You go, man, is that the thirstiest kid I've ever seen in my whole life? Like, what's up with Fluids? And then she starts to notice, man, this guy's always drinking my drinks.
Yeah.
He doesn't even ask.
What a jerk.
Yeah, and then
What
she
a
goes,
dumb
how
guy.
inconsiderate is
Right,
Fluids?
Right.
And the next thing you know, she doesn't like him anymore.
Right.
And you've won.
But you've won because you convinced her it was her idea.
Right.
That's
and
genius.
you guys
You know what? That's freaking
you
genius.
guys have created a bond
That's
over this turd named Fluids.
yeah, that is just flat out sorcery right there.
Yeah.
Because you're right. I mean, one thing I've learned enough now as a dad, you can't tell
No.
your teenage daughter
What to do.
what to do.
Right.
You have to make it her idea. Oh, that's
Boom.
brilliant.
Yeah.
Oof. Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
Oh, yeah.
Man. Now I know what Fat Thor saw.
Yeah. Yeah. Just call me Fat Chris.
Now I know.
Fat Chris.
All right, now
Hemsworth.
we're getting some reports that the Avalanche game is not going to be till Sunday at 4:15. Is that right?
That's okay.
Sunday 4? All right, Sunday at 4.
So we got 4:00 games.
All right, that's good. So
That's good for
tomorrow
us.
at 4:30
Yeah.
with the Nuggets.
Right.
Sunday at 4 with the Avs, and then sprinkle in some
Yeah, I'll make both my bedtimes.
Rockies around that as well.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, perfect.
Should be a busy weekend. The Broncos will be out scrimmaging at the stadium on Saturday as well.
Mm-hmm.
Not open to the public, but we'll have you covered. And so busy sports weekend ahead. We'll break it all down with you Monday morning, starting at 6. Sandy and Orlando, mercifully, ready to take over next.
And good morning. Welcome on this Friday in the Mile High City, 20th day of August 2020. Sandy Clough, Orlando Franklin, Denver Sports Station, Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan, Training Camp 2020, locked and loaded. We're breaking it all down thanks to Sport Court of the Rockies. Check out all of our training camp content at 1043thefan.com/camp. And it is a bit overcast today, at least as I can see it. Now, I am partially screened out, but Orlando Franklin, you made your way into the studio this morning at the end of what has been a fascinating week in sports, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. This morning, woke up, went for a walk with our guy John Davis this morning. He came by the house this morning.
Really?
Yeah, he asked me if I was going to walk on Friday. I told him, yeah. He said, what time do you normally go out? I said, on Friday, I'm probably going to be leaving the house around 5:30. And he was like, okay, cool, I'm going to join you. And I was like, you sure? You know, that's kind of early for you to be getting up and coming down here. Are you sure? So he this morning shot me a text, was like, ready when you are, I'm outside. So we got a good we did about 4.5 miles this morning.
Good.
And,
excellent.
You know, the weather is just amazing at that time of the morning.
Oh,
Sandy.
yeah.
I mean, it's like 65 degrees.
Perfect.
I got a nice hoodie on, some shorts on. It's just perfect weather, but excited that it's Friday. It's been a roller coaster ride this week in sports for sure.
Yeah.
And let's just dive right into it. What do you think about the Avs not playing until Sunday? You know, because I do like it. I like that it's enough of a pause of a couple days where it shows you that, hey, you know what, something is going on here. A lot of people that might have not been paying attention to what's going on now because of not just a 48-hour pause. No, they're pausing until Sunday with the Avs.
Yes.
Where now I think it's going to get a lot more recognition.
I think so, too. And the NHL, I thought, a little bit late perhaps, but reacted well. And there will be no hockey tonight. There will be no hockey. There was no hockey last night. So you got tonight, last night, the NBA, of course, took its break, and the Avalanche will be playing Sunday afternoon. We've had some confusion on this. We believe it's a 4 o'clock Eastern start on Sunday. 4 o'clock Mountain start, 6 o'clock Eastern time, 4 o'clock Mountain start. Of course, it's Edmonton. And I think the break is appropriate. I don't think it's terribly disruptive. I don't think missing 2 days, whether it's a baseball season, the basketball playoffs, the hockey playoffs, is all that big a deal. Creates, I think, an opportunity for a banged-up team maybe to get marginally healthier.
That's another
we don't know about Zadorov. I suspect Eric Johnson and Grubauer will continue to be out. Maybe we get to see Matt Calvert on Sunday for this Game 4.
Yeah, I think Calvert, you know, if Sunday morning comes out and they're saying, hey, it's still a toss-up, I would be a little bit disappointed in that. I thought he was a lot closer. It made it seem like, you know, going into
Wasn't
Game
he
3.
skating pregame? Didn't they say on the telecast he was skating pregame?
So I'm hoping that he's going to be able to go, but that's another big thing, you know, especially for a team that's banged up. And with the Avs skating the way they did the other night, you know, putting on those forechecks and having 70-plus hits, you know, that's going to be another couple days where you could rest a little bit. I view it as all Denver sports right now could use a break, you know, and just try to get a little bit more healthier. So especially looking at the Nuggets, right? Jamal Murray and what the game that he had, and you know the minutes that some of these guys are having to play right now. If you could rest those legs and help come back a little bit, you're going to benefit. So I think it's a nice little break in that aspect, but it also does help to bring some awareness to what's going on in the world right now.
And the games on the NBA that were scheduled for Wednesday get played today. Bucks and Magic. 2 o'clock Mountain Time this afternoon, followed by Rockets Thunder, and then the Lakers and the Trailblazers play tonight. And tomorrow it'll be Celtics Raptors at 2, Jazz and Nuggets at 4:30, and that'll be followed by Dallas and the Clippers at 7 o'clock. So those will be the scheduled games for tomorrow. And while we deal with subjects as heavy as we have this week, the best story to me yesterday, we know Matt Kemp sat out for the Rockies the other night. They played their game, won their game against the Arizona Diamondbacks. I thought the most heartening thing I saw today was from Mark Kislow's column, which, by the way, was on the front page of the Denver Post, which quoted Trevor Story as saying, you know what, we're sitting out. This was yesterday. We're sitting out, and we should have done it sooner. We should have backed Matt Kemp on Wednesday.
Yeah, I saw that quote, but he also goes on to say, like, the great thing about this, from what we're understanding, it's not too late,
Right.
And I love when teammates are going to stick up for teammates. Obviously, we're all our own human beings. You got to educate yourself. You got to make a decision for certain things if you're going to sit out, if you're not. But with that being said, applaud Matt Kemp and being able to do that, especially with knowing that a lot of your other teammates were going to go on and play. That's a big decision. People are going to wonder why you're doing it. There's going to be a lot of questions that arise, and he welcomed it. A lot. That's the thing that I think about that we don't talk enough about, Sandy, is although we're preaching about social injustice, we want change. A lot of people want change. What about some of these athletes that know that, basically you're blowing up your career by making this move? And I'm not even going to talk about Kaepernick, but we had Troy Rank on yesterday, right? And he mentions about Brandon Marshall, the inside linebacker for the Broncos, where, as long as you're balling, teams are going to keep you around. But now that you're more of a backup role and people are looking at you like, hey, you're a little older, you're not as fast as you once were, you're not going to be as athletic or as hit as hard as you once were, now our team's going to look at you in the light saying, man, we're not even going to give him an opportunity because of the baggage that he comes with, because of the protest, because of how outspoken he is, or some team's not going to care. And, I've had so many different conversations with Brandon Marshall over the last year. One conversation that we had was he had got so frustrated with not getting a job that he was considering, changing representation. And he asked me, he was like, hey, what do you think about Drew? Because we hold the same agent, Drew Rosenhaus. And he's like, yeah, Drew. I said, Drew works for you. But, I mean, at the end of the day, he also has a lot more clients than other people. So sometimes you are going to feel like you're on the back burner. So I know he had questions about that we were talking back and forth with. But, I mean, it takes a big person to really know that something is going to scrutinize your career, something's going to put you under a microscope, but yet you're still going to fight for what you believe is right. And with Matt Kemp the other night, I applaud him because the Rockies have him and Tapia. As the guys that are black
Kemp was
or
standing
have
pretty
some
much
kind of
alone,
black, and he stood alone with that and took it on the chin. And it was, I think it was a step in the right direction where it showed that, hey, I'm my own person. Yes, I want my team to win, but if my team is not going to do what I want them to do or follow in my lead, I'm not going to take it personal, but this is something that I feel that I need to do.
Absolutely. And here's the quote from Story in Mark Kislow's column on the front page of the Post today. I think just shut up and play your sport is very simple-minded. I don't think that's doing a great job of putting yourself in other people's shoes because we're all human. Yes, listen, put yourself in the position of the person that instinctively you want to criticize. Put yourself in his shoes. I promise you it won't hurt. That was a great statement from Trevor Story. And how about this from A.J. Johnson talking about the Bronco meeting yesterday on Melvin Gordon. We'll hear what A.J. Johnson had to say about Melvin Gordon. Grew up in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and spoke more emotionally than perhaps any other Bronco player during their team meeting yesterday, a very lengthy team meeting. And we'll tell you what Johnson had to say next. We were speaking about what Trevor Story had to say about Matt Kemp and the Rockies' decision to walk out and not play last night. Story said, I know we're baseball players, and that's what we love to do. It doesn't define who you are. I'm a Christian first and foremost. Here's Alexander Johnson talking about Melvin Gordon and the Bronco team meeting yesterday. And, of course, Gordon, a native of the same Wisconsin city on Lake Michigan where Jacob Blake was shot in the presence of his 3 kids. But there was also the gunfire on Tuesday that I think provoked these protests as much as the Blake shooting, which happened on Sunday, did.
Yep.
And, of course, 2 protesters were killed on Tuesday. And here's what Johnson said. You could hear and feel the emotion in Melvin's voice. His family was out there marching in the protest where 2 people died. It could have been his family members that died. Imagine Melvin Gordon's feeling when he heard the news on Tuesday that 2 protesters had been killed.
Yeah.
Shot and killed, and perhaps not knowing immediately that those 2 protesters were not his parents who were marching. And
with anything, right? I mean, with something like that that's happening and knowing that your parents there, they probably didn't pick up the first phone call that you gave them, even after you heard that this is going on out there. Right. So being able to get in contact with them probably wasn't the easiest thing. So couldn't imagine what he might have been thinking at that point.
Here's what Johnson said, too. And Alexander Johnson's grown up a lot, hasn't he? In the last year or so. Take a look at this statement. Our future is dark. We can't see it. It's unknown. But what can give us light is the past. We can learn from our past to shed light that shows us the way to a better future.
Yeah, very
pretty
thought
profound.
Out
very well thought out.
Very well thought out statement. I think with A.J. Johnson, I wouldn't say that he's grown up a ton over the last year. I think it's with experiences, right? You go through different things, and we all know what happened with his career and out of football for a long period of time. And then, you start reinventing yourself or trying to reinvent yourself at that point. And until you're, unfortunately, unless you're a starter in the National Football League, a lot of people don't know what you're doing, right? The backup linebacker doesn't address the media. Since Josie Jewell has been put to a backup role, how many times have we heard him speak? And I'm just looking at just different people. It's different roles in the NFL. So I think that we're constantly working on ourselves. It's a constant work in progress. So I wouldn't just say that he's grown up a lot over the last year. This might have been his mindset for the last couple years. This might have been his mindset all of his life. But now he has more of a voice because of his ability to play football, and now that he's
taking
on the
advantage
football
of that.
field.
He's taking advantage.
You got to take advantage of it, because that's the biggest thing. Sandy, I tell people all the time, I was a second-round pick. Growing up in Toronto, Canada, never even thought that the NFL was an option. Growing up in Toronto, didn't even think college was an option. But yet, through all the trials and tribulations, to meeting my dad the first time when I was 12 years old, him looking me in my face, telling me I have no son named Orlando Franklin, like going through stuff like that. But I was still able to make it to the NFL. So I couldn't imagine, what I would have been with all the ups and downs and me getting in trouble as a juvenile. And me having to explain myself at the combine to all these different teams of why I got in trouble. Now, I couldn't imagine if I would have had some of the professional athlete come to my city or come to my school and able to hear their story or see what they've been through, And now, fortunately enough, in the world that we lived in today, all these athletes have social media. You got kids that follow these athletes. And your voice is big, it's powerful, and you could reach that kid that might never meet you, but you could reach him. Where when I was growing up, it was a completely different story where I didn't think all of this was possible. And the only football that I ever got to see was the Super Bowl once a year growing up, because We had one TV in the house, and my mom got to watch TV, and that's just what it was. But everybody watches the Super Bowl every year, right? So I look at where we're at. We've evolved so much in society that I'm extremely happy that a lot of these professional athletes take to social media and voice their opinion and let their word be heard by millions of people that will not get an opportunity to meet them in person.
Using it the right way. And our friend Mike Tirico of NBC Sports came out yesterday with a statement, and Mike's not as old as I am, but he's of an age in which he can make a statement like this. He said he thought that the last 2 days have represented the two greatest days in the history of sports activism. And this goes back to the 60s. And, Mike Tirico, again, a little younger than I am. I remember the 60s and the level of sports activism demonstrated by the likes of Muhammad Ali and Jim Brown and then Lou Alcindor, later Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Arthur Ashe, Bill Russell, many, many more, of course. But to make a statement like that, I thought that was a remarkable and accurate statement. And I noticed today, even as the NBA resumes its playoff season, right? Malika Andrews of ESPN is reporting roughly 100 NBA employees will walk out today in solidarity with NBA and WNBA players who are pushing for social justice. The protest comes 2 days after the Bucks decided not to take the floor for Game 5 against the Orlando Magic on Wednesday. New York and New Jersey-based NBA staff members across 10 league departments, including basketball operations, cybersecurity, finance, and marketing, plan to spend the day calling state and local officials to, quote-unquote, demand justice for Jacob Blake and for the police officers to be held accountable. They go on to say in a letter to Adam Silver and Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum, we believe the NBA, its leadership, and the Board of Governors unequivocally have the leverage to do more to directly address and combat police brutality and systemic racism in this country. We acknowledge and credit all the work the NBA has already done, but we have the power to have a greater impact. The NBA has not done enough proactively and rather has relied too heavily on our players. We talked about the burden yesterday, right? That placing the burden strictly on people of color is unfair. We understand that we are a business, but fears of losing revenue and advertisers should not numb us to the cries of black men, women, and children that continue to be oppressed in the same communities in which they play. So the activism continues, at least in the NBA today, with 100 employees walking out, even as play resumes down in Orlando in the bubble.
Yeah, so this is what it's all about holding people accountable, right? So what I will say to that, Sandy, is I've told you many times before. I've told people many times before. When I was a kid, I wasn't really on the best path, and when I was 12 years old, I got arrested. The first time I got arrested, I was 12 years old, and I got arrested because I was accused of robbery with another kid that actually went to my school. And I was arrested. I was taken out of my home. I was put in handcuffs. I had to spend the weekend locked up. Got out that Monday morning. Got arrested on a Friday afternoon. Got out the Monday morning. And from when I got arrested, I remember being interrogated by the police officer, and he's telling me that I did this crime. And I'm telling him, no, I didn't. And I'm 12 years old, so at this point, emotions are flaring. I'm crying, telling him, no, I didn't, because I've never been in a situation like this. And cops in my face, he's yelling, they're doing the good cop, bad cop thing, trying to get me to admit to something that I never did. But from that point, when I was released on that Monday morning, I then had to go to court and go through all the back and forth and go through a trial and everything. And I was later found that I wasn't guilty of the crime. But the first step was me being arrested for it. And looking back at it, I don't blame the officers for arresting me because I was accused by somebody that they thought it was me. But then I had to go through this process period where now I had to fight and I had to go back and forth to court in order to prove my innocence. And ultimately, the system did work, and I was proven innocent. I get frustrated that the cop was yelling in my face now that I'm older, basically trying to bully me into confessing to something that I didn't do. When I look at, a lot of people fighting and a lot of riots happening, a lot of people are just asking, hey, hold people accountable. A lot of these things that are happening with these police officers are being filmed. So it's not even a question if they did it or didn't. But now it's the states and everybody dragging their feet and police officers not being arrested. So it doesn't even look like they're going to be held accountable at all. Or it takes a long period of time. But if anybody goes out there and commits a crime, you're getting arrested that day if they could find you, right? So why isn't it the same process now when it comes to police officers? Why can a police officer sit there, go through something, or kneel on somebody's neck, and it takes riots now in order for these charges to be brought? Where I get the whole innocent till proven guilty, but and everybody's allowed a process of due processing.
Right.
But don't you have to initiate and engage the event where you're saying, hey, something bad happened, let's go, bring charges and now see where it leads to after that and let all the evidence, the findings come out later on?
Right.
Where I think that's the frustration, where something happens, somebody gets killed, somebody gets harmed, which typically it's been a black person, where now it's nothing happens. People sit there, they watch, thinking that these there's no way in heck that charges are not going to be brought, but they never come. Where this protest obviously is about, equality. Obviously we look at it, it's racial justice. But I think how we could all help each other and how the governors, the people that are in power, the people that, run these different states, how they could really help is when you see something like that has some damn incriminating evidence, you act on it, and as if you would act on it with a regular person in society.
Doc Rivers spoke eloquently the other day after the Clippers playoff game. And he wanted to clarify, the story came out yesterday that Clippers and Lakers voted not to play. And now the decision has been made to continue the playoffs. And Rivers wanted to clarify what happened at the players' meeting on Wednesday night. Said his players are ready to continue the NBA postseason after, quoting Rivers now, they thought it was over following Wednesday's emotional players' meeting. And Rivers said, when asked if his team is ready to move forward during an interview Thursday on Fox Prime Ticket, they want to. They are really looking forward to it. Yesterday was a very difficult day, though. Their emotions were all over the place. They thought it was over. It was just a really tough day for all of them. Rivers actually spoke at that meeting the other night at the request of NBA Players Association President Chris Paul. And Rivers and Paul, of course, were once coach and player together with the Clippers in Los Angeles. Their reputation, their relationship, not their reputation, their relationship has changed a bit over the years, but Paul called Rivers, wanted him to be part of the meeting the other night. The Clippers, along with the Lakers, initially voted on perhaps not continuing with the season when the players were polled. During the meeting, the players met again on Thursday morning and voted in favor of resuming the playoffs. And a player coming out of that meeting said, to be fair, that vote wasn't us saying we don't want to play basketball. It was just simply a poll of what we thought was best to do. That's what came out of our team. Obviously, things are moving really fast. A lot of people had to step up and try to figure out the best thing for us to do. And I think what they decided, was that it was best to stay in Orlando and speak with a collective voice out of Orlando, where they all are stationed. And, of course, common sense dictates it doesn't make any sense if you're going to stay in Orlando not to play the games.
Yeah.
You're going to stay in the bubble but not play any games. What's the point of that?
Yeah.
But they decided, and I think this is important to understand because people get caught up in, all the meeting was about was whether to continue to strike or boycott or whatever you want to call it, or not continue. Well, no, it was about what's the best way to use the power of our collective voice, and they decided the best way to use it was to stay in Orlando. Once they made that decision, then they decided, well, we're here. We've agreed to stay in Orlando. We might as well play and use pregame and postgame, use that platform. And it didn't make any sense to use the platform but not play the games. That's silly. It would be like me coming into the studio here after working from home and saying, well, yeah, but I'm not going to do the show with you. Well, I came back into the building. Of course I'm going to do the show with you. So Patrick Saunders will join us in a few minutes. We'll talk about this more. The Broncos are back in the practice field today. We hear that Bosby, Purcell, and Patrick are all practicing today. All were supposed to have practiced yesterday. I think they're coming off injuries, but they got an extra day.
Get an extra day.
Again,
do some more treatment. Hang out in the get it in the cryo chamber. Get the hot tub, the cold tub. A little ice and stem, a little soft tissue massage. Get an extra day. Yeah.
Well, I'll ask you the same question about the Nuggets and the Avalanche before we make way for Patrick Saunders here in about 10 minutes. The Nuggets are down 3-2. Game 6 is just ahead. That'll be tomorrow, 4:30. Sunday, the Avalanche play at 4. That will be game number 4 of a best of 7. 2-1 in favor of Dallas as the series stands right now. I would say that the winner of Game 6 between the Nuggets and Jazz will win the series, and the winner of Game 4 between the Dallas Stars and the Avs will win the series. If the Avs and Nuggets win tomorrow and the next day, they will both continue on in the playoffs. I believe the Nuggets would then win Game 7, and the Avs would go on to win. If they can tie the series at 2 games apiece after trailing 2-0, they will go on to win that series against Dallas. What do you think about that?
I agree. Big weekend in Colorado sports. Going to be tuned in. Extremely happy and excited that we get one tomorrow on Saturday and one on Sunday. So you could just be dialed in, zoned out, forget what else is going on in the household. I've already told my wife, hey, I got to block out these times for the day. And they both got great opportunities. I think with the Nuggets, it's a little bit tougher sledding than the Avs just because of what we've seen out of the Jazz. But hopefully they could continue to minimize some of their points because that game the other night was the first time the Jazz scored under 124 points in the series. So, and that was that Game 5. So hopefully it looks more of the same tomorrow when they play. But yeah, the Avs take the couple days, get a little bit more healthier. Hopefully Zadorov is on the field. Hopefully Calvert's back on the ice as well with them, and hopefully they can continue to build upon what they had the other day. And that's what I want to ask you, Sandy. Do you think it's good for the Avs, especially coming off of that emotional win? Or do you think it kind of hurts the Avs now, taking this break with a couple days or do you think it's just a positive because you get an opportunity of getting some of your guys back?
I don't believe that there's a carryover effect in the playoffs.
Can't ride the wave in the playoffs?
No. I just don't believe there's a game-to-game carryover to the extent that most people think there is. People talk about momentum all the time. Well, momentum is fine for as long as it lasts, and then the momentum changes and goes back. I actually think it's better for the Avs because it gives them a better chance to be more completely healthy. And I also think the game the other night was a little bit different from what I think the rest of the games in this series will be, however many there are. Just because I thought the goaltending was substandard the other night. Both teams got a little carried away and took some dumb penalties along the way. I mean, how many games do you see in which both teams score 3 goals in less than 6.5 minutes in the third period? 2 different stretches of 6.5 minutes in the same period, one team scores 3 goals, then the other team comes back and scores 3 goals in the same short stretch of time. I don't see the series that way. I don't see 6-4 games coming through the rest of the series. And it reminds me, as we talked about yesterday, of a series the Avalanche played against Dallas back in the 90s, in which every game in the series was tight, relatively low scoring, and they threw in a 7-5 game in the middle of the series that had nothing to do with the rest of the series. So, no, I don't think Game 4 will be like Game 3. I don't know who will win, but I agree with you. I like the Avs' chances both in the next game and in their series better than I like the Nuggets' chances, even though the Nuggets, if they win the next game, get to play at Game 7. Yeah. The Avalanche still have some work. Even if they were to win the next game, it's 2-2. They'd have to win one more game to get to a Game 7.
Yeah, you still got to go get 2 more. Avs got to get 3 wins somehow.
3 wins in maybe 4 games. Either 3 in a row or actually would be 4 in a row at that point, or win 3 out of the next 4 on the way to a Game 7, and obviously you'd have to win that 7th game. When we come back, Patrick Saunders, our Rockies insider from the Denver Post, joining us on the Fireball Hotline to talk about a strange 48 hours for the Colorado Rockies. That's next. Our Rockies insider Patrick Saunders joins us now through the Fireball hotline, and we were talking, Patrick, at the top of the show today about the words of Trevor Story during a video call yesterday when he got very emotional. The Rockies, of course, did not play yesterday against the Arizona Diamondbacks. I believe one of 7 games that were postponed yesterday in the wake of protests and boycotts and postponements in other sports. And Story said after thinking about it, I do wish that we may not have played last night. He's saying this yesterday. We had a chance to stand up for our guy last night, Matt Kemp being that guy. We didn't do that. But his words, I think, more than made up for whatever it is the Rockies should have done or did not do on Wednesday night. I thought they were words as wise as any spoken anywhere across the sports landscape yesterday. What about you?
Agree completely. He was very moving. Trevor, in a very quiet way, Sandy, he has become the voice of the Rockies.
Absolutely.
He is always available to the media, and some people might say, so what, but it matters. He's honest, at least as honest as he can be, and he's credible. He speaks from his heart, and he certainly did yesterday. And one of the other most striking things I thought he said yesterday, I asked him point blank, I said, what would you say to fans out there who say, just shut up and play baseball? And essentially what Trevor told me was, that's limited thinking. We're human beings too. This is an important time for us to make a stand. He talked a little bit about his Christian faith and how he went to bed the night after the Rockies decided to play, prayed about it, and realized the important thing to do was to stand by Matt Kemp and make a statement yesterday. But you're right. Trevor was emotional. He was eloquent. And he also said something I thought was very interesting. Someone asked him, does this make any difference? And Trevor said he had talked to a number of his friends, African-American friends, who he grew up with in the Irving, Texas area. And he asked them, he went out, reached out to them and said, guys, if we don't play, does it matter? Is it worth doing this? And according to Trevor, his black friend said, yes, absolutely. I think it's important for you to make a statement. And that's all Trevor needed to hear.
Hey, Patrick, when you look at the Rockies, and they got one more game against the Diamondbacks, and that game was postponed. It wasn't canceled or anything like that. But the next 3 games are against divisional opponents, and right now they're third in their division. So is it a situation where, because of how much of a roller coaster ride it's been so far throughout the season, where they could afford to just win one of those series, or do they have to win 2, or do they have to win 3? In your opinion, what do you think?
Well, Orlando, to get where they want to go, which would of course be above 500 and get into the playoffs, I think they got to win 2 of the next 3 series. And I say that because they have the Padres coming in for 4. Padres have been very hot. They're a very dangerous team. And then they have a mini series against the Giants. And then they have to go back to L.A., where we all know that's been a disaster for them. So in my mind, they've got to keep this roll going. They've won 3 straight. I think it's important for them to keep this winning streak going, that they don't have to win every night, but they got to keep winning series. And if they do that, they'll find themselves in the playoffs. I'll be interested to see coming up, and that would be next weekend, how they do in L.A., because they haven't done very well there at all.
The Rockies have had, as you know, a roller coaster season. They open with 11 wins in 14 games, then they lose 12 out of 15. Now they've won 3 in a row. You mentioned 2 of the 3 hottest teams in baseball, the only 3 teams in baseball who won 8 of their last 10 games. of those three teams. One's Tampa Bay, but the other two are in the National League West. The Dodgers and the Padres have both won 8 out of 10 games, making them virtual locks to make the playoffs. It sounds funny to say this after 31 games, but we're more than halfway through the season. The Rockies are pegged by ESPN's calculations to have about a 35% chance to make the playoffs. What do you make of this team that through half of its season so far has looked like a world beater and the other half has looked completely inept?
You know, Sandy, I think the Rockies are essentially a 500 baseball team. You know, give or take a game either side of that. And whether that's going to be good enough for them to make the playoffs, and whether making the playoffs outside of the mini wild card series and getting ousted there, we'll see how that goes. There's potential on this team, surely. John Gray had a really good start the other night, which is an excellent sign. Kyle Freeland right now is pitching like he did in 2018 when he was the Rockies' best pitcher, so that's a very good sign. Kyle starts tonight against the Padres at Coors. And, you know, the offense, I still think there's more in there. But there's some disconcerting things, too. Herman Marquez is not – he's in a little mini slump. He hasn't pitched as you wish he would, and the bullpen continues to be an adventure. So my bottom line on this is the Rockies, yes, I think they can make the playoffs, but I'm not sure they can do anything once they get there.
Patrick, real quick before we run it, in 30 seconds or less, could you just tell us what does Nolan Arenado have to do in order to salvage it this year? Because there's been a lot of ups and downs with him, and I find it very ironic that he's kind of been pointing the finger at the upper management before this season started. You know, get me more talent, but he hasn't went out there and showed that, hey, I'm still the guy that I've always been, and this season is coming to an end very quickly.
Well, I can tell you it's interesting you bring that up. I'm actually in the middle of writing a Sunday feature on that very topic. You know, Nolan, I do think he's going to turn the corner. I think the last few games in Arizona, finally on the road, he started getting some extra base hits. Problem with Nolan is, and you're right, I understand why people are going to look at him and say, you know, listen, man, you called other folks out, or at least he appeared to, and yet you've got to carry the weight now. Nolan puts a ton of pressure on himself. And I think last Sunday when he sat out in L.A. Was a very, very good thing. Nolan said he got completely away from baseball, which is very unusual for him. And I think that could be a turning point for him. But let's not discount Nolan Arenado, guys. He's too good a player, too good a talent, cares too much, works too hard to be a complete disaster this whole season. When all's said and done, maybe it won't match the typical Nolan Arenado season offensively, but I think he's going to be just fine. And talking to a number of guys, I do not think there's a feeling of resentment in that clubhouse toward Nolan. I think, yes, Nolan can be a little bit of an island unto himself, but I don't think there's animosity toward Nolan in that clubhouse.
He is still behind the aforementioned Trevor Story, second on the team in extra base hits. It just shows you how high the standards are for Nolan Arenado, that people will look at that and say, well, that's fine, but he's hitting 241. He's slugging below 500. He's had 7 home runs, but only 20 RBIs. When he's not hitting home runs, he's not driving in runs. Obviously, it isn't Nolan Arenado at his best offensively, but even at this point, he's still driven in 20 runs in 29 games. That's not bad. Our thanks as always, Patrick, especially this week and on this day. Appreciate it.
Okay, guys. Have a good one.
There he goes. Patrick Saunders, our Rockies insider, joining us through the Fireball Hotline, our headlines when we continue. Bryce Callahan meeting with the media earlier this week, talking about his comeback from a lost year in 2019. That's next. And as we begin hour number 2, our thanks to Patrick Saunders, our Rockies insider, as the Rockies will be back on the field tonight at Coors Field against the red-hot San Diego Padres, who won 8 of their last 10 games and have one of the best young and upcoming teams to be reckoned with in all of Major League Baseball. Mile High Memories, presented by ROX Rocks Heating and Air. This week, the season finale, Mike Evans joins me for a look back at the last 25 years here on The Fan and in Denver sports. Lots of good stories. It drops this weekend wherever you get your podcasts or at 1043thefan.com. I want to quickly tell a story that we didn't get to on the podcast. The international tournament was long gone by the time you got to Denver. But it was a tournament that they played with a modified Stableford scoring system every year at Castle Pines in Castle Rock. And they even got Tiger out a couple of times. And it was a nice change of pace late in the month of August. Used to come the week before the PGA, so a lot of players used it as a tune-up for the PGA, tough course. Different kind of scoring system, kind of fun for the players because modified Stableford means you go all out. You have to make a ton of birdies, so everybody plays aggressively. Nobody lays back or lays up very often. And for years, we were basically the broadcast representative for the International. We had the so-called rights to the International. We were able to broadcast live from the course with roving reporters. Yep. We had an anchor inside the press room. And one day I was anchoring from that press room venue, and Mike Evans was out on the course. And it was about the 14th hole, and he's following a group that includes Davis Love III, who at the time, this is 15 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, Davis Love is one of the leading players in the world. And he's a great player for this format because he hits it long and he makes a lot of birdies. Yep. So he's on, I believe the 14th hole is a par 4, and he hits his second shot into the bunker. So I see on my monitor that Davis is in trouble at the 14th hole in the bunker with a second shot. And I knew Mike Evans was following him. So I say, let's go to Mike Evans on the course to hear more about what's going on with Davis Love.
And Mike was eating a hot dog, right?
Mike was not eating a hot dog, but he was standing close enough to Davis Love, about 50 yards away, and he begins his report, well, it's not buried, but it's not a great lie in the bunker, and he's going to have a tough time getting up and down given the lie, but he's a good bunker player. And it goes on for about 30, 35, 40 seconds. As he is finishing up, Love looks up, and to his credit, with a slight smile on his face, and asks, "Are you done now?"
Yeah. Giving this full report.
So this full report, and Evans is beat red. Yeah. I mean, you can almost see that, even though we couldn't see Mike as we threw to him. But that was one of the stories we didn't get to. We also didn't get to the story of how one year the Avs were playing their annual charity event at the Ridge at Castle Pines North, and how in a runaway golf cart, I almost killed Pierre Lacroix. But that was a story that didn't make the cut either, a story for another day. Bryce Callahan met with the media on Monday. And speaking of guys we haven't heard from very much because he's hurt all of last year, we never really heard that much, did we? Even in training camp, because he was hurt during training camp. Re-injured that foot. Actually, the screw that was placed inside the foot on a previous surgical procedure got bent or broke, and so eventually he was in so much pain they had to go in and do the surgery, basically remove the screw, put in a new screw, and now he is said to be fine, and provided earlier this week an update on the injury, saying now that he is 100% healthy.
So, right now I'm 100%, man. I put the foot behind me. I'm not really feeling it at all out there. So, moving forward from the foot.
Yeah.
Moving forward from the foot.
Yeah. That's good. That's a good way of thinking. I know there's with injuries, sometimes you just think, man, psychologically it just stays with you. So hopefully that's able to hold true and just go out there and play football. Play what you've been playing all your life. But with those injuries that hold you out for a period of time, I know a lot of guys, you hear them complaining about it, or it doesn't feel right, or it feels like it's lagging, feels like it's locking, or whatever the case, whatever the terminology they might use, where it's good for Bryce that he's saying that, hey, I'm not thinking about that. It's completely behind me, basically. So hopefully that's what continues to happen in training camp, that he's able to go out there, string together practices, keep on being available, and he doesn't experience no soreness where now he might be thinking about it a little bit psychologically.
Well, we know his history, and we know that every year in the National Football League, he has finished both with Chicago, playing for Vic Fangio, and last year here in Denver, he has been unable to finish the season. Last year, he never got started, of course, and expands on what happened initially with that screw in his foot.
Yeah, so probably 2 weeks into training camp, I had misstepped on it and kind of torqued the screw, so that kind of made a bend in the screw, and the bone kind of separated a little bit. So I was trying to deal with that.
Man, that sounds painful, all right? I mean, you already got a screw in, and a lot of time, I got a couple screws in my wrist, so that's
okay
to hold things together so they don't separate and move. And I just couldn't imagine if now it bends a little bit and feeling the pain from the screw bending, which now is going to cause it not to track the right way or what you're used to. So that sounds painful. Hopefully that they got a little bit of a stronger screw in there this time so it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, and you were saying, I think as far back as almost a year ago, metal in your wrist, metal in your foot, it's never a great thing.
Yeah, hardware sucks.
Hardware
is
not good.
Sucks because you feel it when the weather changes. You could definitely feel it. Sandy, I could wake up in the morning or even in the middle of the night and tell you if it's been raining over the last couple hours.
And you feel it in your wrist?
The aches of my wrist now, and my bones feel like it's aching. So if you could stay away from hardware, especially, I remember that I thought that it was going to be so cool. Hey, they're going to put screws in my hand. I'm going to be this crazy superhero or whatever the case may be. When they first told me about it, I was like, man, that's awesome. You guys are going to put some screws in my wrist? But I really wish that I had elected not to do that, even though it would have held me out a little bit longer. I still wish, because I had it done right after the season, after my freshman year in college, that I wish that I would have just went the longer process that would have took another 2 months to heal, where they wouldn't have put that hardware in, because in the wintertime especially, that's when I really feel it. That's when I really, each and every day, some days I even heat up my wrists. Like I'll wake up, I got a heating pad and I'll just heat it up just because of it aching so much when I wake up in the morning.
Broncos have so many newcomers, and in effect, Callahan, though he is a veteran, is a newcomer of sorts. He has not played football with many of his teammates in the defensive secondary, including Kareem Jackson and Justin Simmons, the two safeties. And he talks about how chemistry is developing with all the other defensive backs in a restricted environment during the preseason.
I was developing great, man. It's a great group of guys. Easy to get along with. They're picking up the scheme really well, so I'm excited to get out there on the field with them.
Bryce Callahan's not long-winded like me and you, huh, Sandy?
He is not.
Yeah, he just hits he hits the points and gets up out of there.
He doesn't go more than 20 seconds. He doesn't even hit 20 seconds on any of these. I don't think. Direct to the point.
I really believe that it's actually really hard to build chemistry in training camp. Okay. I'm a big believer of that. And I think that chemistry is not just on the field. It's also in the locker room. It's also in the weight room. And it's also when you remove yourself out of that building. In training camp, it's all football. It's all right now. So right now, these guys are all learning a new playbook, especially on the offensive side of the ball. Completely new playbook. Or on defense, you got guys that are missing practice and guys that are getting thrown in. You're learning how other guys are doing it, right? We know that the playbook is the same, but guess what? Jarrell Casey is going to play a lot different from how Derek Wolfe played last year. When Bradley Chubb is in there with Shelby Harris, Shelby's going to play a lot different from how Draymond Jones is going to play. So right now it's kind of like you're cramming for a test and you're just trying to survive through training camp because you got to play a football game here in the next couple of weeks against the Tennessee Titans that actually matters. Then you got 15 other games after that. So as far as chemistry goes, that's why I've always been a big fan of the OTAs and the off-season program. I hated the off-season. Well, let me go back. I hated the off-season program at the start because I felt like at my training facility it would be I was getting a lot more work done. It was a lot harder at my training facility. The condition was harder, and I was really getting in better shape.
Right.
Where when you come back to the off-season program now, here I feel like a lot of teams, they slow play it, and they really slow play it because they don't know how many people have really been taking their job seriously. So they don't want to just ramp it up, and now guys are getting hurt left, right, and center. Where now, hey, we're going to run 200s today. And all of a sudden people are pulling up with hamstrings. People are pulling up with calves or ankles are being turned or whatever the case may be. Where when you're at an off-season program, well, you're paying your money to go there. You're ramping it up as you see fit. And if you don't want to do something, you're just kind of like, yeah, I'm not doing that one. I'm not ready to do that one. I'm going to go do something different, or I want a modified version. But in the off-season program, when you do show up in April, you're only there 4 hours a day. You're only in the facility 4 hours a day. So you got 20 hours away from the facility a day. And I feel like that's when guys get together, go have lunch and, have those in-depth conversations of, well, what are you thinking right here? Or what are you thinking in this situation? I've told you, like, I've been out of the country, and me and Clady have had conversations about football, like in-depth conversations about last season and why we messed up something. Where right now in training camp, I don't think a lot of those conversations are being had because it's either you're on the field, you're in the weight room, or you're in a meeting room, and now your coach is now drilling it in.
Well, he's doing all the talking.
Yeah, your coach is the one doing all the talking.
Yeah, and we know this about Bryce Callahan. He knows the defense. I mean, he's played it all his life as a professional so far. So that's the main offering for a Bryce Callahan at this point, and he was asked about that earlier this week, how helping his teammates with his knowledge of Fangio's defense last year helped him to get through the frustrations of not being able to play.
Yeah, so, I mean, the whole process was real frustrating last year, but me being able to still, give a helping hand to my teammates kind of, made it worthwhile, like, made me feel a part of it still. So that was good that they were taking my advice and stuff, but it was good.
Great question by whoever asked that question, because I've always been intrigued. How engaged was he last year, especially with a lot of these guys learning this new defense? And he's absolutely right. When you're not playing football, anytime that you could answer anybody's questions or just be a bridge voice between the head coach or the defensive coordinator to that player, or you see a player struggling where now you can make suggestions as well, it not only helps your football team and that player, but it also helps you stay engaged as well. Because I've been a part of teams where guys get hurt and they just check out completely.
Just disappear.
Yeah, you see them in the morning when they're throwing up the peace sign. They're saying, "Have a nice day. I'm done my rehab. I'm leaving for the day." And that's all you see them.
Is that really they give you the peace sign, huh?
Yeah, I've seen that. I've been a part of teams with that. But obviously, the players that take a different approach, the players that say, "Hey, you know what? Let me stay engaged. Let me answer these questions." Those are more the team guys. Those are the guys that you want to surround yourself with. And I wouldn't expect anything different from Bryce Callahan because at the end of the day, Vic Fangio knows that he had an injury history and still must have gave the nod and said, yeah, we want him here. But it was nice that even with the injury that he sustained last year, he was still helping out with the younger guys and letting them learn this defense. You look at last year, you got Bosby, he plays in the AF League, and then he comes in here. You look, the Broncos trade for Duke Dawson. You know, Yadam's the starter at one point, gets demoted. You know, there's so much different turnover where he was a valuable piece to kind of help some of these guys and help teach in the system that they're playing in now.
And he would know all the positions, at least at corner, right? He'd know about the slot. He'd know about playing outside. He played more in the slot in Chicago than he did outside, but he would know about coverage, responsibilities, and he would know this defense from the position of being a slot corner as well as an outside guy, which obviously last year frustrated Chris Harris Jr. a little bit because Chris Harris Jr. Was going to play in the slots some, I guess, but ended up playing almost entirely outside and was single covered.
Chris loves that nickel. He loves to come in and when teams go three wide, he wants to play on that guy that and he's made a living out of it. And I think this team would have been a lot better even on the defensive side of the ball had they had that option. But last year, with a lot of these young guys, with Callahan being hurt, you know, you didn't have that option with the bodies that you had out there. Chris had to play on the outside.
Yep, absolutely. And, of course, Callahan was asked about the pressure that comes with being a free agent and at the same time being unable to play. Did he press maybe too much to try to get back in there as a free agent last year?
Yeah, I for sure had a pressure on, you know, with the foot. You know, they pay a guy to come in and make an impact on the field. You know, I wasn't able to do that last year. So not only was that injury physical, it was mental too, you know, just having that pressure weigh on you.
That's lip service. He's never played 16 games. How is there pressure? I could understand if you play 16 games in your career and you've been a guy that's been very reliable, and every year you're playing 16 games, and that's what you're giving teams. But you knew that you had an injury prone. You've been hurt every single year since you've been in the National Football League.
Never finished the season.
So I don't know how there's more pressure when you just got paid and you got all this guaranteed money. There's less pressure in that sense. Now, you might have had pressure 2 years ago, your last year in Chicago, where you're saying, man, how do I string together 16 games so I can maximize the amount of money a team is going to pay me when I hit free agency? But last year, when you know that you signed a 3-year deal and virtually 2 of those years are guaranteed, if you get banged up, what pressure is there at that point? If you have a legitimate injury and there's no pressure. I think that's lip service, Sandy. I got to tell you, I know it's Friday and all, but I think he was just giving us some lip service right there.
God, you're more brutal than I am sometimes. I mean, you
don't think that's lip service?
No, I'm not. You are speaking from experience because you went. The difference with you is that you had your share of injuries after you became a free agent, but you had never failed to finish a season during your time here in Denver. I guess I understand from your own personal experience why you'd be a little harder on him, but I mean, I like it. I'm not going to debate you on it. I'm just a little surprised that you aren't.
Yeah, look at
a little more sympathetic.
The pressure comes from the 303. The pressure comes from the paycheck he receives and has yet to earn it. Big O, don't be a liberal. I'm going to tell you this.
Don't be a liberal. Yeah. What does that have to do with it?
I don't know, but I'm going to tell you this. When I got paid by the Chargers, I was frustrated in the fact that, man, in 4 years,
you never were hurt. You missed
possible
one
starts,
game.
I missed one game. So I was frustrated in that fact, but at the same time, I said, man, they're paying me a lot of money, and I'm not getting cut next year as well. So I also knew that too. Yeah, so even though I was frustrated, and I was frustrated because I played a ton of football, and I was just like, man, what in the world's going on? And it was back-to-back injuries for me. It wasn't like, oh, here you go, you just ACL'd, you're out for the season. No, it was you got a high ankle, you're missing 3 games. You get a grade 2 MCL, partial tear of the MCL, you're going to miss 3 games here. Oh, on Christmas Eve now, you're going to get a concussion. So now you're put down for the season at that point. So that's where my frustration came in. But if I'm just telling you, I've had conversations with many people, And that there are guys, unfortunately, that do get to the NFL that are stealing, that do steal paychecks and are perfectly fine with it. I will tell you one guy for sure that was perfectly fine with it. John Moffitt. Remember how he disappeared after our bye week and he played here? We traded for him from the Seattle Seahawks.
I do remember that. Yeah.
Man, he looked at us and he laughed. When we called him when we were trying to find him, he laughed on the phone and basically was like, "Hey, I'm done. I just don't want to play no more." At that point, everything was guaranteed. At that point, he knew that there was going to be a battle back and forth, but that money was guaranteed. He got that credited season. He got his 401k. He got his benefits. At that point, I forgot that we had this other offensive lineman. I forgot his name. I know he went to Ohio State, and I remember when he got hurt. It's like the smile on his face, like brightening the room. He was extremely happy that he got hurt in training camp because he was like, I wasn't going to make this team, and now they got to pay me this year. So there are guys that steal, and there are guys that are willing to do that in the National Football League. But there are guys that do really value it. But what I don't know is how could Bryce Callahan really value and feel pressure when in his whole entire NFL career, he has not played 16 games. He has not started a season and finished a season.
Well, there can be some stress, at least psychologically, I suppose. We'll let Bryce Callahan speak to that next, and you can rip him again on Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan. Sandy Clough here for my friends at SCL Mortgage. You can find them at myspecialmortgage.com. You can visit them and call them, too. You can always visit them, of course, but you can call them at 303-790-2222. You know this. Interest rates are at historic lows. Time to take advantage of that because you never know when the interest rates will go up. Get those low interest rates locked in, whether it's a refinance or a purchase, and also get rid of those car loans, credit card loans, student loans. Interest isn't tax deductible on those items. Your house payment is. SCL is here for you, whether it's the bank statement loan for the self-employed, whether it's a VA, conventional, or FHA loan with no credit overlays, whether it's a bridge loan to buy that new home while your current home sells. SCL can help with all of that. And, of course, SCL is always, with its business booming, looking for loan officers, operation people to help handle the customer demands, including yours. They have a great culture, so call them at 303-790-2222 or myspecialmortgage.com. SCL Mortgage, with the widest array of loan programs in the country. NMLS, license number 1200716. Yeah, I've been admonished on the RamosLaw.com text line from the 303 that in telling the story about the International a golf tournament that did not exist by the time you arrived in Denver, I did not mention the milkshakes. The milkshakes were the highlight of the International because on Sundays, for players and media alike, milkshakes were available free of charge. And you have not had a real milkshake until you've had a milkshake at the International.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, a tournament that has gone away no longer exists. But it really was. It was, and I'd see Broncos out there on the weekend when they were off, of course. Maybe the day after on a Sunday for the final round, if they had played a game here in town on a Saturday night. I'd see Broncos out on Sunday all the time. I'd see coaches out there all the time. Watching the golf, and I do miss it, and I miss walking the course at Castle Pines. That'll get you in shape fast, walking that course.
Yeah, well, I would have never partaken in the milkshake.
You wouldn't have?
Yeah, not a sweets person. In my whole entire life, I probably had 2 milkshakes. Not a sweets person, not a candy eater. Don't do the chocolate.
We'd have tempted you with these.
We go out to eat. My wife has to have dessert once a day, I think, whether it's lunch or whether it's dinner, which good for her. My hat goes off to her because, I mean, Kiana's 5'3.5", 120 pounds. So she could do that. But what I found at a young age was, especially, becoming in my teenage ages, when I became a teenager, was sweets had a direct effect on my face and how much of an outbreak I would get. So I just completely cut it out, and I just never do it. So I'm not the type of person that you're going to see order dessert after lunch or dinner. You're never going to hear me. If that's the one thing that you don't have to worry about me is asking you for a bite of your chocolate cake or your apple pie after. But I will sit down and eat a bag of chips if you allow me to. I'm more of a salty person. Yeah, so
well,
the
you're
family
salty
size
this morning, that's for sure.
That family size, like you give me the party family size of bag of chips of sour cream and onion, Lay's. Oh man, I crush that in an hour. I'll sit there and eat that whole thing by myself, but just never been a big sweets person, so wouldn't have taken place in the milkshake.
I want to comment on a text we received from 720 from a woman who is acknowledged, she herself acknowledges, she's my age, and she was moved by your comment earlier about the police officer who bullied you to confess to a crime you had not committed, something you had not done, and she had a few other thoughts. It's a longer text. We can't read the whole thing, but we appreciate the thoughtfulness behind the text that she sent, so I wanted to acknowledge that because she asked if we'd share any aspect of it, but she says that she had a similar experience when she was maybe a teenager or maybe a little older than that, had a similar experience, so can relate to your feeling, can put herself in your shoes. As far as that experience is concerned, which is what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Put yourself in the shoes of someone and honor and respect that person's experience, especially if it's different from your experience. I have never had an experience of being criminally accused of something I did not do.
Yeah, and what I want to add to that is, because being that I'm from Toronto, every year that I was in the National Football League, and except for every year since I've been in the National Football League, since I was drafted in 2011, except for the last 2 years, I would do a fun day in my neighborhood in Toronto, in Section 8 housing where I grew up. And we would have bouncy houses. We would have all types of different things. We would do a barbecue, and we would literally give back school supplies, everything, and just do it all out. And we would have raffles and everything. And we would do it on Canada Day. And I got an opportunity about 5 years ago when I wanted to add to this barbecue, to this fun day, where I had to go to the police station and I had to request permission to have a professional crew come out and pop off fireworks. And I became really close with one police officer from this division. And I asked him, I said, hey, can you get approval to look up police records? Because I want to know the police officer who arrested me back in the day for this, that was trying to now talk to me and trying to get me to admit that it was me that had committed this crime, even though it wasn't me. I've met the cop that arrested me, Sandy. I've actually sat down with him. I've had conversations with him. And, I mean, this is what happened when I was 12 years old, when I first met him, when I was first arrested. And then years later, when I was about 28 years old, is when I met him. You know, so you're looking at 16 years later that we're able to have a conversation. And just sitting there and talking to him. And I tell him all the time, although I do believe that it was wrong of how he was trying to approach me and trying to get me to admit to something that I didn't do, but it was a life lesson for me. And I do think that I am a better person. I am who I am today because of it as well. But that's the thing. When you look at some of these situations, can they be life lessons? Absolutely. But when people lose their lives, it's not a life lesson, right? People,
it's a life lost.
It's a life lost in an instant like that. So, like I said, that's just the small percentage, and I want to make sure that I continue to try to highlight that, because not all cops are bad. I have really good friends that are part of the police departments, and I have really good friends that are cops out here as well. But we have to find a way to weed out the bad apples, and we have to continue growing as a nation, and we have to continue bringing awareness to things that continue to happen years and years and years. That it's 2020. You know, this is my frustration. Like I said, it's if people are going to get arrested for crimes that they're accused of, why can't cops get arrested as well for not only crimes that they're accused of, but for crimes that you could clearly see, that are being videotaped, that are being posted, that are going viral? So I just think it's more of a acting faster on some of these things, and you go through your due process in like me or you would have to do, Sandy, right, in order to prove your innocence. Where I think that the evidence, even though it's so damning, even though it's so clear cut, where you're seeing some injustice being done, but yet you're not seeing people act or react or consequences be, you know, brought down, where a lot of people get frustrated with that, because with anything, with me, you, and I'm not even just looking at it as a me thing, Sandy, or just a black thing, but if I go outside or you go outside and you go break a law, you're going to be arrested. But why are cops why are cops sitting on a different pedestal where they could do something and they're not going to be arrested? Or it takes a riot in order for them to get arrested, or it takes protesting in order for them to get arrested. And we should all be treated more equally, is all I'm asking, or is all I'm saying.
You're not asking, and this is what I always say, imagine if people of color, black people who have been discriminated against, lynched, denied basic human rights for over 400 years in this country, wanted revenge instead of merely equality. Imagine if they wanted revenge, payback for the mistreatment that has gone on over 400 years. We are all fortunate that all that's being asked for is equality. And we read from the Howard Bryant column yesterday. This line stood out to me as I went back and read the whole column again and again and again yesterday. There is no place in America where killing is more frequent, more personal, and more repetitive than the killing and assaulting of black people by police. That is a fact. An uncomfortable fact, but a fact nonetheless.
Hey,
more from Bryce Callahan.
Yeah, real quick
next.
before we break, I just want to shout out to Kevin in Centennial. He's from Jane and Finch. I know Jane and Finch. I have some friends there. PK Subban actually grew up right around Jane and Finch.
Yeah.
So I remember being at the parks out there, and he just texts us in on the text hotline. I think that's awesome right there.
And again, more from Bryce Callahan as he deals with the mental stress of his injury. And again, the answers start to get short here again. So be gentle with our friend Bryce Callahan on Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan. Bryce Callahan talking with the media earlier this week on how he dealt with the mental stress of his injury last year with the entire season being missed, his not playing a single snap.
Day by day, trying to stay engaged as much as possible with the team and not, just soaking my own sorrows, trying to not have it just be about me.
Yeah, whenever you're an injured player, that's the approach that you have to take because it no longer becomes about you. As a player, when you're on the field, when you're practicing, coaches love you, everybody around the building loves you, everybody's talking to you. Hey, how you doing? What did you have for lunch? Small talk is everywhere around. When you become injured, it's kind of like we're moving on from this and you're not even a part of. You feel like you're not even a part of that team when you know that you're not going that week. So unless you're a day-to-day situation, when teams know that you're down, it's hey, the coaches now got to focus on the other guys, got to focus and make sure that they understand the playbook, they understand the calls, the checks, and got to find a way to go 1-0 that week. With Bryce Callahan, it wasn't a situation where he was down 1 week and there was a possibility of him coming back next week. No, he was down for the whole season last year. So with that being said, at that point, I could easily see where coaches and even some players where it's kind of like we forgot you're on the team. But as a player now, especially as a player that is a tenured player in this style of defense, this specific playbook, you got to now make yourself available and try to answer any questions that your teammates might have, or just try to go to meetings and try to ask your teammates as well, hey, do you understand that concept? Stuff that you grasped already that because you've been in the system for so long, there's different things that you could do to help. But, yeah, you got to stay positive as a player because when you are down and when you're not playing football games, you're the forgotten person in that locker room. And the coaches are going to move on without you, and the players, especially when you walk in that building. Now, players are going to still have a friendship with you outside of that building, and you might be going to dinner and might be involved in those things. But when you walk in that building, it's kind of like, hey, I got to take care of business. I got to get this playbook down, or I'm going to go meet with coaches. There's not a lot of sitting down time when you're at the facility. You're there to work, right? You might get breakfast before you get there in the morning, before you start things before your first meeting, and then during the day you get about an hour lunch. But from 8 o'clock in the morning to 5 p.m. on a Wednesday and Thursday, it's nonstop go. Whether it's meetings, whether it's a walkthrough, whether you got to practice, get in the weight room, or you're doing treatment, it's nonstop. So you just got to dial in and focus in. But you got to find a way to stay positive when you do have injuries, and that's a big thing as well, Sandy, that I need to speak to. It's the mindset of injuries too, because I've seen a lot of guys that come in with a poor attitude or don't have the right mindset, and that's just a bad apple. You got to be able to come in and have a great mindset and, trust the system and fully complete your rehab each and every day and challenge yourself. Constant communication back and forth with the athletic training staff, letting them know if you think a thing is a little bit too easy or you think something is a little too difficult, because you could easily regress when you do have some of these injuries where you got to be honest with yourself and you got to communicate with these athletic trainers.
Here's Callahan, who, as we mentioned, has never finished a season, but he has never missed a full season before, an adversity that he commented on earlier this week.
Yeah, I've had injuries in the past, but never, the same injury twice in a row. So that was something new for me. I know I've dealt with the frustration not being able to go out there and play, but to work all the way up into training camp and have it rehappen again, that was something new for me. So it was a new journey trying to get through that.
Yeah. He's always been ready to go and at the start of the season available, but this year or last year was completely different. It's the National Football League, stands for not for long. Guys get hurt each and every day, so guys are going to have to figure out as they go. There's nothing that's written in stone that you're going to play 10 years or you're going to play 16 games this year. So you got to be able to adapt and adjust. But when you do face adversity, you just got to do it with a smile on your face and put the work in. Be willing to put the work in. But like I said, with his injury, it sounds like it was very painful with that screw bending. But he's healthy now, and hopefully that hardware changed up a little bit where now it's a little bit stronger, where he could completely put it out of his mind and try to go out there for the first time in his career and play 16 games for the Denver Broncos, because they're expecting big things out of him, and they need him. They need him to play, because right now there's still a question mark of who's going to play on the opposite side of A.J. Bouye. But at the same time, guys do get banged up. So if A.J. can't go one game, hopefully Callahan could step in and fill that role, or, vice versa if that's the case. But when you start playing football games, hopefully the injury is just completely on the back burner, and he's just focused in, and he's able to complete his job and do the task at hand.
Thoughts on Jerry Jeudy, and they've been positive thoughts from just about every defensive back in the Bronco organization so far.
Oh man, he's a great player, man. I love going up against him because I know I'm getting better. He's a savvy receiver. He knows how to create that separation that the quarterbacks love to see.
That's what everybody's been saying, right?
Yeah.
Separation. We've all been talking about the separation of Jerry Jeudy even before the draft this year. Everybody's been raving about it. I think that a lot of these cornerbacks can learn a lot from Jerry Jeudy. And they have to be willing to, where you got your veterans that look at rookies like, hey, like you're a completely different part of the team. But with how Jerry Jeudy works and how he approaches it, I think each one of these cornerbacks can work on something, some part of their game each and every day by going against him in practice. So hopefully that's the approach that they're taking, because this guy is game ready. This guy will have a big season if him and Drew Lock are in sync. If the offensive line could hold up, it's going to be funny watching teams come in here on Sundays or wherever the Broncos play, where now who are they going to put their number one cornerback on? Is it going to be Jeudy? Is it going to be Cortland Sutton? Because whoever is the number one cornerback is not on, the other person should have a field day. But these two wide receivers are good enough that even when they're playing against the number one cornerback, they should be able to create separation and be able to make big plays as well. So Drew Lock has to get in sync with them. This offensive line needs to block and protect. But it should be a fun season for the Denver Broncos with Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton.
Bryce Callahan facing competition, or is he? We'll get to that in a second. But first, the question of whether he feels more comfortable as a healthy player now playing on the inside or the outside.
That's a good question. I'm most comfortable at inside because that's what I've done most of my career, but I'm not foreign to outside. I'm willing to do both wherever the coach feels is best for the team, and that's where I'm going to be at.
Yeah, great answer. Obviously, he was brought in here to be the nickelback,
right?
Because that's what all the reports have been. But there will be situations where Bryce now has to play on the outside this year in two wide situations or in heavy packages, when now it's a 3rd and 4 situation where teams are trotting two tight ends out there and they're running back and two wide receivers, or a tight end and a fullback and two wide receivers in a situation like that, where I could see him bumping out to the outside. When I was out there at training camp the other day, saw him playing a little bit of inside, a little bit of outside. So it's nice to have that flexibility in him. But when teams go to 3 wide, I fully anticipate him to be the nickel and to be on that slot receiver. But it's nice that he's getting comfortable with playing both inside and outside, and he doesn't prefer one, because the Broncos, because of the depth, it's not like back in the day with the no-fly zone where the Broncos had that luxury now to put Chris Harris Jr. on the slot position when you went nickel. The Broncos don't have the luxury right now where Bryce can't play the nickel. They have to put him there in those types of situations. And he's played it a lot longer than anybody on this team, too. So hopefully he's able to excel in that position.
All right, here's Callahan talking about the competition he's seen so far for the third cornerback spot. And, of course, perhaps the third cornerback was going to be Michael Ojemudia, who is now injured. And remember, this conversation took place earlier in the week.
Oh, yeah, man. It's always good to have competition. That's what's going to bring the best in our team. So to have three solid dudes, fight for that position is always good for our team.
Man, all of his is the short and sweet, huh? But, yeah, with Ojemudia, with Bosby, is Duke Dawson in the mix over there? I know Devontae Harris has been mixing it up a little bit, but you got to think that Duke Dawson would be in the mix too for that last cornerback position. But competition for me fuels emotion, fuels hunger in players. And when there is good competitions at positions and somebody flat out beats it and wins that competition, well, now you got other guys that you got to look at them and say, hey, you're going to make this team on playing special teams. So now your special teams unit should be getting better as well. And now we should be more excited about special teams and seeing what they could do this season. So I think competition is always good. And quite frankly, if you're an NFL player and you don't like competition, you shouldn't be in the NFL. When you're in college, constantly you see the turnover. There's only 11 guys on the field each and every time, but yet in college football, they'll bring in 20, 22 freshmen. And some of these freshmen have been told that they're the best thing since sliced bread and they're going to be a 4-year starter. That's a lot of these coaches' recruiting pitch when they walk into your living room. You're going to start for 4 years. You're going to win a national championship, go to the NFL. So you're used to competition at that point when you're in college. So in the NFL, I always believe that there still should be some kind of competition each and every year. Now, I think competition could be bad, Sandy, during the season, because it's kind of like, hey, we went through OTAs, we went through the offseason program, we went through training camp. I won the job at that point. But during these times for the Broncos right now, I love that Ojemudia is competing. I love that Bosby's competing. I love that Duke Dawson's competing. And let the best man win. Whoever fits the best in that
Is
team.
there a best man?
Is there? Yeah. You know who my guy is.
A healthy best man.
You know
I know
who my
Bosby's
guy.
your guy, but Bosby is thankfully back in the practice field today.
He's
I know
back
you
out there.
think he might be their best corner.
Yeah, he's back out there getting ready to have a great year, getting ready to be physical in the run game for Vic Fangio, come up, make tackles. But I think that there could be more talent in the room. Yes. There could be more talent. You could have got more talent, whether that was the draft, whether that was free agency, or whether that's right now with Logan Ryan sitting at home. There could be more talent in that room, absolutely. But competition is always a good thing. And I love that they didn't just give the job away to one of these guys where you see him working with the ones every single day and they didn't have to earn that position.
This is KKFN and KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. And Callahan has been in this defense for a number of years, and the defense was not great the first year in Chicago under Vic Fangio. Callahan was asked how this defense can get better in year two.
I feel like for year two, a lot of guys, just pick up the scheme a lot better, and, we're able to do more advanced stuff that maybe we weren't able to do last year and stuff. So just the knowledge of the defense, people understanding how it's working, I feel like helps in the spike of the play in defense.
Yeah, I agree with him right there. Year two, everything kind of slows down, even with being in a new system. You could be a vet going into a different defense, and you kind of know your bread and butter and what you're comfortable of doing. But when you have consecutive years of playing in the same system, people understand it a lot better. It slows down. They know exactly how to get to their checks. As far as when you watch football each and every week, Sandy, you see the defensive you'll see the middle linebacker either put up a right hand, put up a left hand, or you'll see him constantly talking. And that's basically telling you what the strength of the defense is or the strength of the offenses. Sorry, strong left, strong right, and that now because of those calls, the defensive linemen now getting aligned. Last year in this defense, a lot of times I saw A.J. Johnson or I saw Todd Davis going down to one of these D tackles, whether it was Shelby Harris, Purcell's, Derek Wolfe, and tapping them on the hip to get them to slide over. Well, that shouldn't happen in year 2 because now these guys should be able to key in on the motions and the shifts, and the defensive line should be able to slide by themselves and taking a little bit off of these linebackers' plate at the same time. So that's the type of things that year 2 in a defense happens. But I also think this defense should be a lot more better because of just the guys that they do have. You know, you look at a guy like Draymond Jones, having another year with him. Draymond Jones last year at one point was on the Broncos hybrid package when they went with 3 outside linebackers and 1 defensive lineman. Draymond Jones was the defensive lineman as a rookie. You know, Shelby Harris, if he could continue to build upon what he's done. You know, A.J. Johnson, second year for him. Bringing in a guy like Jarrell Casey and what he brings to this defensive line room. So players as well that they have brought in, or just players, young players having a next year underneath their belt. But all that should help this defense become a more dominant defense.
I agree. I'm not sure where I come down on how good this defense can be this year. I know that technically it was a top 10 scoring defense last year, and it was good defense last year. And, yeah, the Broncos blew some games late with the defense on the field. They also won some games late thanks to the defense. I mean, the Oakland game was won on a defensive play, not on an offensive play. The Broncos only scored 16 points. It was one of 9 games in which the Broncos scored 16 points or less. They won on a defensive play by Shelby Harris on the 2-point conversion. Broke up a pass.
Yeah.
Right? So you say, well, the defense lost some games, was on the field for game-winning drives by the opponent, but sometimes they were in games that otherwise had involved excellence being demonstrated by the defense, even domination being demonstrated by the defense. I think it will come down to how quickly they can get things together on the offensive side of the ball. The games in the division worry me, and I do think to be a playoff team, the Broncos ought to beat the Kansas City Chiefs at home this year. I don't expect them to win in Kansas City, but to make the playoffs, they have to have a winning record in the division. And if you're losing twice to Kansas City, you've got to sweep the Raiders and you've got to sweep the Chargers in order to have a winning record.
Yeah.
You will need more strength at inside linebacker and at cornerback than I believe the Broncos have right now to hold those teams under 24 points.
Yeah.
Which means that you either find strength in those positions that doesn't seem to exist now, or you find a way to score 30 points or more and win a higher scoring game against Kansas City. Last year, remember, we thought Kansas City's offense is fine, although Mahomes is hurt, but, boy, their defense is vulnerable. The Broncos should be able to score maybe as many as 30 points against, no matter how good Kansas City's offense may be, the Broncos can score 30 off that defense. The Broncos scored 6 points off that defense. 1 touchdown and 1 missed 2-point conversion. No other scores in the game. As I remember, they didn't even come close to scoring.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm not sure they were on the Kansas City side of the field after that. They may have been once or twice barely across midfield, but they didn't even come close to scoring again. And I think, as we've discussed, there will be weeks in which the offense looks great. There will be weeks in which the offense looks bad. But the offense may have the luxury of being carried by the defense in certain games. But I think inside this division, especially against the Chiefs, the defense is only going to be able to do so much, and the offense is going to have to be great.
Yeah.
So
they gotta hold
whether
their
they're
own.
10th or
You can't
12th
just
in defense,
live off
15th,
of this defense. You
I don't
can't just
think it
rely
matters.
on this defense and say, the defense is going to be able to get some turnovers, and we're going to win because of the defense. The offense, if you're really going to compete against the Kansas City Chiefs, the offense is going to have to hold their own. They're going to have to be able to sustain drives. They're going to have to be able to go the distance, and they're going to have to be able to finish drives with touchdowns instead of field goals. Especially when you look at those positions that you're saying, the inside linebacker position where you got to cover these running backs, you got to cover these tight ends. The other cornerback position where, in this division against the Chiefs, the Raiders, the Chargers, they do have nice 1-2 punches at the wide receiver position. So the opposite corner of Callahan, Boye, they're going to have to step up because they're going to be tested. And I'm not going to say that teams are going to look at Boye and say, oh, we can't go at him. But they're going to look at whoever they believe is the weakest link, and they're going to try to expose that player first. And then they might start distributing the ball around and giving it to different people. But at first, when you look at this defense, they're going to have to try to keep this offense in the game. But the offense doesn't have the luxury to sit there and say later on in the season we could afford to have a day that doesn't look that great on paper. Where Drew Lock goes, 12 for 24 for 110 yards, 1 touchdown. In a situation like that, later on in the season, they can't afford that. That's when this defense is going to be weared down, and they're going to have to be able to take care of their business. So they have to be able to play off of each other, and I think it's more acceptable early in the season if the defense comes out and the defense is playing solid and the offense doesn't look as good as you would like it to, because that playbook is different. That playbook is 500 pages of different plays that you could run, and you're going to miss on some things, but the offense needs to catch up. And I think the defense is going to look a lot better than the offense at first, but the offense needs to constantly try to be constantly try to even the playing ground where they're catching up to the intensity that the defense is, because there will be times where this defense gets exposed because the lack of depth and at the inside linebacker position and the cornerback position, but also the lack of talent as well.
Training Camp 2020, locked and loaded. We're breaking it all down thanks to Sport Court of the Rockies. Check out all of our training camp content at 1043thefan.com. Here are the Callahan impressions of Drew Lock, the quarterback. You've already heard him talk about Judy. Here's what he has to say. Don't blink, you'll miss it. Impressions of Drew Lock.
Oh man, a great player. He's got a great arm, and he be dropping dimes. He knows how to find that guy that's open. So I'm excited to see him out there.
Dropping dimes.
I mean, he got a good line in there.
Drew Dimes.
Is that what we're going to call it? Well, Danny Dimes is already taken, so we can't really do Drew Dimes.
Oh, man.
We got to come up with some other alliterative phrase for Drew Lock.
I think
Danny Dimes is already taken.
Yeah, I think that with Drew Lock, I think Drew knows how good his arm is. That's why when I go out to practice, that's why I see him continue to throw off his back foot and not really step into his throws. And I don't think that that's going to be sustainable. I think he still has some growing up to do, especially this year, stepping into these throws. The offensive line could definitely help him with that aspect, keeping that pocket clean and helping build that confidence that he needs, where now everything becomes the exact same thing with your drop back, with your throws. You're always stepping into them, and you don't continue to be comfortable throwing off that back foot. But, with these wide receivers and watching them go against these cornerbacks, Drew has been throwing some balls where he's like, man, that's a beautiful ball. So hopefully he can continue to do that.
Joint statement coming out of the NBA and the National Basketball Players Association this morning. This is through Executive Director Michelle Roberts of the NBPA and NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, a joint statement. We had a candid, impassioned, and productive conversation yesterday between NBA players, coaches, and team governors regarding next steps to further our collective efforts and actions in support of social justice and racial equality. Among others, the attendees included player and team representatives of all 13 teams in Orlando. All parties agreed to resume NBA playoff games on Saturday, August 29th, with the understanding that the league, together with the players, will work to enact the following commitments. 1. The NBA and its players have agreed to immediately establish a social justice coalition with representatives from players, coaches, and governors that will be focused on a broad range of issues, including increasing access to voting, promoting civic engagement, and advocating for meaningful police and criminal justice reform. 2. In every city where the league franchise owns and controls the arena property, team governors will continue to work with local elections officials to convert the facility into a voting location for the 2020 general election to allow for a safe in-person voting option for communities vulnerable to COVID. If a deadline is passed, team governors will work with local elections officials to find another election-related use for the facility, including but not limited to voter registration and ballot receiving boards. 3. The league will work with the players and our network partners to create and include advertising spots in each NBA playoff game dedicated to promoting greater civic engagement in national and local elections and raising awareness around voter access and opportunity. These commitments follow months of close collaboration around designing a safe and healthy environment to restart the NBA season, providing a platform to promote social justice, as well as creating an NBA foundation focused on economic empowerment in the black community. We look forward to the resumption of the playoffs and continuing to work together in Orlando and in all NBA team markets to push for meaningful and sustainable change. That is a joint statement coming from the NBA and the NBPA through Executive Director Michelle Roberts and Commissioner Adam Silver. That statement just released.
Yeah. It sounds like it's just focused around this voting, though, for me. Like with listening
That's a
to
large part of it,
it's
sure.
just,
There's a criminal justice reform piece to it, but a lot of it is around voting, which is the chief short-term concern really in all areas of America today, and polls show nationally that people have severe doubts. A majority of the people surveyed have severe doubts as to whether their vote will be counted in November.
I don't like to really get into politics. I think politics and parenting are things that people
but voting
should keep
access
private
shouldn't be
and
political.
Not really talk about. But it's nice that they're doing things to create more access. It's nice that they're doing things to create safer environments. But I want to see what's the plan with the NBA as far as, how do we get a long-term solution? These are more immediate solutions, but how do we get more of a long-term solution for the things that are at hand, as far as the social injustice, the racial inequality issues. So it's nice. It is nice, though, at the end of the day, that people can feel safe and people can get out and vote, and sanitary things and things like that, sanitation things. So that's a step in the right direction, but I still think that there needs to be a lot more thought that goes into this, and there needs to be more that is done. I don't have the answers. One of our texters say, hey, we hear you guys, talking about what's wrong, but we don't hear any suggestions as far as to the solution and how to get to the solution. And I don't have all the answers. I'm going to continue educating myself. That's what I'm going to try to do.
Right. But people just don't want to hear. And, we've been shouted down again today, so to speak, on the RamosLaw.com text line. People don't want to hear opinions that are different from their own. Their opinions are facts. Our facts are mere opinions. And, obviously there isn't much in the way of discussion that can be had. If people are open-minded and want to listen, we have stated our opinions and our viewpoint. I don't believe voting access is political. I do believe that the attempts to suppress voting that are clearly directed at a particular community could have an impact on people who might have a different voting preference from those communities that are being supposedly attacked directly through this. The Postal Service is popular with everybody. As far as I've been able to tell, over 90% of the American public approves of the Postal Service, wants to receive not only their mail on time, but medications. Veterans want to receive medications that they are on in a timely way. So this affects everybody. And to say that, as I've heard, well, my vote will count and yours won't. No, votes of all kinds won't be counted if votes aren't counted. They're not going to open up your ballot to see how you voted and decide at that point whether they're going to count it or not. Here in Colorado, which is the only area we have control over as a voting public, right?
Yeah.
We vote in Colorado. Our votes in Colorado determines who wins the state. There are votes for local office. There are votes for national office. And we have not only mail-in opportunities, we have drop boxes all over the state, hundreds of them, all over the state. You don't have to put your ballot in the mail here. So I don't think this state is as severely impacted by the restrictions or the attempted restrictions that are being placed on the vote.
This is my thing.
Because you can drop your ballot off. You don't have to ever put it in the mail.
This is my thing real quick, Sandy.
We're lucky that way.
Are these stadiums in black communities? No, they're not. So I get that we're going to create these stadiums and we're going to encourage people to come out. But what about the old lady that can't get out to that? You know, that literally just is confined to her community.
I agree that in some cases, in certain communities, you really want to vote.
Yeah.
You really want to have to do it.
Yeah,
it may make you uncomfortable. You may have to ask for assistance.
So
but at the end of the day, I do believe that it is up to the person to find a way to vote. It may be more inconvenient for some than for others, but if you really want to vote, they are saying here's an option that didn't previously exist.
Yep, and I'm hoping that they continue to brainstorm and create more options as well. That's all I'm saying. With this, I'm hoping that you continue, because that is a big issue, and that is something, voting and people feeling that their vote doesn't count, or people thinking, and it's been that way for a long period of time. But now I like what the NBA is doing as far as, they're creating more options, but let's also continue to brainstorm and continue to find some other options in some real bad communities where people can't get out of, or people can't afford to get somewhere to vote.
Yes, and again, I want to emphasize, if a deadline has passed, team governors will work with local elections officials to find another election-related use for the facility, including but not limited to voter registration and ballot receiving boards. So the key is working with local election communities. Nationally, the vote is not counted in Washington. The votes are counted state by state. You work with local officials. They're the ones who are counting the votes. They're the ones who are providing the machinery, the technology. They're the ones who are counting the votes. And in the end, as a wise man once said, all politics are local anyway. This is Denver Sports Station, Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan. DMac is at practice today and will be speaking to us next. DMac will be calling us shortly through the Fireball hotline to give an update on today's practice. Broncos back on the practice field. We have not heard much lately from Vic Fangio. Let's see if we can get some updates. First of all, on the guys who are injured, Hamler and O.J. Mudia in particular, who figure to be out perhaps for an extended period of time.
They're all the same as yesterday. They're day-to-day. I think there's a pretty good chance, better than 50-50, that some of those guys will be out there on Thursday.
Do you have a sense of which of those guys may be ready to go Thursday?
Not Ojemudia, not Hamler, obviously. You can refrain from asking me about those two for a while. Hamler longer than Ojemudia. Patrick, good chance Thursday. Purcell, 50-50, and Bosby, good chance Thursday.
We know they all came back, though.
Yeah,
the three guys you mentioned at the end. But how alarming is it to hear O.J. Mudia will be out and Hamler perhaps even longer than O.J. Mudia?
Well, he says don't. You could refrain from asking me about those guys for a while.
That's ominous. That's ominous
then
sounding.
He says about Hamler a lot longer. It sounds like a lot longer than O.J. Mudia. So I don't know what a while is to Vic Fangio, but I mean, when you're getting ready to strap it up here in a couple weeks, it's not a good sign, especially with O.J. Mudia being a guy that was competing at that cornerback position and trying to win a job, competing with Bosby, with Dawson, with Harris. And now you look at Hamler as a guy that's a big part of this offense as far as his speed and what he brings to this and being able to go three wide, as we know that Pat Shurmur loves to do. But you drafted a guy in Jerry Jeudy that is you're in a decent position because you want Jerry Jeudy to play outside, but at Alabama he's also played some inside.
Yeah.
So you have the flexibility to do that. And now put Tim Patrick outside with Jeudy at the slot position, but you want that speed back of Hamler. You want to be able to have that speed, especially when you have question marks at the offensive tackle position specifically.
All right, DMac is available to us at this point, calling through the Fireball hotline to give an update on today's practice. And we know, DMac, that Vic Fangio was talking the other day about having only 65 healthy players. He had at least 3 of those guys who were missing practice earlier in the week back at practice today.
Yeah, but there was a little bit of a scary moment because Jerry Jeudy seemed to get bumped up in the elbow, shoulder sort of area. Everybody held their collective breath. He was seen by a trainer for a little bit, but it wasn't serious enough for him to go off the field. In fact, after a little bit, he did come on. I don't think he got any footballs thrown his way when he came back on, but he at least came back on and was running around. It was a inconsistent day at best for the offense. And maybe Orlando can speak to it when the defense kind of knows what you're doing, but just kind of disjointed and false starts and kind of running into each other a little bit. Just they could never really get on the same page, and the defense was all over them today, guys. Not great, and I'm sure they'll want to see some better efficiency out of the offense tomorrow. And what Dick Fangio said is going to be as game-like as they possibly can have, including a halftime.
DMac, you just talked about false starts. I want you to touch a little bit more on that because those are drive killers. Those are plays that you don't even give your offense an opportunity to be successful. So do you have some guys some names as far as who was false starting or how
Orlando,
did it look?
They tried to, for the first time, I saw them try to work DeMar Dotson in at right tackle. And they tried. And it didn't go well. And again, you're better than me to talk about what that's like when you replace one of those cogs on the wheel, right? Like when you have a new guy in there and his tendencies, and maybe that makes you a little jumpy. And that seemed to happen with Dotson when they were trying to put him in there. That's the best impression of it that I had.
When we talk about Drew Lock, we hear some different things, and you've probably seen some different things on a day-to-day basis from him. How would you assess Drew Lock as we are now at a point where the season starts in 2.5 weeks? How ready does he look to you to assume a major role? Maybe more expectation and more pressure on Lock than we've had on the previous 6 quarterbacks here combined.
After today, I think Drew Lock will be as effective as his offensive line allows him to be. And I think
great statement.
If they can do a good job for him, I think he'll be fantastic. He may even, save everybody's bacon every now and then.
Right.
But fellas, when you just don't have time, when you just can't move, when you got Von Miller blasting through, or a guy like Von Miller, I mean, seriously, fellas, what can you do? Hopefully, you won't turn the ball over. Drew's got all the athleticism and confidence of his teammates that you could hope for, and he can move well and throw the ball on the run well. All the intangibles, he has a good control of calling the plays and getting to the line, all that stuff. But it can all blow up so easily, and we saw it today. We saw a bunch of plays today that good luck holding on to the ball. And, where things could be going along fine or okay, and just one or two of those plays can be somewhat of a nightmare. And unfortunately, we are seeing that. So, never mind some quirky, like today was a real day that I saw some rookiness out of Judy. A ball early in practice hit him in the chest, bounces off his chest right into A.J. Boye for an interception. There was a play that Judy was actually out there with Driscoll, and he wasn't necessarily the intended target, but the pass came up a little short. It hit Judy in the helmet. Like, it hit him in the head. He just wasn't sort of aware of where the ball, possibly could be. And then, of course, he, got dinged up a little bit. So, listen, I think the guy's going to be unbelievable. But it's unfair to expect him to be perfect. And it's probably unfair to expect him to be some sort of, hero right off the bat. I'll give you something, though, guys, that I have seen. There's 2 things I've seen. This is my 3rd time out here.
Right.
And I've seen something the same all 3 times. And that is Tyree Cleveland making plays and Albert O. My goodness. There are just things that this dude has in terms of speed and how he catches the ball deep. Just every single – it's only 3 times, but all 3 times I've been here, Tyree Cleveland has impressed, Albert O. is impressed, and Levante Bellamy's been impressive. Oh, and by the way, Melvin Gordon has not been put in any situations where he could get any sort of contact. So Philip Lindsay is getting tons of reps with the ones in red zone, sort of move the ball, all those types of periods. And he looks great. Tons of reps for Philip Lindsay compared to Melvin Gordon.
When you talk about Albert O and Tyree Cleveland, they've impressed where they'll be active on the game day roster, you think? Or they've impressed where they'll be on the 53-man roster, but more contribution to special teams?
That is, Orlando, that's such a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
You tell me, Orlando, what do you do with a player during training camp who all he does is make plays every time he's given an opportunity? What exactly do you do with that guy?
Well, Albert O's case, I got to see him try to block Von Miller and Bradley Chubb. If he can't do that.
He can't block.
Well, then, well, you're going to have to go play special teams for us, right?
That's
you're
a
gonna
given.
have to play some special teams then at that point.
So much for special
we're not
teams.
Holding her. But, hey, Orlando, let me give you a quick story then. He can't block. Forget about that, which is funny because he's huge. But Nick Vannett can't run down the field.
Yeah.
And not like Albert O. And there was a play today where Vannett was wide open for Drew Lock, maybe 25 yards down the field. Lock put it up there in a reasonable way, and it fell, 5 yards short, or over his head. And it was absolutely positively a play. If Albert O was running that route, it had been like a 70-yard touchdown. But with Vannett, no, he's not going to make that play. So I don't know, man. You tell me, what's the value? Who can be out there? Who can't be out there? But Vannett's not going to be – I'll tell you that. Vannett's not going to be that guy, and Albert O is – I'm sorry to laugh, but there's no way he's going to block Von Miller. Holy cow. I don't know if he could block a cell call.
Yeah.
Dude.
Hey, I only have one more question for you Because
Okay.
it's a product of our last conversation when you reported that Isaac Yadam was maybe the lead trash talker on the defensive side of the ball, or at least in the secondary. And my question to you is, as you watch today, is Isaac Yadam still talking trash to everybody?
I did not see. He wasn't in my notes. I didn't make many notes of Yadam. The supreme trash talker is Kareem Jackson. Okay, he's the number one guy.
Okay,
But
all
Yadam likes to yap as well. Today it was Devontae Harris more out there as the third corner. Bosby.
Okay.
I didn't take a whole lot of note of Yadam at any point today. I'm not saying he wasn't out there, but it's just one of those things during camp. You know, you can't watch everybody, but, you know, do you write this guy's name down? Is there something that happened? And today there was nothing with Yadam that happens, but it's another day. Tyree Cleveland, huh?
Yeah.
Every practice I'm writing down 86, Tyree Cleveland. And, you know, Alberto is always in the notes, too. Not so much with Yadam today. And Bryce Callahan's your number 2 corner with Boye anyway. So, you know, we'll see who that third guy is. Who knows if we ever really know, fellas, who that third guy is the whole season. I wouldn't be surprised if that rotates the whole year.
Hey, DMac, you talked about the offense kind of looking like the defense knew exactly what was coming today and it just looked sloppy. But I want you to speak to the timing, because that's a big, important thing in this offense with Drew Lock and getting the timing down with Cortland Sutton, with KJ Hamler, even though we know he's not practicing right now, but Jerry Jeudy, Albert O, Noah Fant, you know, these running backs coming out the backfield. Did you notice anything as far as the timing, balls being late or anything like that, a little behind or anything like that, where he's misjudging
a little bit.
speed?
I noticed this stance that happens every now and then, so I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. But other than there were some real missed throws. I mean, in 7-on-7 for one of the first times in training camp, I saw Locke just totally miss a guy for an interception. Orlando was sketchy today. What can I tell you? It was of the 3 times, again, my pick 3 times out here. This was the sketchiest of all the times that I've seen the offense. But hey, listen, there's other times where it looks great and looks awesome. And boy, the tight ends are going to be such a big part of this offense. Such a big part. And you never know what those little dump-off plays that, you know, go for 5 and end up being 20 yards or maybe a touchdown or tough to tackle. So, and Jake Butt, Jake Butt's out here slunging it away. I don't know what the future is for Jake Butt, but there's always room for that. Philip Lindsay caught every single ball coming his way today. Good for Philip. And looks terrific, looks healthy. And maybe that'll be the key for his success, staying healthy, where Melvin Gordon hasn't been 100% healthy, and we'll see what happens with him.
Do you think that's a little bit more of a precautionary with Melvin? I know you said that Phillip's taking a ton of reps right now. So what do you think's going on with Melvin in that instance?
I believe I don't think it's a want or a desire. I think it is just being careful. I think that's all it is. You know, I mean, listen, man. At this point, guys, do we really want anybody to get hurt? I mean, come on now. And even tomorrow will be interesting because they're going to run it. Tomorrow will probably be as close as they get to a game situation this entire, I don't even know, the training camp, preseason, whatever you want to call it. And I bet you anything after tomorrow, not that they'll shut it down completely, but I bet they'll be even overly careful and just roll the dice and see what we got. But I think tomorrow will be the day that they put it out there. So we'll see with Gordon. We'll see if they put him in situations tomorrow where he could take a bump or two. But they avoided it today. I think it's just precautionary. I mean, he was in full pads. He was doing drills off to the side when he wasn't participating in stuff. He looks good. He looks athletic. He looks fast. He looks big. So I'm going to guess it's just a precautionary measure.
Our thanks, DMac. We appreciate it. Great job as usual.
Guys.
Yeah, thanks a lot,
Okay,
DMac.
thank you, boys.
I'll tell you, I give him credit. He is so observant. He has a lot of stuff. He makes notes. I've talked about this before. He's one of my favorite people to talk to. If I can't watch the practice, he makes a lot of notes and, again, presents training camp in kind of a different way. And all these things, Orlando, I know you've been out there. You've seen practice. It's tough to evaluate. It really is. And, we're kind of laughing about Albert O. Big as he is, no one who has seen him even practice believes he can block anybody. Even somebody 40, 50 pounds lighter. That isn't his deal.
Yeah.
And he reminds us probably more of Julius Thomas than Noah Fant would remind us of Julius Thomas, in the sense that Noah Fant is hardly a great blocker, but he does seem to have a degree of willingness to do it. Albert O is who he is, and you accept him at face value. He is potentially, especially in the red zone, an attractive target.
Yeah.
But don't expect him to block down there or anywhere else on the field. And don't expect him to play special teams because he won't tackle people.
Yeah, you got to be able to block if you're on kickoff return or punt return too, right? So he's a Julius Thomas 2.0, where there's tremendous upside when you're running routes and you're detached. But if you have to attach him now to the offensive line, it's more of a bump and go type of thing. Just bump the defensive end on the way when you're releasing for this route. Don't worry about Max protecting and blocking this guy. We're going to get you out there and now use your athletic ability now to expose people. That's why you're here. But as far as just God-gifted ability and just physical talent, I mean, you look at him and he looks like, man, this guy looks great.
He
and
stands
then you
out.
watch him when he's running his routes, it's like, man, nobody this big should be able to move the way that this guy's moving.
Yeah.
So hopefully Pat Shurmur has a nice little section on his play call sheet on Sundays where it's highlighted that Alberto has to be in the game for these, because it's a nightmare mismatch. I don't see linebackers that should be able to guard him one-on-one. And now if he's put in a situation where a team does want to go to their dime package and put 6 DBs out there, now he should be able to play bully ball at that point and be able to box them out and put his hands up and say, hey, Julak, throw the ball right here, or go up and get it and be an athletic specimen and to have that vertical jump and go high point the ball. And in the red zone, he should be big for the Broncos this year. These tight ends should be really big for the Broncos this year. I'm going to tell you this, Sandy, with the combination of Albert O and Noah Fant,
yes,
do not be surprised at the end of the season if the tight ends have more touchdowns thrown to them in the red zone than Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy combined.
It's a big statement, but you are restricting that to the red zone, not overall touchdowns.
No.
But you're saying red zone touchdowns. Fant and Albert O.
They'll be the first reads.
They'll
be 1 and 2 reads. Yeah,
ahead of Sutton and Jeudy on red zone touchdown receptions. Okay, we'll remember that forecast. We'll file it away, and we'll hold you to it. I think I might be inclined to agree with you. I think in the red zone it might be as many as 10 for the tight ends, maybe 7 or 8 for the wide receivers in the red zone, in the red zone.
Yeah.
On touchdown receptions. Vic Fangio talking, obviously, earlier this week on what he is looking for with respect first to the third cornerback position right now.
Well, I'm hoping to see that it's so obvious that you guys can make the pick for us. Okay? I don't think that will happen. I think they're all very close. But I'd really like to see one guy surface above the rest and go grab the position and not win it by default. And they all have their pluses and minuses. They've got to accentuate their pluses more, eliminate their minuses, and hopefully we'll find that guy. We got about 19 days to do it.
Yeah. You go into training camp when you have a position up. It's kind of like, hey, who's going to win today? And that's how I would start it off at the start of training camp. Who won today? And then later on in training camp, that's when I'm going to give guys, that back-to-back days, where it's, hey, you get 2 days here. Now, we're going to see if you're able to make adjustments. We're going to see if you're able to learn from your mistakes from the previous day. And then I would just look at it all and and see who won the most amount of times, but also you got to take in the factor of who fits the best as well. You know, when Kareem Jackson's out there, when Justin Simmons is out there, Boye, Callahan, who fits now as the next piece to the puzzle? You know, who do you get out there where there's a little amount of communication, but everybody also feels very well with that person's ability, and everybody's confident that he's going to be in the right position and he's always going to be right in his alignment. And I think that's how you come to your conclusion of who gets the nod as the starting cornerback, because when I was out there, and I've been out there twice now, where I'm watching training camp and there's not a guy that's clear-cut saying, hey, it's my job.
Right.
And a lot of it is because of the type of talent that you're going up against as well, because these wide receivers, they're going to catch balls. Drew Lock does have an arm that he can just flip that wrist and throw the ball 50 yards down the field. You know, so these routes are going to be elongated and guys are going to get exposed at times. But you got to keep a tally in order to see who's winning each and every day, and then just figure out how to get the best guys on. And you might feel comfortable a little bit differently, right? And that's something where you talk about what we've talked about when I've moved from the right tackle position to the left guard position here in 2014, where Chris Clark played so well in 2013 for us that we could not say we're going to go now put this guy on the bench, where it was they looked at me, they moved me because I had played the left guard position in college, and now they thought Chris Clark was going to be able to play just as well at right tackle as he did the year before at left tackle. So it's also just trying to find the best combination of five. Who's your five best guys and getting them out on the field as well. So that's another reason why when we talked about Bryce Callahan earlier in the show, where I could say I could see him playing inside or outside, because it all depends on who the next cornerback is and how he fits and how comfortable he fits.
Vic Fangio, once again, talking about what he has liked from Drew Lock so far and what areas are in need of improvement.
Well, I like, Drew's got good talent with the throwing the ball. He can throw the ball in all phases of all parts of the field equally well, meaning short, intermediate, and deep. I like his scrambling ability, which is obvious. And I think he's got a pretty good command of the offense, even though it's a new offense. There is some carryover from last year's offense. He's in a much better spot than he was last year at this time. But it's a guy that only played 5 games. And, he's into his second training camp. Last year's got cut short. And I like where he's at, but he still has a lot of improvement to make, I believe.
Yeah. Still a young football player, right? Even with all the talent that the Broncos surrounded him with, even all the talent through the draft and having this young football team, he still has not played a ton of football at this level.
True.
Has not seen a ton of
and
different coverages.
Practiced a lot at this level.
Yeah.
Right?
So I think that Drew has to do a better job with his dropbacks. I think he has to do a better job in stepping into each and every one of those throws. And not only that, as a young player, you'll rely more on arm talent than technique and fundamentals. And I think he has to use this year to really hone in on his technique and his fundamentals to become a more complete quarterback, because the arm strength is there. Anybody that watches Drew Lock, anybody that has seen him at practice, you're going to be able to say that. But he's got to hone in on his technique as far as, how he reverses out, how he hands off the ball. That stuff needs to become second nature. The fundamentals, stepping into throws, that needs to become second nature, because you're going to constantly have a battle at the quarterback position, and you're going to be playing a game of cat and mouse trying to catch the defense off guard with understanding their coverages and things like that. And that's the next step. But right now, he needs to focus on his fundamentals and technique.
Interesting show today. We will be making way for Stokley and Zach here in the next few moments. Orlando, thank you for your contributions. And thanks to those on the text line. It's been a little calmer today on the Ramos-Law.com text line, and we appreciate your listening habits and many of the thoughts that have been expressed. Interesting week in sports, and we'll get back here Monday, and we will have playoff games to talk about with respect to both the Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. And we look forward to that.
Yeah, have a great weekend, Sandy, and everybody out there have a great weekend as well.
This Denver Sports Station, Sports Radio, 104.3 The Fan.
Well, it is the Stokley and Zach show, but it is not Stokley and Zach. It is Stokley and Sean Drotar. You can tell the difference because of the whole voice and everything. So the program today is going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to sitting in with you. Thanks for having me today, Stoke.
Oh, thanks for being here today. How's everything going?
Not too bad. Not too bad. It's been, I forgot how everything worked. This is my first time in studio since March. So I have no idea what works anymore. I forgot the buttons. I was just happy my key still opened the door.
That's always a good sign. When your key still opens the door, that's a good sign. You haven't been fired.
Right.
So that's a good sign.
Or at least, they didn't forget about you.
Right. Exactly. So good to have you here. I know we got a great show, and I'm ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun weekend, actually. I mean, sports obviously put on pause, not for the coronavirus this case, but for some social justice issues that players find important. But we're getting back at it starting tomorrow. And the opportunity for the Rockies, who have had a bit of a winning streak, they'll be going as well, try to keep that going. And, of course, the Avs and the Nuggets have playoff games this weekend. And the Broncos, with camp still going on, we're getting close to a whole bunch of things happening at once.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. I'm excited about watching the Nuggets get back after it, see if they can pull off this mini miracle. I'm excited about watching the Rockies try to keep this thing going back in the right direction. And the Avs, winning their last one. So all three of our teams, when you look at them before this little mini break here, were heading in the right direction.
Which is good because about a week prior they were all heading in the wrong direction.
Yes, it felt like they were all losing every single night.
Yeah, everything was in free fall. So to have it get a little bit better, that's a good sign. And when you look at the way that these have played out, the Avs are down 1-2. They're in decent shape. They kind of righted the ship and can get better. The Nuggets, of course, still have their back against the wall. They have to face 2 elimination games to get going forward. Which of the two at the moment are you more excited and more curious about?
Well, I think for me, I'm excited about all of them, and especially both of those playoff teams and what their possibilities are. Now, both of them are losing. You look at the Avs, and it's only 2-1 there, so it's still a they're right in the mix. The Nuggets down 3-2. They were down 3-1. I think when I look at this mini break and I say which team might it benefit most, and will it benefit either one of them? I look at the Nuggets and I say, I think it might benefit the Nuggets here. Now, we'll wait and see how it plays out for them, but when you look at taking a break, maybe you get Gary Harris a little bit healthier, right? And maybe he can come back and play this next game, and he might not have been able to play a couple days ago or whenever they're playing. I'm losing track of days. So Gary Harris, get his health. And you know what it does for the Utah Jazz? They just had the 3-1 lead. Now they start thinking. A lot. Anytime after a loss, the thing that you want to do is play quickly as possible. And now they're not able to play. They're able to just sit in their room and start thinking about the what-ifs. What if we screw this up? What if they make a run? What if? So that I think it might benefit when I look at both squads and then you say, hey, Avalanche, Nuggets, I think it might benefit the Nuggets more.
Well, I think it will benefit the Nuggets more simply because of what you mentioned with Gary Harris. But I'm intrigued to hear you say that after you've lost, and I get it. After you've lost, you want to wash out that taste out of your mouth and you want to go ahead and get another shot at a game. But at the same time, if I were the Nuggets and you finally played the kind of game you wanted, especially in the third and fourth quarters against Utah, there seems like there would be a part of me that's like, let's just tip it off again right now. We feel like we're hot. We feel like we figured something out. Let's go. So it kind of seems like there's advantages to both. So it's really more about the mental state of each team.
Yeah. That's a good point. When you're rolling hot and you're the Nuggets and you found a way to have a nice comeback, finish off a game. Jamal Murray was lights out. You're like, all right, let's go again. Let's get this thing going. So we'll see how it plays out. I think the Avs will be fine. I don't know if it's going to help them with their 2 injuries that they have. Looking at
it won't hurt for sure.
Sure, right. So I'm hoping it benefits the Nuggets here and just puts a little bit more pressure on the Jazz, a little bit more doubt creeps in their mind, especially if the Nuggets can get off to a fast start. Get off to a fast start in Game 6, and if you do that, now I think the pressure might get to the Utah Jazz and help the Nuggets out.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I've heard you and Zach talk about it when I joined you yesterday. We talked about the idea of the layoff and what difference that might make for both of these teams. But for the Jazz, it does feel to me as if the winner of, and it's obvious if the Jazz win, but the winner of this Game 6 is going to win the series. Obviously, the Jazz win it flat out. But if you had this lead that the Jazz had, and then you blow 2 in a row, and then you might feel like, hey, now we're in trouble. And I think that this game is really going to be the one that decides it for the Nuggets. And so this is one of those games that is really pivotal, not only for the Nuggets in this season, but really for who they are going forward, because we know that they have some free agency decisions to take care of. Paul Millsap will be a free agent. Jeremy Grant, who they traded for, gave up significant assets for in the draft, is going to be a free agent. The Nuggets didn't deal for Jeremy Grant to have him come off the bench for most of this year and then leave. He's supposed to be the guy in the long term. And when you look at the way the guys played, I know Michael Malone, and you know coaches, they can be conservative to a fault. Across sports, every sport. You'd rather not play the young guy when you have a veteran. But when you look at the way the Nuggets finished that game with Jamal Murray, P.J. Dozier, Michael Porter Jr., Jeremy Grant, and Nikola Jokic, that to me, with the exception of Dozier, you'd like to get Harris back, sort of feels like the future for the Nuggets. And the fact that worked so well when some of what they were doing is promising not only in the short term, but in the long term.
Yeah, I'm with you. But is that a concern for you that Jeremy Grant is not signed up for the long term?
Yes.
And now he's going to be going into free agency. Obviously, you're not going to want Paul Millsap back.
At least not at anywhere near the cost that he's there. If you're going to bring Millsap back, I would think you're looking at
it's like a Sean
situation.
Jefferson type of,
Richard Jefferson.
Yeah, Richard Jefferson.
Right.
Like, is it like that type of situation?
The mentor that's going to give you 15 minutes a night or something like that?
Yeah, or just sit on the bench and just be a good mentor.
Yeah, I think he can give you more than that.
A little bit more than that.
But I do get your point. I have no problem with bringing Millsap back, a guy that, of course, has ties here. And really, he's a 4-time All-Star. He knows everything about defense. Some of it is, Father Time's undefeated. But the Nuggets do have to take a look at that going forward. But first, they just have to get through this Game 6. And Jamal Murray right now is as hot as any, not just Denver Nugget, but athlete I've seen in this town in a while. And it's happening simultaneously with the other guy, Nathan McKinnon, who broke Joe Sakic's point streak to begin a playoff season. So to have these
if you're breaking Joe Sakic's record, you're doing pretty good for yourself.
Joe Sakic's in the top 10 all time in NHL scoring. So yeah, if you're breaking any of those records, whatever. If you went to McDonald's more time than Joe Sakic,
that's a good thing.
Anything,
that's a good thing.
Yeah, anytime you're passing that.
I think I disagree with you on and Zach too, because he was saying it yesterday. I'm not ready to crown the Nuggets or think that they're going to just win Game 7 if they win Game 6.
Okay.
And usually I am in that boat because once you've had the big lead and you let it slip away and now you force the Game 7, usually that's not good for the team that had the advantage before then, the team that had the lead. But with this series, I can't trust the Nuggets right now, even if they win Game 6. I can't trust the Nuggets. They've lost my trust in the bubble. So in this situation, I'm going to have to see how Game 6 plays out, but I'm still thinking if they go 7, it's going to be the Jazz in 7. I don't think it's going to go 7. I think the Jazz are going to win Game 6. But if it does go 7, I'm not ready to just say the Jazz are going to fold. They're going to feel that type of pressure and fold in Game 7. Not just yet.
What makes you think, just off the bat, that the Jazz are the favorites in Game 6?
In Game 6?
Yeah.
I just think they're the better team right now.
They have played better. It was almost like you had if you're the Nuggets, this series has been sort of an Oreo cookie of not that great. You won on the first and the last game, but that big stuffy fat-filled filling in the middle.
The double stuff.
Yeah,
I like the double stuff.
Yeah, that's what's not been good for the Nuggets.
So how can I trust them when I've seen them just after a great game one, just kind of just packing in for a couple games. How can I trust that basketball team? I just can't. I look at the Jazz and how they responded after losing that overtime game where Donovan Mitchell scored 180 points, right? And so if any time for the Jazz to fold, it would have been after that game. But they bounced back in a big way with their backs against the wall. I feel like I can trust that team. Unfortunately, I'm not over here pulling for the Jazz, right? But I feel like I can trust that team more so than I can trust the Denver Nuggets right now.
Well, the Nuggets won the first game in overtime, so that was a close game.
Yep.
They got blown out in the next two. They lost a close game in game four, pardon me. And then in game five, they had to mount a bit of a comeback to get it done. So if you were to say overall in the series, yeah, the Jazz have been notably the better team. And I guess this is something I'm glad to talk to you about because you're familiar with this mindset. And obviously in football, you're playing once a week. It's a little different when you're getting at it maybe 2 days later. But the Nuggets spent their time in the bubble basically trying to manufacture this matchup. And you hate to really use the word throw a game, but let's just say that the Nuggets certainly didn't care about certain games' outcomes.
Right.
Because when they were in doubt, when they had games against the Clippers, for example, where they could have still played that, they just kind of emptied the bench and just let it go. They manipulated their standings to get this matchup. And that has not exactly worked out.
No.
So you look at the way that the matchup hasn't exactly worked out, despite you actually threw away games, which might have been an opportunity to get your team in tune, get tuned up, get in sync with each other. They had been missing so many guys during the bubble with practices due to injury and due to illness. And now all of a sudden, they basically said, well, we'll just get it all together and flip the switch in the playoffs. That hasn't happened.
And your thoughts on that, though? What were your overall thoughts? We were on the same page there.
I
didn't think you were on the same page as me, but
no, I don't like it.
Yes,
you know how you practice winning, you win, and and if you don't win, you were trying to win, and that's the way you go ahead and you develop winning habits by going out and doing the things that will get you wins every game, whether it comes to fruition or not. Nobody wins all the time, but you can make the same effort, and the Nuggets had middling effort. There were times, quite frankly, let's face it.
It was like they were on vacation.
Yes.
It was like they were on vacation.
And if you're a player and you had that organization, right? You're out there playing, Stoke, when you were playing, and they decided this game isn't important, right? From way up high, whether it's the coach or even above that, they're saying, you know what? Don't worry about this game that much. I want you to go out, but just for a little while. Don't get hurt. Don't sweat it. We'll get to it next week. You only have so many opportunities to face live fire, for lack of a better term. And given the fact the Nuggets had this immensely long break due to the coronavirus, and they didn't even get their own team, they might have had their own full team or as close to it as few days as anybody in the bubble. And they just sort of expected to flip the switch. Look, if I have LeBron James and Anthony Davis, okay, I still don't like flipping the switch.
Paul George, right.
I still don't like it, but I'm like,
maybe
you know what?
Gamble a little bit more.
They've been there, done it.
Right.
I can have some faith. When's the last time the Nuggets won anything of significance? And that includes, with all due respect, because I think he's done a great job, Michael Malone. Where's his playoff resume?
Yeah. But no, I'm with you. And we're on the same page there. And when you look at the extended break, you look at what you had coming up, and your season was coming up, everything, the playoffs. And when you scale back as a player, you sense that you exhale. You just exhale, and you just kind of like, okay, let's go have some fun. We're on vacation mode, right? You already feel like you're kind of in that type of mode. So you have to push hard right before the playoffs. You have to keep the pedal down. And once you let go of it, it's hard to get it cranked back up. And you saw that with the Nuggets. Yeah, they eked out a game one, but then game two, game three, it was a disaster. Game four, it is what it is. But I think things would have been different. And forget the matchups, man. This is the NBA. You're pointing at Utah and saying, hey, we think we can whip y'all by setting up this nice matchup.
With their center that's a two-time defensive player of the year, and Donovan Mitchell, if he was playing in New York, we'd be talking about like he was Kevin Durant.
Exactly.
The only reason we're not is because he plays in Utah. Let's be honest about it.
Exactly. And so what do you think it's going to do to those guys? They're like, all right, we'll see. So the whole approach to me was a disaster. And we said it before, and it's looking like a disaster. Now they They clawed out and got one, so they got life still, but I still don't like it. Even if they win this series, I still don't like that approach. I've never liked it. I've gone through it before. It's backfired for me personally in this type of situation, heading into the playoffs, letting your foot off the gas. It has backfired, and you're seeing it backfire for the Nuggets.
We understand, and what's fun about this discussion
And look, real quick, Sean, just real quick, like in basketball, yeah, they were banged up a little bit, but you don't have to concern yourself with injuries as much as you do, say, in football, right?
Right.
But they were banged up, but still, you got to take the approach of, hey, it is what it is. If you're hurt, you won't play, but if you're healthy, we got to play, and we got to grind, and we got to get after it. We got to be playing our best ball right now.
And I don't really love the Nuggets' excuses being injury, and the Nuggets, to their credit, have not made them. But when we hear from either certain fans or even certain media members that are attached and kind of attached to the team, and I understand that that's the way it goes. The idea the Nuggets were missing Will Barton and Gary Harris, that's your starting 2 and your starting 3, not insignificant players. Also, your best on-ball defender in Gary Harris and kind of a spark plug guy in Barton. But let's not forget that at the beginning of this series and all the way through this series, the Jazz have not had Bogdanović,
right,
who is their second leading scorer. And you think the Jazz have been pouring in threes in this series? Have you ever watched Bogdanović play? I mean, they're getting off lucky that he's not there. And in the first 2 games,
I haven't seen him play a lot, but I can tell by how you pronounce his name, he can shoot the 3.
Yeah, he bombs away.
Right, he can shoot the 3.
The first 2 games, they didn't have Mike Conley, who left for the birth of his child. Your point guard and veteran leader who plays basically starters minutes at times off the bench. So it's not as if the Jazz didn't have their own challenges as well.
Exactly.
But they adjusted to them better. The question now is when you run into similar situations, and it's very different with football and basketball, but now you are a team that was better than the Jazz in the regular season. You feel because the truth of the matter is, in the last 2 quarters of the last game, and I know that's a small sample size, the Nuggets finally looked a lot better than the Jazz. They outscored them by 14 points in those final 20 minutes of the game. Do you feel that when that's happened to you, you're like, okay, we were really wobbly, but guys, we've got it. We figured it out. Can you use that small sample, say a quarter in football where you were behind and all of a sudden you maybe put 10 points on the board and you're like, okay, deep breath, center ourselves.
Right.
We got this.
Sure, I think you can. And you're grasping for anything right now. So if you're Mike Malone, yes, that's what you go to get your guys going, get your guys believing that you can do it. It's like, this is what we can do right here. So, yes, I think as a coaching staff, that's what you look for. You look for any positives right now. And certainly that's a positive, how they played and how they responded last game and how they were on the brink of their season being over. And you got to give them a lot of credit, and you got to give Mike Malone credit too. You know, if I'm going to be critical of him, I'm also going to give him credit when it looked like they could have packed it in. And that team, they could have packed it in, and already started looking for, their vacation to Cancun, right? But they didn't. They didn't, and they showed up there and had a nice comeback and ended up getting the W. So I think, yes, though. I think if you're Mike Malone, you're looking for any positive to take out of it, and that certainly is a positive. How about the Rockies? You're looking at the Rockies here, right? They started off great. They faltered a little bit there. Then they just won 3 in a row. Supposed to play yesterday afternoon, not playing.
Much to the Diamondbacks' surprise. Mind you.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, the Diamondbacks' original plan yesterday was to basically wear their black jerseys, make donations, and that's all well and good. And they thought the game was going to go off. The Rockies, after voting and getting together in the clubhouse, decided that, in all honesty, some quotes by Trevor Story, Nolan Arenado were pretty telling, that they basically thought maybe the night prior, when Matt Kemp decided to sit out for the game, when all the boycotts were starting, that maybe they missed the boat. Maybe they should have sat out that game. And so they decided to try to catch up to that. Sat out yesterday. The Diamondbacks didn't know till about 45 minutes before the game started.
Well, that's not right for the Diamondbacks to not know until then. But it is crazy times, and certainly should they have sat out the day before? Should they have sat out this time? I think you have a great platform when you're playing. But if you want to make a stand, you want to sit out, to each their own. And so I was hoping to see baseball yesterday. I was hoping to see the Rockies hopefully get that sweep.
Get a sweep,
which
would have been huge momentum.
Right. They didn't get it. Now I'm assuming that Freeland will go today.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
They are playing today?
That is the presumption. 6:40
I just
first
never
pitch.
know anymore.
Right. 6:40 first pitch tonight. Freeland's supposed to take the mound against Zach Davies. And this is a a very important series against the Padres team.
Sneaky big, big. A little bit halfway through the season, Padres are right in front of them. They're playing hot. They're hitting grand slams like it's going out of style.
Yeah, they're playing with what would the '60s terms be with baseball? Verve and zest. Those guys, they're having a lot of fun with guys like Fernando Tatis. Driving people nuts with the unwritten rules of baseball, which are stupid. The sports are fun. It's okay to have fun.
But the unwritten rule of you're not supposed to swing when you have a 3-0 count and you're up by like 6 or more runs.
Boo-hoo. You know what?
Wait, what?
Don't.
How is that an unwritten rule to begin with?
How about this? You don't want the guy to swing. Don't start his at bat with 3 balls.
Yeah, and if you don't want him to swing, then just walk him.
Right.
But if you throw him a strike, he ought to swing.
Yeah, you want to save your pitcher, you can do that now. You don't even have to pitch to guys to walk him.
Right.
Just point your finger to first.
Exactly. What is he not going to worry about his stats?
Right.
I mean, this guy's trying to get paid. He's trying to make history. He's a great young player. Oh, but let me go ahead and take a strike because, we're up by 6 runs. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I mean, it's just I know there's a lot of unwritten rules in baseball, but that unwritten rule needs to go in the trash. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, the idea that you need to play poorly because your opponent did doesn't make sense even on the surface in any sport. You remember
this is
players,
big boy sports,
right?
We're not talking about Little League baseball.
When we were kids and you had posters on the wall, right? Maybe you had a Michael Jordan poster or whatever, and he's dunking on someone, so nobody wanted to be posterized in basketball. You know how not to get posterized? Play better defense.
That's right. Block the shot.
Right. That's how it works.
Then you see
that's on you, not on the guy who's playing well.
Exactly. Then the next night or the next day, he stole third, and I guess they were winning. I don't know. I think it was 6-0
They were
7-0.
smoking the Rangers
but it was
that whole
6
series.
or 7-0, and he stole third and got in safely, and they were complaining about that. Like it was only the 4th or 5th inning.
Right.
Hey, what do you mean? This guy's playing ball. If you don't want him to steal, hold him on a little bit better, throw him out. This guy's trying to score runs. No, we've seen huge leads get evaporated. So, you know what? We're up 7-0 in the whatever inning, and it's 3-0. I shouldn't try to drive in 4 more runs because the game's already over? What? The game's not over?
Well, baseball...
Has any team ever come back from 6 or 7 down?
Yes.
Okay, exactly. So
perhaps a couple times a year every year.
Every single year. I guarantee it happens half a dozen times, if not more.
The offense is even more explosive now because as offenses in baseball focus on launch angles and barrel speed and all this sort of stuff, the objective is to hit home runs, to create explosive offenses. So on top of that, the unwritten rule, we're up by 3, that means it's over. Why does that mean it's over? The whole revolution in baseball offensively is to score a lot more runs in bunches, right? So who's to say what a safe lead is?
There is no safe leads.
The answer in every sport, how many points is enough? The answer is more.
It's professional sports. It's professional sports.
College,
run it up.
Maybe there's a discussion.
Run it up on them. Run it up on them, and they got to stop you. And if they don't want to, then you know what? They can tap out.
Right.
Put in a middle infielder to pitch. Then.
Yep.
So that's that was ridiculous. Zach and I didn't even talk about it, but so. I'm getting just a quick RamosLaw.com text here and chime in 303-713-1043. Stokley is talking out of both sides of his mouth. He complained when Murray played all those minutes against Utah in that warm-up game. You're right, I did complain about that, but what was different was he was coming off an injury. And like I said, if you're injured, then there needs to be a plan for you. But if you're not injured, you need to play. And so they played him, 40-something minutes that game, and then they pulled back. I think they only wanted to play him 20-something minutes. So they ran through that stop sign, which I thought was a mistake. They needed to slowly crank it up for Jamal Murray, which they didn't do. They played him one full game, played him too many minutes, and then, pretty much made him check out after that.
It's fortunate.
It was a bad plan. Bad plan all the way around.
It's lucky that it worked out. Because, of course, Murray's been tremendous, and we'll see how that ends up shaking out. And we have the perfect opportunity to do that. Training Camp 2020 is locked and loaded. We'll be breaking it all down thanks to our friends at Pro Green Denver Synthetic Turf Systems. Check out all of our training camp content. That's the podcasts, the videos, all the articles, everything at 1043thefan.com/camp. And, if we want to know how that kind of plan works when getting guys back from injuries, or when dealing with the fact you have to flip the switch during the playoffs, well, our next guest knows how that works.
Oh.
We'll have an opportunity to talk to George Karl as he joins us next. It is the Stokley and Zach program. I am Sean Drotar, normally the fan late night, and I'll be back at it tonight as well. Zach Bai is off, but joining us now, of course, courtesy of our friends at Bet River Sportsbook, McGill's Hotel and Casino, is the coach, George Carl. Welcome to the program, Coach.
Good morning. Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon to you, too. It is a fascinating weekend coming up in the NBA. What are your thoughts just to get it started here on the last 48 hours of what the NBA has done?
I think it's going to be historical. I think it's I'm very proud of the Players Association and also the league office. I think they had a crisis caused by social injustice, which is something I think the NBA is going to stand up for, and the Players Association is going to stand up for. I'm 100% behind them, and you know it's going to make some people angry. But in the same sense, I think it's necessary. I think what's happening in this country should have happened a long time ago. Equality is what they're asking for. They're not asking for anything else except equality for the black man, for the Native American, for the women of the country, Asians, whatever. People of color deserve the right to be treated equally. And it's going to take a long time to get to equally. But I'm proud that the NBA, the NBA Players Association, coaches, everybody is saying, hey, we got to change. And hopefully there'll be a powerful partner in getting that done.
Coach, well said. When you look at the Nuggets and their lineup, Paul Millsap, he's been struggling. 4 points last game, 19 minutes. Your thoughts on him? Should he come out of the starting lineup? Should he just be a reserve player? What's your thoughts on Paul Millsap?
Oh, I'm going to cover both sides of the fence. I think Paul Millsap's a veteran player that knows how to win games. He doesn't have to have good stats to win games. He knows how to win by playing defense, by doing the little things of the game of basketball. I would probably not take him out of the lineup. I kind of like Michael coming off the bench.
Okay.
I like his shooting coming off the bench. Murray and Jokic, I think what you're going to see if this goes 2 more games is Jokic and Murray are going to start playing fourth quarter basketball in the first quarter. And they're going to dominate. They're going to dominate the offensive decisions because right now Utah doesn't have a good handle on them. So I would say probably keep it the same way. It seemed that the adjustment of putting Grant in the lineup with Morris in the backcourt has been somewhat confident successfully. They seem like they're more confident. Their defense seems to be more aggressive. So I'd probably stay with it and see what happens that way.
Coach, at the end of the last game, the last 20 minutes, Millsap was off the floor, and Michael Malone deployed P.J. Dozier as a larger-bodied guard. We know that Jamal Murray can be a little smallish at times. Not that it's affected him, but when you see Porter and Dozier out there, 2 very young guys in the clutch moments, but the athleticism, the size, that's something that was advantageous. How hard is it as a coach during a game to make those kind of changes, especially when you're talking about a game where you're going away from your veterans?
I think it's the journey of a coach in every game is to find the best 5 players playing the best together and playing a solid defensive foundation in every game. I don't think any team necessarily starts the 5 that they're going to finish with. I've always thought starting is a highly overrated stat. I mean, starting is not important as finishing. And I think the depth of the Denver Nuggets gives the coach an opportunity to find the 5 best. And this is, you lose, you go home. So I think he has every right to do whatever he wants to try to do and do it with positive energy, and hopefully it works.
Coach, what would your message be? They were down 3-1, had a nice win, nice come-from-behind win, finished strong. Jamal Murray was brilliant. What would your message be to your team heading to Game 6?
I would make it as simple as possible. From the standpoint of what they did is a very big step of having a good year. They bounced back from 2.5 really poor games, and people don't think that's hard. That's hard to do. And now I try to make it simple, positive, and the message I would probably be saying is we got to get better defensively. We made a step in that area. Let's get more physical, try to get more aggressive, win the turnover battle, get our hands and get deflections and steals into the game, and get the momentum going, and let Jokic and Murray carry us.
Coach, as we stand, the actual tip time for the Nuggets' next game this weekend is in question. We don't even know if it will be tomorrow or Sunday. How challenging is it for coaches in this situation? And I understand they're all in the same boat, but not being able to prepare your team when you don't even know when the game's going to tip.
We don't know. I mean, all this stuff is happening in the bubble. I mean, we don't know what's going on and how it's affecting players. I think it's difficult. I think what they're trying to do is they got another 6 weeks to go before they get to the championship round, and I hope it holds together. The situation that happened in Milwaukee, I think, has created a delay of getting to the finals. But this doesn't feel like the NBA playoffs. This feels like an NBA tournament. And it's fun to watch because we haven't had sports on TV, so it's good basketball, and it's going to be better basketball next week and better basketball in 3 weeks. And hopefully we'll have a great NBA final. But to try to figure out the mental, because everybody has an individual reaction to all this. So I would just say have positive meetings, try to laugh a little bit, try to get some release of the stress a little bit. And these couple of days might have given some of the older players, some more veteran players, some rest. And I think, to be honest with you, I think it's going to come down to Murray and Donovan Mitchell. Which one's going to be the biggest star? Because then, in big time games, stars are usually the one that carry your team. And it's going to be fun. I think they've moved into a good position. Utah is a good team. They're a good team. Now, who's going to play the best game come tomorrow or the next day?
Last one for me, Coach. Looking at these next two games, I mean, obviously they dug themselves a big hole. The Nuggets down 3-1. Got it to 3-2. Do they have a chance? Do they have a chance to pull off this great comeback?
Yeah, they have a chance. I think the way I phrase it, I don't think there's a lot of difference in these two teams. I think they're both good basketball teams. They've had their moments in the regular season, and they've also had their moments in this series so far. I think Utah is playing better as a team than Denver, but Denver made a step forward, and I think they're going to need some type of a wild card other than Jokic and Murray. I don't know who that could be. Could it be Michael Porter Jr.? Could it be Millsap? Could it be, the Morris kid getting knocked down some threes? I think they're going to need more offense than just Jokic and Murray to get them over the hump in the next game.
You get a basketball education in just a couple of minutes when you have a chance to talk to one of the few coaches in league history that's won over 1,000 games, and that's what you get when you have an opportunity to talk to George Karl. So we very much appreciate it, Coach. We're looking forward to the basketball this weekend, and talking to you next time.
Let's enjoy it, man. It should be fun.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Right. George Karl, obviously, the comment that he made that I thought was interesting, Stoke, was the idea that doesn't feel like an NBA playoffs. It feels like an NBA tournament.
Right.
And that made me think of the March Madness tournament, right? Which we haven't seen in a while, and eventually we'll see it again. But
hopefully.
But that's one of those situations, right? Where you play your game and you have no idea until basically the night before who you've got, that sort of situation. So maybe it's not as foreign as it seems to coaches. It's different. It's not ideal, but
Sure.
it may not be something that's so confusing.
But
that
at
you
least
can't
they
be
know
dealing with
when they're going to be playing.
Right.
That's the hard part. Like, you might not know your opponent, but at least you know when you're playing. I think for a player not knowing when game time is, that's tough. Like, because you want to be mentally ready to go, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, nope. Whoa, you're going to be playing Sunday. Oh, no, you're going to be playing Saturday. I mean, and now you don't know. So I think from a player's perspective, it's just not ideal, because this is a tense situation. This is playoff basketball pressure. You're 3-2. You want to know when to get going and get your body ready to go. Is it tomorrow? Is it 2 days? I mean, when is this thing going down? I think that's difficult for the players.
As a player, what gets disrupted? Because obviously, game day is one thing, and so not knowing when game day is a problem. But even this far out, what gets disrupted in the routine of a player that they're probably struggling with down in the bubble?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's everything. your whole routine. You do certain things the day before the game, the night before the game, and you don't know if it's the day before the game today or it's going to be Sunday. I mean, you can relay the news again about the Nuggets game. We just don't know, right?
Yeah, at this point, we don't know. The last report from Adrian Wojnarowski about 25 minutes ago is that the NBA and the NBA Players Association are still working out who will play tomorrow, who will play Sunday, and when. It seems reasonable that the Nuggets are going to get one of those daytime slots because they have the Nuggets in Utah. We know about the ratings and how that works. But we don't know if it's tomorrow. We don't know if it's Sunday at this point.
Yeah, so it just throws everything.
Which is bizarre, isn't it?
It really is. It just throws everything up in the air because – you have your pregame routine day before the game, 2 days before the game. And as a coaching staff, you want to, maybe push your guys a little bit harder if it's 2 days, if it's going to be on Sunday. But if the game's going to be tomorrow, now you're not going to push them that hard in practice or whatever kind of drills you might be doing. But obviously you want to knock some rust off and get going and get ready to go. If you don't know when the game is, how are you able to do that? So I think all in all, it's a tough situation. Both teams are in it. So guess what? It is what it is, really. Because both teams have the same disadvantages heading into whenever the game's going to happen. So the team that usually handles these situations the best, give themselves the best chance to win.
That is the saving grace. Nobody has to travel anywhere.
Right.
And both teams are in the exact same boat. So it's a test of the mental fortitude, your emotional fortitude, every bit as much as it is about the sport itself. And that's a fascinating situation. When you talk about parts of the game that are beyond just what you can do physically. We heard from Garrett Bowles earlier in the week talking about what he worked on, his mental game, the idea that he wouldn't let a penalty or a bad play stick with him anymore. He admitted that he's an emotional guy and is working on getting better with that. Yesterday, you talked, and I talked with you when I joined the two of you yesterday about the idea that Garrett Bowles, despite having his fifth-year option declined by the Broncos earlier this year, still has a pathway to earn a new contract. What would that look like in your mind? If you're the Broncos, what would you see from Garrett Bowles to say, you know what? I want him long term.
Just a little more consistency. That's it. I don't think anybody's expecting Pro Bowl, all-pro level. Just play a little bit more consistent. Hey, cut down on the penalties. I don't know how many he had last year. What was it, 30, 40, 50?
It goes on the pile as still being the most players.
150.
Yeah. The most holds in the NFL since he came in.
I know. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
It's over 1.1 per game over the course of his career.
So, look, just cut it down in half. Just don't be a double-digit penalty guy, holding guy. Cut it down, and if you do that and just play a little bit more consistent, why would the Broncos not want him? Why would they not want to keep a veteran around that's going to be in the same system, young quarterback? You don't now, it frees you up in the draft. If you want to take a tackle, you take a tackle, and that's fine. You can still take a tackle because you know what? On the right side, we don't know what we're getting over there with Juwan James. He's supposed to be back. We don't know.
Right.
Is he going to play 60 snaps again, or is he going to play a whole season? Who knows? You can't trust him. You can't count on him. So I think if Bowles can show that he can play consistent football, a little bit more consistent. I'm not advocating and expecting him to play, penalty-free football. That's not going to happen. We all know that and understand that, but just a little bit more consistent. Put yourself in John Elway's shoes. Why would he not want to try to keep that guy around on I look at a guy like George Fant, a tackle that was with Seattle. I think he signed with the Jets maybe. 3 years, $27 million. 13 guaranteed. So $9 million a year with 13 of it guaranteed. Some type of contract like that. A guy, Bobby Massey, tackle for the Bears. 4 years, $30 million, 14 guaranteed. So there's a couple years guaranteed there. $5 million signing bonus. That type of range of a contract to where, it gives you an out after a year and a half or so, or a year if you wanted to eat a little bit of money, but you'd probably be stuck with these guys for 2 years. And it gives you the freedom, and it frees you up in free agency in the draft to where you don't have to go out and try to overspend on a Juwan James. You don't have to try to overdraft and take a tackle whenever that tackle, you don't love that tackle. That is my thought process here. And what are your thoughts when I lay it out like that?
I get it. I do. My concern is more of the economic impact, because if they had picked up Bowles' option, they'd owe him a little over $11 million. I think it would be $11.4 million had they picked it up. They did not. That $11.4 million in a season would have put him, at least in this year's money, is the 17th highest paid left tackle in the league at 11. My concern is if you're a starting tackle in this league, you don't really sign as a free agent for 9 or so a year. The guys that are in that area that have been the players that have basically been drafted recently or players that have had their option picked up are in that range. But when they hit free agency, if Garrett Bowles, my concern is this, if Garrett Bowles looks good enough to give a long-term contract to for the Broncos, as an unrestricted free agent, he's probably going to look like good enough to sign for somebody else. We know that left tackle is an in-demand position. I would argue,
right.
I would argue it's the second hardest position to find in the NFL behind a quarterback, to find a guy that can do it. So knowing that basically the median range for a guy that starts at that role sits at about 12 a year.
Right.
How do you think if you're the Broncos, you're going to get him for that if he plays well enough to get re-signed?
Well, that's why you come to him during the season.
Yeah.
You don't wait till after the season. Once the season's done, why would he sign with you? You're going to be a free agent. So if you see that consistency throughout the season, 6 games in, now you come with a contract. You give him security. So he's looking at it as I've been there before. I signed it. I was going to be a free agent. I signed a contract extension twice in December because I was looking at 3 more games. And I'm like, ooh, with my injury history, 3 more games, I might be able to get a little bit more money. But I love Indy. I love Denver. Those were the 2 situations. I love both of these places and these organizations. My family loves it. I don't want to move. This is a good, solid contract. I'm going to take it. So if you're Garrett Bowles and you're looking at your situation, I don't want to get injured. If my play declines in a big way now, and then also on top of all of that, Sean, we got to look at the free agency and the cap next year.
Right.
So players, they realize that the cap's going to go down and that market might plummet for guys. And I think when you take all that in consideration, if it's a good, solid deal, you got good guaranteed money, it's hard for guys to pass it up, especially guys in Garrett Bowles' shoes.
Garrett Bowles, DeMar Dotson, who they just added, and Elijah Wilkinson, all set to be unrestricted free agents at the end of the year. Those are the only 3 guys with significant starting experience at the NFL level on the roster, and they're all going to be unrestricted free agents.
So that's why I'm saying you look at that and you look at a guy like Juwan James, who you can't tell me that John Elway is a great believer in Juwan James right now.
I wouldn't think so. And you're stuck with him next year anyway,
yes.
Because by opting out, the way the dead money works, he's not going anywhere until after
his contract
2021.
rolls over, right? So his guaranteed money, he's got another year on it. And Elijah Wilkinson, I think they're probably a little bit disappointed in his play last year. So you look at the situation and what you could be heading towards in free agency without a tackle. All 3 of them could be gone. You don't want to be in that predicament.
No, you most certainly
because
do not.
I can tell you this, there's a lot worse players out there than Garrett Bowles.
I
don't even want to look at the RamosLaw.com text line because people would just be killing me right now. Just killing me. Anytime you stick up for Garrett Bowles, you don't know what you're talking about.
I think he's in the lower third of guys, but they're still worse.
And then where are you going to start off with, Sean? You're going to draft a guy and just keep your fingers crossed and throw him in there? I mean, you want that? You could see a lot worse.
Yeah, to get those kind of guys that you feel comfortable plopping right in there as a starter out of the draft. I mean, you're talking the guys that have to be probably a top 10 pick.
Right.
If the Broncos,
or you get lucky.
Yeah, or you get very lucky.
Right.
And luck is not a strategy.
That's right.
So if you're the Broncos and you know you need probably a top 10 pick to have a guy that can be surefire that you would bring in and say, okay, we can put him in the starting lineup on day 1. You're hoping you don't have that kind of season. The Broncos do not have any intent of drafting in the top 10 this year. So if you're going to be in the middle of that first round or hopefully in the latter half of it, you can't count on getting that guy. So
no,
you're going to have
can't.
to sign somebody, whether it's Bowles or somebody else.
And then if somebody is available, then you're able to get him. But it's got to be that you're not going to be pressing for offensive tackle. And the other reason I'm saying it is you have a lot of money freed up this year because Juwan James opted out. So I think the Broncos are 3rd, 4th, or 5th in salary cap space right now. So you have money to spend this year that you won't necessarily have next year because Juwan James,
front-load it.
Right, Juwan James opted out this year, so that money goes to next year, and the cap might be coming down. So if you're going to try to get something done, this is the time to do it. I just think that, and you don't want to be in a situation where you're looking for a tackle.
No, let alone 2.
Right.
Because, Juwan James will be on the team in 2021, but you have no idea what you'll get from him. You got 60-some snaps.
That's it.
Last year. I mean, you don't know what you're going to get. So that's obviously a big concern for the Broncos as they go forward. I still don't think it's going to happen, but you make a pretty compelling case, especially when you're looking at it from Garrett Bowles' perspective that, look, he could finish the last 6 games of the season with 2 holds a game again, and that'll cool off your free agent market
in
real
a big
quick.
way. In a big way. And the salary cap coming down, a lot of things working against free agents next year. And if you like living here, which it seems like he does, it seems like he loves his teammates, loves living here. If it's a good contract, it's hard for a guy to pass up, especially that first contract, especially the first one. It's tough to be greedy in that situation, and especially when you've been in his shoes and you've played really inconsistent football.
There have been a lot of greats on that offensive line. Garrett Bowles is not there yet, but certain guys probably would be mentioned on Mile High Memories. If you haven't had a chance to listen to it, terrific program that we air and then put together as a podcast brought to you by our friends at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Sandy Clough, Professor Emeritus of Sports Talk in Denver, is the guy that hosts that. And, of course, he's been there for the years the fan has been around, the last 25 years. He'll be joined in the season finale this weekend by our own Mike Evans as they go over basically the last quarter century of Denver sports. If you haven't heard it, make sure you download it, check it out. And, of course, the stories there are evergreen, so you can catch up at 1043thefan.com on all of the Mile High Memories podcasts. Vic Fangio had an opportunity to address the media. We'll hear from him next. Happy Friday. Beautiful weekend looks to be in store, although, a little hot. It's been hot. Too hot.
Yeah, we need some rain, man.
We do.
We get some rain?
It's funny.
A lot of rain.
Stoke, you've been here a long time. I was born and raised here, and one of the things that people get annoyed with about this time of year is that we need the moisture guy, right? There's always someone talking about we need the moisture.
Uh-huh.
And people think that's kind of annoying. Who's laughing now?
Yeah.
That guy.
Right.
That guy who's been driving everyone nuts. Rain, I was going to go play golf. It rained. We need the moisture.
I'm usually that guy. Like, don't rain on my golf days.
Right.
But now I don't even care.
Yeah, now all of a sudden
that's how bad we need it.
I'll just play through it.
Yeah.
It's just water.
That's right.
It's just a cold shower. It's fine.
We need it.
Yeah, we do. So hopefully you get a little bit there. Send the best to all the firefighters who are working so hard to keep things safe. But it is going to be a weekend, so happy weekend coming up for everybody. And sports will be back. Vic Fangio down at Dove Valley had an opportunity to address the media today via teleconference like we've been doing all training camp. And, of course, after the Broncos decided to cancel practice yesterday with a very strong statement released by the team and watching the team's evolution on the way they've changed from 4 years ago when Colin Kaepernick first knelt and Brandon Marshall along with them to now has been pretty notable. But Fangio had an opportunity to talk about the way this season has sort of been stuttering its way through the camp, especially as he's gotten guys in. How much of that is he concerned about?
Well, coaches innately are concerned, but we all knew that this was going to be a improvise and adjust training camp with everything going on. And yesterday was one of those days where we needed to improvise and adjust, and we did, and we think we're better off for it.
Stoke, we talked about this a little bit in the last segment with Coach George Karl about the Nuggets and the fact that they don't even know when they're playing yet. And obviously when these situations are happening, is this another one of those situations where at least everybody's in the same boat? And while that doesn't make it easier, there is probably some peace of mind in knowing that nobody's got a competitive advantage over you. Everyone's sort of dealing with the same, we don't know. It's up in the air on a day-to-day basis situation.
Yeah, and I think the teams that best adapt to everything that's going on when it comes to, will teams have to miss games? There's going to be different things that pop up throughout the season, like we've seen already in training camp. What happens if you have a huge outbreak on your team? You've got to be ready to adjust more so than ever and just adjust and adapt and take it day by day. I think if you have that type of approach, you're going to give yourself the best chance to be successful. We'll see which teams handle it the best and which teams don't. And I think the teams that do and are the most flexible and can adapt will give themselves the best chance to be successful this year.
The Broncos are obviously an organization that right now is trying to build back up after 3 straight losing seasons. They'd like to get that reversed, but unlike some of the teams that, like you say, the Chiefs or the 49ers, they know pretty much what they've gotten. There's a couple spots up for grabs. For the Broncos, there are more than that. There was a lot of roster turnover when you're looking at the cornerback position, when you're looking all over that roster, especially on offense. There's a lot of turnover. How much has this changed for Vic Fangio, who knows that the first game of the season is just over 2 weeks away, and he's got to start thinking about who's going to make the final roster?
Well, in a normal training camp, I'd say by the 3rd preseason game. In this training camp, I think we need to, by the week of the first game where we start practicing. If it, we'll look for it to happen before then, but if it's not, we'll keep letting it play out.
The week of the first, he needs to know before the week of the first game.
You're hip deep into game planning by
right
that.
Now they do have the last game on Monday,
right?
But you would think you would want to give yourself that last week heading up to the Titans game, and I honestly believe that that's when they'll have everything pretty much set, and they know who their guys are, their true starters are. How many competitions are going on out there? How many competitions
for the starting
do we have?
position? Probably not as many as you'd think. Starting, what are we looking at? We're looking at center on offense.
Center, yeah.
You're going to have to figure out how you want to split the running back carries, but that both Melvin Gordon and Phillip Lindsay
but
are
it's
part
those
of the
two
equation.
So that's not a big deal. Cornerback, opposite of A.J. Boye.
Maybe a little bit of right tackle. You brought in DeMar Dotson. It's probably
Right, maybe
depth,
so.
but you have to consider it. Certainly cornerback, whether that's going to be your number 2 cornerback or number 3 cornerback, depending on how you want to utilize Bryce Callahan.
So not
and
a ton
now
of-
inside linebacker.
Yeah,
potentially
right.
as well.
That's right. Not a ton of spots to really lock down before. So I think they'll be okay heading into the Titans game a week before, knowing, hey, this is what we're going with here. And because you're not going to have any preseason games, you're not going to be doing any live work scrimmages that week before anyway. So get your guys, know who your guys are going to be, and give them that extra week. Now, when you look at the depth and the back end of the roster and the guys that are going to make it or not make it, and I think that you'll see probably more so than other years, the back end of the roster just get turned over week by week.
The battles that you spoke about, certainly cornerback, and maybe even one now on inside linebacker if they get a deal done with Mark Barron, knowing that Todd Davis has had a bit of an injury problem. This isn't as serious as last year, but Vic Fangio had updates on those positions and some of those players as well.
Well, OJ Moody is still, he's getting better. Obviously, he's still not practicing yet, but he is getting better. Todd's getting better, not practicing yet, but it's nowhere near the calf injury he had last year. He is getting better, and I think we'll see him out there sooner rather than later. Sooner doesn't mean tomorrow, but I think he's getting better.
Knowing that Todd Davis probably doesn't need much time to pick things up, he just
Right.
needs health.
Yeah.
But how far is Michael Ojemudia going to be behind at this point? The idea was maybe he could be one of those
Right.
starting 3. To me, I'm thinking that claiming one of those spots probably gone by the wayside at this point.
Yes, I think it's over for him in terms of competing for one of the top 3 spots, whether it be coming in on nickel situations or just being the starter opposite of A.J. Boye early in the season. Now, once he gets healthy, if he can gain this coaching staff's trust, and if those guys in front of him that are getting opportunities don't take advantage of them, now that opens the door back for him. But early in the season, when I'm talking early, I'm talking first 3-4 games, I don't expect to see a lot of Michael Ojemudia. I expect to see the veteran players, and if those guys can't do their job, then you probably see Ojemudia get a chance. And the same thing for Hamler. Same thing for Hamler. It seems like his might be the worst one of the group there.
Right.
When you look at him or Ojemudia, he didn't even speak on Hamler, but his injury, now that's going to set him back a long, long way, and he's got to make sure he's 100% because he was dealing with the hammy. He didn't run at the scouting combine or whatever, dealing with the hammy, and so he needs to get healthy. He's a speed guy. He's got to be fully healthy, and so I think he was trying to push through that injury and fight through it, and just didn't work out. So got to get completely healthy. I look at him, and you look at maybe halfway through the season, we might start seeing an impact from him. Hopefully sooner, because we're not going to ask him to do a ton early on. So hopefully sooner, but he's got to get healthy.
We have more from Vic Fangio, but I want to take a moment. This is the weekend. We're talking about some golf. Well, if you can't hit the real link, we have a giveaway, Stoke. And if you can't,
that's what we do. We give away good stuff.
Give away things.
I love it.
And if you can't hit the real links, because hey, hopefully it rains, maybe right.
Hopefully.
This weekend you can't. Well, we're giving away a copy of PGA Tour 2K21 for Xbox. And it's been a while since you had a AAA golf video game. Well, wait no more. PGA Tour 2K21. You can play against the pros, play with your crew. You can play by your rules, create your own. It's out now on Xbox One, PlayStation 4, Nintendo Switch, PC, and it's rated E for everyone. So you can get your virtual links going, and we'll give that away now. Our RamosLaw.com text line is 303-713-1043, and caller number 5 hit the virtual links with PGA Tour 2K21. More on the running back battle. Now, we know about Phillip Lindsay and Melvin Gordon, but the guys behind him, that's an interesting bit of a discussion and one that we really haven't touched on because that third running back, there might be a battle there. We'll hear from Vic Fangio about where that stands next.
I got to tell you about the Gaiman Criminal Defense Team. Now, let me get in front of this. I know when you hear criminal defense, you say, wait, I'm not a criminal. Why do I need a criminal defense lawyer? But guys, I'm here to tell you that good criminal defense is like a good flashlight. You don't know you need it until you actually need it. And I can tell you with real confidence, if I had a bad night, I'd be contacting the Gehman Criminal Defense Team. Attorney Nicholas Gehman has been recognized in the top 100 by the National Trial Lawyers for 7 consecutive years, and he's also one of Colorado's highest-rated DUI attorneys. And you know when you call Nicholas Gehman, you're getting over a decade of experience. He has seen it all. The Gehman Criminal Defense Team's goal is to make sure that whatever happens on the inside of the courtroom doesn't affect your life on the outside of the courtroom. Gehman Criminal Defense. Your rights, your freedom, your life. Reach them online at goawaydui.com.
It is the Stokley and Zach show, though it is not Stokley and Zach. Of course, the important guy is here. The guy with the rings.
The dedicated guy.
Yeah.
The guy, you wanted a little bit extra long weekend, or another a Jawan James day, a Roby day.
Brandon Stokley, of course, is here. Zach Baez, Adam Chandrotar. Normally, I shouldn't even say normally of the Fan Late Night. Of the Fan Late Night.
So you double duty today?
Because I'm going back to it tonight
Really?
Anyway. Yeah.
Double duty.
We've talked
Look
about
at you.
it. We've talked about
Grinder.
this. Well, you have to get a winning mentality. You have to get your reps in.
That's
you
right.
can't take days off. You got to work.
That's right.
So-
I wish that would rub off on Zach. I love that approach. He just doesn't have that approach, but that's a great approach. That maybe you can impart some wisdom on him.
I'll see what I can do, but I'll be back on tonight at 10 to midnight talking about the Rockies game that will be going on.
Oh, that's
But,
right.
Yeah,
That's
that
right.
they'll be
Got
back
some
in action
sports
down
today.
at Coors Field, where no one can see it in person, but we'll talk about it.
Are there any
tonight
buildings around Coors Field where people up top could see the game? Because I've seen different stadiums where people at hotels or something.
There are
they can
lofts behind left field, right?
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if they can maybe peek in or not, but I think that's the only
Yeah.
one because otherwise it's built pretty high. I think it's got to be just those kind of lofts.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure. Wasn't sure if
Yeah.
that was
If you live in one of those, let us know. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. We won't rat you out like people do at Wrigley Field in Chicago, where they get mad that they go out on their balconies and look into the game, and the Cubs had to put a bunch of. We're just curious.
Yes,
we're just curious in case you wanted to invite us over for a barbecue or something on game night one of these days. So let us know. Vic Fangio addressed the media a little earlier today after practice resumed for the Broncos, and we know that a big part of this equation, this offense, is going to be how to settle the carries between Melvin Gordon and Phillip Lindsay. You have two running backs who have had 1,000-yard seasons. Lindsay's coming off back-to-back thousands. Lindsay's averaged more per carry over his career than Gordon. I know it's only been 2 years, but Gordon's only had 1 year in his career where he's even averaged 4. So splitting that up is important. At the same time, you still need depth.
Yes.
Royce Freeman is the guy that's been there, but we've heard from Levante Bellamy a little bit, who's looked very good in practice, undrafted player, and the idea that Freeman might have to hold him off. The discussion that Fangio talked about and what he's seen from Royce Freeman came up today.
I see good work. He's an NFL quality back, and he deserves to be on our team. We're good. We're blessed to have 3 good NFL quality backs here, and a rookie that's doing good too.
I'm not trying to read into that. You heard the same thing, right? He deserves to be on our team, or stop.
Exactly. Or someone else's team, right? That's exactly what I heard.
Play that again and listen very carefully when he says he deserves to be on our team. Listen close.
I see good work. He's an NFL quality back, and he deserves to be on our team.
Yeah, and earlier he was going to say he's an NFL quality back that deserves to be on something like that was going to be his comment there. Right. He stopped there. And then it was going to be or on another team, and he stopped there also.
And then he continued in saying we have a rookie that's playing really well. So, look, Royce Freeman is probably not going to be some sort of salary cap cut, because at this point he's really just making over $1 million, which real life money, huge. NFL money, not very much.
Right.
So the salary is not going to be part of the equation, because Levante Bellamy, for example, will still have to make $620. So the money's not going to factor in on this. And I'm not going to run Coach Fangio down for that kind of slip, because let's face it, you know as well as anybody, Stokley, coaches think that about every single player. Every single player. Yeah, he's an NFL player on our team or somebody else's.
Right.
So it's not as if there was necessarily a Freudian slip there, but there wasn't necessarily not a Freudian slip
That's
there.
right. I think it's up in the air which guy makes this team. And I don't know how you decide when you're not going to see Levante Bellamy play in any games.
Right.
Really, I don't know how much live contact they've had. Now, you do live contact when you're doing, one-on-ones with the offensive and defensive linemen, when you're doing certain things, but you rarely see running backs go to the ground anymore, except in preseason games and maybe once or twice in training camp. And I don't know if they've had it. Usually goal line situations or short yardage situations, you'll have like 5 plays and that's it. So how do you truly evaluate a Levante Bellamy? I don't know that you can. Now, you've seen Royce Freeman. You kind of know what he's about. Now, is he looking like he did at the end of last year, or is he looking like he did at the beginning of last year? Which Royce Freeman are we going to get here? So it's a coin flip. It's a coin flip if Freeman makes a team or if they just turn the page and move on to Bellamy.
Here's my thought. They may have already turned the page, Stoke.
Really?
Because when Royce Freeman was drafted, what did they say he brought? Power running game,
yes.
Catching the ball out of the backfield. Aren't those exactly what Melvin Gordon brings?
That's right.
And they just paid him $8 million a year to do it? So they just basically looked at Royce Freeman, who was not able to hold off Phillip Lindsay in the last couple of years. And the Broncos, let's be honest about it, have not wanted Phillip Lindsay to be the starting running back. It's not a personal thing, but they've expected someone else to take the job for the last 2 years, and Phillip Lindsay just keeps taking it.
Yeah.
But if you're Royce Freeman, that may be a little bit disappointed the Broncos. They wanted that power. They wanted that pass-catching ability, and they just maybe decided to skip the development of Royce Freeman and say, you know what? We'll just spend the money on a finished product in Melvin Gordon.
And you're going to keep – that's a great point. And you're going to keep Melvin Gordon for the next 2 years. You got $13 million guaranteed. So
and 2 years left on Royce Freeman's contract. He'd be a free agent anyway.
Yes. So are you just going to turn the page now and check out this youngster?
Because
running backs, too, sorry to cut you off, but running backs they're all over the place, right? And so, if Levante Bellamy flames out this year, then it kind of is what it is. We'll try to go find another guy
and you're
next
talking
year.
about your third,
right.
the third guy on the list, because you know that both Gordon and Lindsey can carry the load if necessary because we've watched them do it already.
That's right.
And in Bellamy's case, when you look at the addition of Gordon as being sort of a duplication of skills that may no longer be necessary with Gordon, Bellamy is different. Bellamy is a speed guy coming out of Western Michigan in the MAC, gets yardage in chunks. Last year, it's easy to overlook what he did, but he ran for 1,472 yards and 23 touchdowns, averaging 5.5 per. That's no joke. I don't care if you're in the MAC or not.
It's not. Right. I mean, the guy can run the ball. And now how does he look in the NFL, and what does he look like against NFL competition? We don't know. And the Broncos won't know either. All they can do is see how he performs when it's touch football, because that's all they're doing right now with the running backs really is touch football. Can he break tackles? Can he not? The only time that you can really tell is by giving them an opportunity in real football games, and they don't have any of those before football season starts now. They don't have preseason games. So it's so hard to evaluate certain positions, especially the running back position. You're going off of Royce Freeman's history, and you're going off the prospects of a guy like Levante Bellamy.
And the skill set.
Yes, and that's what it's going to come down to. So did Royce Freeman wear out his welcome last year with John Elway and Vic Fangio? Did he do that enough? Did he wear out that welcome enough to where they're now, we'll just go with the youngster, we'll save $400,000 or $500,000, which isn't a big deal, on our third back, and this guy has potential. So we're going over potential rather than the known and the guy that wore out his welcome last year in Royce Freeman. I could see that happening, and you made a great point. At this point, we kind of know who Royce Freeman is. You might as well take a flyer on your third running back with a young guy that you haven't seen a lot of, that has potential.
That young guy, of course, has a contract that already runs past the 2022 season when he'd be a restricted free agent. So if you like it, you're going to have him for a while. The other thing we talked about the versatility they want. As a freshman and a sophomore, Levante Bellamy was a wide receiver and converted to running back. So the idea of whether he's got the hands, probably nothing to worry about.
Should have the hands.
You would think.
I've seen a lot of receivers, though, that try to play receiver that don't have the hands.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he got moved to running back.
It could be.
Maybe that's why.
Of course, if you have the hands and you're still dropping it, getting hit maybe more isn't generally the best way to find out. But it is interesting to see, because I always wonder when you do see something like that where somebody gets drafted that has the skill set of a veteran, you wonder if that veteran's in trouble.
Right.
And if someone gets signed as a free agent that has the skill set of somebody on your team, they're not trying necessarily to send a message. They're flat out trying to replace you.
Yeah, and you look at the excitement around Bellamy, just from the talk that you hear around training camp, and it's something. And then you hear Vic's comments, throwing his name in there, throwing him in the mix. It's
right after saying "or."
Right.
With Royce Freeman.
And you just put the clues together, and it tells you that odds-on favorite right now. And what you said, I mean, you brought up a great point. When they signed Melvin Gordon, it was because Royce Freeman didn't live up to the expectations, and they're ready to move on from him.
And they spent a lot of money to do it.
Right. So what kind of role does Royce Freeman have here? Probably not a role at all. It's probably time to just turn the page and go with the unknown, the guy that has tremendous potential and upside in Levante Bellamy. That's after talking this thing out, that's the way I see this thing going. What do you think? If you had to say right now, I mean, we still got a couple weeks, but if you had to say right now, when that 53 comes out, do they try to sneak Bellamy on the practice squad, or does he make the 53-man roster?
It's hard to sneak a guy who had 23 rushing touchdowns in college.
But he was undrafted.
But he was undrafted.
So everybody knew that coming out in the draft, and nobody drafted him. Not saying he can't be a good player, but it's not like that skill set was highly coveted in the draft.
I have the feeling they'll try to put him on the practice squad, but if they get the rumbling that a couple other teams that were interested in him after the draft and the Broncos got him, that may be enough for them just to decide to keep him.
Does Royce Freeman make it?
I think it depends on how much the rumbling around the NFL is about maybe picking up Levante Bellamy, because I don't think teams have been knocking down the door trying to trade for Royce Freeman.
Right. I think Freeman's gone.
It's just that simple.
I think he's gone. I think he's just run his course here. We'll see.
It was touch and go for the Colorado Avalanche in their last game. They looked good, and then they looked really bad, and then they looked really good after scoring 3 in that final period to keep themselves from basically being pushed off the edge of a cliff at 3-0. Now it's 1-2, and they have an opportunity to tie up the series this weekend. Joining us from Edmonton, up in the bubble, who's been doing nothing the last couple of days, obviously, with all the changes in the scheduling, is our Avalanche insider, Adrian Dater. We'll talk to him next. It is Stokley and Zach, yet it is not Stokley and Zach because Stokley's here. Zach is off today. I'm Sean Drotar, host of the Fan Late Night. I'll do that tonight as well. So in case you're not bored
double
of me,
duty for you.
In case you're not bored of me by 3, you'll have another chance tonight late after midnight. So
you're trying to get that above and beyond award, huh? You deserve it. Maybe I'll put you up for it.
We have a thing for that? I just
Oh, you've never gotten one?
I just show up, hey man.
Oh, you never gotten one of those?
I had the player's mentality. I go where coach tells me to go.
Yeah, I hear you. I do too, but I try to get awards too. See this right here? See this? Look at that.
Oh, look at that.
Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like LeBron James with those things.
Yeah, that's right, baby. I stack these things up like championship rings. So
oh, wow.
Keep those things in my folder just in case anybody wants to try me. I pull those things out.
Yeah, that's quite an array of things there. How does it compare to the Super Bowl ring? I mean, you have more of them.
It doesn't compare.
No. They're less heavy to carry around, though.
They are, and I keep them nice and safe in my my Mead 5-star red folder.
That might as well be a fireproof safe.
Yes,
absolutely.
Keep them nice and safe in there.
Absolutely, totally safe.
I started panicking when I looked in my backpack today.
Yeah,
and I didn't see it.
Oh,
I left it on the desk here overnight. So
yeah.
Thank goodness nobody stole it.
Right, because you don't the hooligans around here. You
That's
don't
right.
know. I mean, we know who's on before and after us and everything. Yeah, you don't know.
Sandy sits in. Sandy's, he's been
you don't know.
He's been known to sneak a few things out of here.
This is my first show in studio since mid-March, and
you've had quite the vacation.
Well, I'm still working. Just I've had to convert my my home into a studio. And get the energy to broadcast from home, which is kind of like being a stand-up comedian, but doing the set in your den.
Right.
It's a little different energy.
Tough.
But
it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about awards. I was just happy like I said, my key worked. So, no
that's
problem.
A positive. That's
right.
A positive. They haven't forgotten about you.
Right.
They haven't, you
so
you
far,
still have
so
a
good.
place here. You're still welcomed here. It's always good when your key card works.
So, I didn't play football. I played baseball. So my mindset is I keep that big old bag with like 4 different gloves in there.
Right.
And then I just go where the lineup card says.
That's right. I like it.
So, just ready to go. It's like a utility infielder, but for radio, which is a horrible analogy, but it's Friday, so we're going to let some things go.
So how have you enjoyed being, because I was at home for 3 months or so, and I really started enjoying it. I enjoyed not seeing Zach every single day and that mop of a hair he's got like slicked back. So it was actually kind of nice, and my wife and my sons would bring me down lunch, and it was just really, really. I started really enjoying it, and then to come back in the office now, became a little bit more of a headache. It's like, okay, you got to start planning things out. Oh, I got to leave early now, and I got out of that routine. But it is good. I do enjoy coming back here, seeing my guys Steven, Raj, and every now and then Zach if he's not on my nerves. How have you liked doing it from home?
Mine's obviously a little different because I have a solo show.
Right.
So I don't have to worry about bouncing back and forth through the co-host. And obviously that's been challenging because when you're away, you generally can't see who you're talking to. And obviously we're used to that in this business. We can't see who's calling in or anything like that. But it's a little different. So for mine, not as much of an adjustment. So it's
good
because, you talk about the army of people that we have at the Fan that makes things go. Well, they're not in the office at 10 anyway. So it was usually me, my producer Dylan Condon, and the custodial staff.
That's it.
And so
you don't get to interact with a lot of people at that time.
Right. And the custodial staff probably appreciates it because they're working hard to keep everything clean and safe in here, and I'm out of the way.
That's right.
So it's
That's
probably
good.
just wins all around.
Yep, that's right.
So it's it hasn't been that bad. But yeah, driving in today, I'm like, oh, that's right. Where do we turn? Okay, did I have my key? What is that? I literally, I hate to admit it, but I've been gone for so long. I tried to log into our computer, and the
password
for security, password's gone, and now I have to reset it.
The resetting of the password thing, and then I got to remember.
I forgot what it was in the first place.
Exactly.
Right.
It's a big headache. I got to ask you about the Avs. I want to ask you about the Avs here. What they got the momentum back. They have some injuries, obviously. Do you think the taking the game off will help them or hurt them in the long run?
I think it's going to help them. Obviously, they did have some injuries. Nikita Zadorov had to leave after the game, the last game where he actually scored the team's first goal and had an assist on the team's second goal. So Zadorov, one of the really physical guys. The Avs turned it around by having 72 hits in the last game. That's not really the Avs' MO. And a lot of that is Zadorov, who 2 years ago led the entire NHL in hits. So if that's going to continue to be what they need to do, add that physicality, having him back is pretty important. And you don't necessarily know. Cale Makar led the team in hits instead. And while Makar can apparently do everything on the ice that you'd ever want, that's probably not the best use of his skills. Zadorov's out there to kind of knock people around. Makar's out there to do a couple more things. So having a little more rest always hurts. I also think it's important when you look at Pavel Francouz, who's been asked to take on basically everything in net after Philip Grubauer was hurt. I think giving him any time to rest up and maybe get his head right and get used to looking at a few things against the Stars is probably valuable.
Yeah, hopefully it turns out that way. I guess we'll see in the long run if it was a good thing because they got that momentum back. They had a great third, fell behind, scored 3 in the third, whatever it was to win 6-4. I would like to see them play quickly after that, but the rest might actually help them. We'll see how they respond and look. When is that game coming up?
That game's going to be Sunday.
Sunday, okay.
Sunday.
All these games that got shifted, changed, and we still don't quite know about the Nuggets. Have we got an update on the Nuggets?
Still not a firm date. It's looking like it'll be tomorrow, though.
Looking like
it is looking like tomorrow, but it is not confirmed. The NBA and the NBA PA are working it all out. But, I mean, in the end, when you're talking about the Avs, you were a guy where speed was one of your tools. Did you like more rest or less rest?
Well, am I playing good or playing bad?
You're playing good.
Just let's keep rolling.
Okay.
Let's keep rolling.
That may be where the Avs are at because they're a team that relies a lot on that.
Well, if I'm
speed
injured,
skating.
though, if I'm kind of banged up, if I'm kind of banged up a little bit, give me some rest. But if I'm feeling good and we're winning and we just won, let's just keep rolling.
Well, for the Avs, we'll find out where they go with that because that's going to be obviously a big deal. You don't want to go down 3-1. They're a good team. They're quite frankly the better team. And if they even the series, I feel great about their chances.
Yeah, is it a must-win?
Yeah. Going down 3-1? Yeah, sure.
I'm not quite ready to go must-win, but, man, it's super-duper close. I thought last game was you can't go down 3-1.
Can't go down 3-0.
I mean 3-0, but I don't think this is quite a must-win, but it's up there. I mean, it's monumental comeback if you're down 3-1 and win the series.
Avs have come back from a 2-0 deficit, which they faced. They did that back in 1999 against the Red Wings, and well, that was always fun. Anytime you knocked off the Red Wings, especially if you made it even worse. That was tons of fun. So it's fun seeing the Avs in that type of play again. The practices at Dove Valley, of course, are generally only viewed by one person as the Broncos try to stay safe down in the facility there and keep things separated. Well, we have a designated hitter every day, just like the Rockies. Rockies have a weird year. They have a designated hitter this year. Well, we have designated hitters when it comes to training camp. Today, it's DMac. We'll talk to him next. Happy Friday. It is Stokley and Zach. At least the show's Stokley and Zach. I'm not Zach. You can tell because the voice is different. I'm Sean Drotar of the Fan Late Night. I'll go back to that later this evening. And joining Stokley and I in studio, DMac is here. He was our designated hitter for camp, as we put it. It's sort of a in our weird sports world. You know, we have one guy that's our eyes and ears, and every single day. Today it was DMac, and basically the floor is yours. What did you see?
It was let me share with what I saw by asking Stoke a question. During training camp, is there a point after a certain amount of practices where the defense just knows what you're doing and it kind of slants the results of that particular practice?
Yeah, you do have those moments in camp where it becomes a little bit stale offensively and defense does get a good read on you. There is those days during practice, and you get to those times, and that's why you got to try to continue. Sometimes if it becomes a little bit too much like that, you almost start game planning for your defense. You almost start game planning because you do get those situations where it becomes really difficult. Was it one of those days for that offense?
It felt like that.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say the offense looked horrible, but it just looked like the defense was like a half step ahead. And they were trying to work DeMar Dotson into right tackle. So he ran with the ones for a little bit. But
full pads today? What was it?
Full pads.
Okay.
Listen, this guy, I'm going to guess this guy has as much heart, courage, great guyness as any person out there. Somebody to be basically unemployed for months, right? With no guarantee. Stays in enough shape to even have somebody pick up the phone. Hey, good for him. But there's a reason why the Bucs moved up to get Tristan Wirfs. There's a reason why they moved on from this guy. They're trying at right tackle. And it maybe I'm wrong because Tyler tells me the guy's great and all that, but
well, Tyler also, he says he's a really good pass blocker, but he's stiff in the running game, and I'm just like, wait. So he says he has a hard time run blocking, but he's a good pass protector, so that's going to be good enough for us, which I don't understand.
Well,
logic.
He wasn't in there that much, and I saw him get beat to the inside by Vaughn, who beats a lot of people.
Sure.
I mean, he's Von Miller. But there was a moment of like, oh, my God. You ever have those moments at camp where you see a play and you're like, our quarterback just got killed. Like, wow, that would have hurt. And there were a couple of those moments today. Judy had a weird practice today. He had a ball hit him on the chest, bounce off, and it was picked off by A.J. Boye. And then there was a really weird play he was in with Driscoll. And I think Driscoll was aiming for a guy, a little bit beyond where Jerry Jeudy was. But at the same time, you're kind of running your routes like within 3 yards of each other. That
should never happen.
That's got to be a mistake.
Yeah.
The ball,
by someone.
The ball bounced off Judy's head.
Wow.
Like he didn't turn around to look for it. It was just running down the field with, it actually literally hit him in the helmet. And then he had a play, he got mixed up a little bit with somebody and his arm was dragging a tad. And we were nervous that that was something. Went down on a knee, was worked with a trainer, not, the medical staff. And he seemed to be okay and went back in a little later on. So,
but he finished practice.
He did. I don't think he had any more footballs thrown his way. But he did run some routes and was with the ones at some point. In terms of offensive line, Cushenberry is your starting center.
That's it.
What else is there?
Slotman.
Not today.
Okay.
Not with the ones.
Not at all.
Not at all.
So they've kind of made that change, and they're kind of it's leaning more and more, looking more and more like it's Cushenberry.
What would you guys say? I mean, there were 2 days off without practice, and now
Slotman got none with the ones.
Not today.
Right.
Not today.
And let's face it, what was the plan? The plan, ideally, when they drafted him, was that he took the job.
That's right. I mean, you could still, be bad, I suppose.
I mean, of course, you'll alter it, but I mean, they'd like to see the plan work out if he's showing them enough.
By the way, Albert Okwuegbunam, all that dude is all he does is make plays. He caught a deep pass, which would have been in the end of the back of the end zone.
He's going to be fun to watch, man.
And you know what? Let me compare something. So there was a play where he caught it, and he's caught many touchdowns in training camp. Many. There was another play where Vanette got open down the field and Locke threw it where Locke thought, it was reasonable for him to get to. And it went over his head by, 3-4 yards. And it's like, I think Locke put it there because he knows that Noah Fant, Albert Okwuegbunam, those guys, that's where they can get the ball, right?
If you look at Vanette, he's not a small guy. Look at all three of our tight ends, our top three tight ends.
Yeah.
You look at Noah Fant, who's 6'5". You look at Albert O, 6'6", and I think
Vanette's also
Vanette's
6'6".
Yeah, 6'6". So he's not that has to be the biggest, tallest tight end group in the league. I mean, we got some big tight ends, and Vanette has surprised me with his route running and his catching ability.
Fine, but he doesn't have the speed as Fant and Okawaven.
No, but
I'm not doubting he can catch the ball, but it's not like that.
But Albert O had a nice day then.
Dude, you gotta give me your opinion, you guys, on Tyree Cleveland. Why am I seeing Tyree Cleveland catching, ball after ball?
They apparently they want to give him an opportunity. I mean, they are getting him out there and giving him a big opportunity.
I mean, you're talking about the Fred Brown, Juwan Winfrey, who didn't get any traction.
Yeah.
Let's go through the wide receivers.
Juwan's hurt, though.
Let's go through our wide receiver group and see how many spots are possibly available for a guy like Tyree Cleveland.
Well, I can go right through them real quick, and we can give our thumbs up, thumbs down here, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Trinity Benson.
It's all right.
All right.
Smaller guy.
Fred Brown. All right.
All right.
Okay, we talk about Cleveland. Deshaun Hamilton, who
they give Deshaun a lot of run though.
Yeah, but
Deshaun's out there a lot.
What I want to do is see how many spots are open. So you got making the football team. Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler. Those three are making the football team.
Tim Patrick.
Tim Patrick is making the football team. That's 4.
Yep.
Does Deshaun Hamilton make the football team? I think it's not a lock. So you got 4 guys in my mind that are locks, and probably right now with Hamler being hurt, you're probably going to see Deshaun Hamilton be making the football team.
Don't forget, too, you have Deontay Spencer, who is a wide receiver, but he's really your punt returner.
That's what hurts. Yeah. That's what hurts when it comes to the KJ Hamler injury, because Hamler could have been your return guy. Now you're probably going to keep Spencer, and all he does is really play special teams. So he's counting against your roster spot there. So is there a spot open for a guy like Tyree Cleveland, or do they try to sneak him onto the practice squad?
I don't know. He's fast. He's agile.
He's a big guy,
he's
too.
Big.
He's big. I think he could be a menace on special teams as well.
He's going to have to be like Tim Patrick on special teams to make this team.
That's
if not,
right.
He'll be practice squad.
Cody Latimer, and you want better production out of a second-round draft pick, but Cody Latimer was one heck of a special teams player. You just don't want that value in special teams. But that being said, he was amazing playing special teams. So if you can find a guy with that sort of ability, they can have a huge impact. By the way, Melvin Gordon is still fighting that rib injury, I guess.
Whoa. Why'd you say I guess?
I'm sure
you're not believing it?
No.
Huh?
Little
conspiracy, DMac conspiracy theory here?
No,
what? Huh?
no. I mean,
You said I guess, so I picked up on that now. You can't sneak I guess by me.
He's in full pads. He's got a helmet on. He's doing all the warm-up drills. But whenever it comes time to thump a little bit, he's, we're over here a little bit. I don't know. You tell me what that means.
I don't know. And when I went to practice on Monday, I kind of noticed the same thing where, he did some of the things, but some of the other things, he was just kind of off catching balls and doing something else.
It was today as well, because they worked on red zone and they were moving the ball a little bit. There was definitely some thumping. I'll tell you what, Philip Lindsay, dude's killing it. Dude's in there, the reps that he's getting. And guess what? Royce Freeman. We're counting him out. Royce Freeman is mixing it up. And they like Levante Bellamy too.
Well, we were talking about that earlier. So, Sean, you want to break it down for him a little bit
on that?
Well, do we, Stephen? Do we still have that the cut? Okay. Well, and you were there, but we'll get it. Maybe a Freudian slip from Vic Fangio talking about Royce Freeman today. Well, there was
I saw Vic, but I missed that.
There was an or in there. We have that one, Stephen? Okay, listen to this.
Okay.
I see good work. He's an NFL quality back, and he deserves to be on our team. And we're good. We're blessed to have 3 good NFL quality backs here, and a rookie that's doing good too.
So he was talking about Royce Freeman right there.
Initially, yeah.
He deserves to be on our team, and then
you guys, I'm bad.
And then he stopped.
We
and
both
talks
said the
about
same
Bellamy.
exact thing. Oh, he was going to say, or on another team. That's what he was going to say.
Of course he was going to say that.
That's what he was going to say. And
you know what? You guys might be right.
Of course he was going to say that.
I don't think they plan on keeping him.
Should I throw him?
And then once you said this, it sealed it. It sealed it.
Here's where we're going, and this is what I talked about with Stoke.
You guys are smart.
The reason that I think that he's moving on is because Royce Freeman's skill set was supposed to be power running game, catching out of the backfield out of Oregon, right?
Yeah.
Well, he hasn't been able to even hold off Philip Lindsay, who was undrafted.
Yeah.
And they just gave Melvin Gordon $16 million. What's his game? Power running, catching out of the backfield.
Yeah.
When they sign a new guy who has a skill set of your guy you already have,
you think Royce Freeman's the vet cut or vet trade?
Why do you need to keep him anymore? You go with the upside, you go with the potential of a guy like Levante Bellamy, even if you don't get to see him in preseason games because he intrigues you so much, and you already know what you got in Royce Freeman.
And he has speed, and Bellamy, by the way, was originally a wide receiver. So,
in fairness, to Freeman, they're using Freeman a lot in practice, and he's playing well with the opportunities that he's had in practice. I don't want to be dogging on Royce Freeman.
No, I just think that the writing's on the wall for him, and no preseason games could hurt him. And no preseason games might even help Levante Bellamy because his potential.
It's never a good sign when they add somebody that does the exact same things that they originally drafted you to do.
God, you guys are so clever. KKFN, and HD1 Longmont Denver. I mean, it is smart how you guys figure things out.
Steven, did you tell him?
Stole Stokley's line.
I was literally about to say that.
He's over the last month.
I know Sean wasn't going to. How do you remember that? How do you know?
Oh, it's one of the most enjoyable parts of my day.
He's gotten so good
at 2 o'clock every day, I think about how that is going to happen.
Yeah. You jumped in and did it. Kudos to you. You're on top of your game today. I love it.
Because about 5 more seconds, I was going to do it.
Right.
I mean, if we're going to,
know how much he loves doing it.
So if we're going to come on
it's
this
Friday.
show,
That's going to wake me up at 2 o'clock in the morning.
You know what? I think
I cold sweat.
I think I actually messed it up a little bit.
No, but you did it good enough.
I did good enough.
Yeah, you did it better than me. So the bar is low over here. What else did you see, DMac? Anything out there? So you said DeMar Dotson looking a little bit old.
I don't get it.
You don't think he's not going to unseat Elijah Wilkinson?
I would be
How
shocked.
low is that bar,
shocked.
guys? Because let's think about this. I understand, and we've heard what Tyler's talked about it too. It's not as if you can say Elijah Wilkinson looked like a complete tackle either.
No.
So the bar's a little low. Put in whatever stake you would like in Pro Football Focus. Obviously, it's somewhat opinion-driven with math. But Garrett Bowles was rated as their 18th best tackle in the league, which if that happens, I have multiple bridges in New York I want to sell you. DeMar Dotson was listed as 31st, and Elijah Wilkinson 59th.
Well,
Okay.
I know this. I know.
right.
I know that when you look at Elijah Wilkinson, last training camp, they had high expectations for his potential. You could hear the buzz.
They did.
The organization. And after last year's performance and heading into this training camp, I think they've been extremely disappointed in his growth and development. So he needs to step up. And
it's his job to lose, though. Let me
yes.
tell you that.
Oh, absolutely.
It's they're not waiting to get DeMar Dotson like Cushenberry.
Right.
It's not the same situation.
He's not their future, DeMar Dotson.
And they did try him with the ones today. And it just, I mean, there was no way you would say, oh, it was so much better today, the short time he had than Elijah.
Right.
I mean, it'd be crazy to say that. So I think he's clearly a reserve swing guy, and that's that. Schlotman can play guard too.
Sure. Yeah.
So you got
He'll be a valuable player for him.
You got Mutai, who's another guard.
I haven't even noticed him at all. Has he been?
No,
has he been getting any run with the ones at all? I mean, I wouldn't think so.
No.
When you got Glasgow and you got
Dalton Reisner
on the other side. So he hadn't been getting any work.
The only
with the
time
ones.
I looked down today is somebody got beat on one-on-one pass rush.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, my gosh, who is that just got beat? Oh, Natane Mutai, number 63. Well, there you go. That was a rough one. So I know the guy's strong.
Right. He's in a phone booth, though. He needs to be in a phone booth. The one-on-one, to his fairness, the one-on-one thing, that's more of a athleticism type of thing, and speed guys can beat you. You get him in that phone booth, where you got a center and a tackle next to him, it makes it more difficult to beat a guy like that.
Let me give you guys something on defense. Bryce Callahan clearly will be inside and outside. He's the number 2 guy, ain't no doubt about it. A.J. Boye, Bryce Callahan. Okay, that's that. That third guy, it's gonna move.
We know it's not going to be Michael Ojemudia because of the injury. That's going to put him too far behind.
It's gonna
Devontae Harris,
maybe
Duke Dawson, right?
Bosby, maybe.
Was Bosby back today? Do you remember? Do you recall? I know he was injured Monday. He wasn't practicing.
He was definitely back. He was moving slow, and I don't remember him in any of the team drills. So maybe that's why it didn't stand out to me in the team drills. But he was there warming up, that sort of thing.
That's gonna be a really interesting one. So it looks like Callahan is kind of locked down that number 2
100%.
spot, and then when they go to nickel, he'll jump inside,
right.
and then another corner will come in, and
who knows?
It's gonna be one of those. Isaac Yiadom, Devontae Harris, they're all going to get opportunities, and who the first one's going to be, who knows? But that guy has the best chance to hold it down. But that's what I was saying earlier. I see a scenario where you're going to see an ever-changing cornerback, number 3 cornerback, where O.J. Moutier by week 4 or 5 might get an opportunity.
Yeah.
So, DMac, why?
Agreed.
Okay, we were talking about the idea that Mark Barron could be added, right? They're still looking at adding some help there. Why isn't Logan Ryan's phone been ringing?
Oh,
well, I think
Logan Ryan.
Probably the price tag, Sean. I would say probably the price tag because he said he didn't want less than what he made last year, which was around $9 million.
Yeah.
You've dumped a lot of money in that secondary. The defense is pretty highly paid.
Right, so that's why you don't want to pay $9 million for 1 year.
But as you do find we're looking at a rotation of guys that can't even decide who's going to be the third.
Yeah, but that's their third guy. They've got their first 2 guys.
A third guy is basically a starter nowadays. Nickel defense is base defense.
You paying $9 million for that guy? For your third guy?
To be able to slide Callahan purely on the slot.
$9 million? So you're paying what's Callahan making?
He's making, I don't know what it is. He readjusted his contract.
Kareem's
at 11.
11. AJ Boye's making 12, 13.
You can always
is at 11.
If you get in a real bind, Sean, in the nickel defenses, you can always use one of your 2 safeties who are very athletic guys and drop them down to that nickel slot cornerback position and bring in another safety or Mark Barron type of player and put him in the back end. So there's some other things that they can do to adjust, especially to take advantage of both their safeties who are both really good players and can go down in the box and in the slot and cover some guys. So I just think that Logan Ryan, you've put too much money in the defense as it is. It's not like he's an all-pro type of corner.
Let me give you a good thing, though. Give me a good thing. And this has happened every day I've been out there. I've been lucky. I got three. Is it almost done? I don't know how many more times we get to go out there.
Yeah,
but,
I thought next Monday was going to be the last day.
Are you back out there again?
I tapped out.
Okay. All right. Anyways, of the 3 times I've been there, Jarrell Casey. Oh, my goodness. I cannot believe this dude is on the team. This guy is unfreaking believable.
He's looked good.
He looks unreal.
He is a 4-time Pro Bowler. He's making over $10 million. I mean,
I get it.
He ought to be the real deal.
And it's not as if the Pro Bowls are in the distant past. It's in the last 4.
And he's a captain.
The last 4 years.
He's good.
Dude.
He's a great leader. He'll be great in that building. And if he can provide a little inside punch, I tell you, the other guy to watch this year is Draymond Jones.
You think so?
Huh? Keep your eyes on Draymond Jones. I think he's going to make that jump in year 2 that we saw, like from Wolf and Malik Jackson, those types of players that started to make that transition. I think you'll see that from Draymond Jones. But I'll tell you why I tapped out. Yeah, I tapped out. I tapped out because of doing the car wash after. Doing the car wash and having to go on the next show. Yes, and then the next show, and then the next show, and then, in the morning, having to deal with Schlereth and Evans the next morning, and, hey, let's do it at 8:10. Then they don't call you to 8:30. I'm like, I'm out of the car wash stuff. I'm done. I want to play golf that afternoon.
I'm doing 2 full shows today.
Yeah, I can't wait
Sean, that's why you're going to get an above and beyond award. I'm not getting those anymore.
10 at night and doing another one today. Come on.
I think that's about it, unless there's anything else you want to quiz me on, but I think that's about it.
Thanks for the time. It's great to have you.
How was the energy at practice today?
Good.
One more. How was the energy, the feeling, the vibe out there? Obviously, they didn't have a day yesterday, but how was all of that?
Good, really good, and part of that I think too is the weather was really nice. It was a little bit cooler and just a nice little wind. It just probably absolutely. Maybe not perfect, but pretty close to this time of year, perfect weather for playing football. So the tempo and everything was sharp. The defense, I'm sure, walked away pretty happy with everything from today.
So that means Vic was thrilled with practice today.
I would doubt he was disappointed defensive-wise.
Vic, he only cares about the defense out of practice.
So,
if the defense has a good day, he's thrilled. If not, it was a rusty practice. Practice got to get a little bit better.
But I think tomorrow is going to be really fascinating. They're really going to try. It's not exactly.
So tomorrow is at the stadium?
Yep.
Right.
It's at the stadium.
Controlled scrimmage probably? What do you hear?
They're going to warm up. They're going to play some, they're going to set the ball at certain places, but they're going to really play. They're going to do a halftime. They're going to, come back from that. And it was funny. He goes, we're going to do 10 minutes, not 12 minutes. It's like, oh, well, don't.
Right.
6-minute abs. But tomorrow
will it be live? Will they be tackling to the ground? That's always.
Well, we'll find out because they're going to broadcast it.
Oh, they're going
to be on television.
It's on 9 News.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You can watch it. Our guy Chad Brown is going to be on with Rod Mackey amongst the other cavalcade of stars.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well,
Chad was up on the podium, the throne with Steve Atwater.
Oh yeah.
Have you done throne work?
Oh yes.
Yeah, he was there a couple of days ago.
It is awesome. It's luxury, man. Because I had done 2 other days sitting out in the sun underneath the tents, which it's fine, but it's hot, it's humid. You go over there into the lounge chair, man. It's just you got the shade with Steve hanging out. You feel like you're a VIP. So yeah, it's quite the setup Steve Atwater has.
Well, letting you know for the future, actually, Chad Brown will join me tonight on the Fan late night, starting at 10 o'clock. So we'll talk about that and break down what the Broncos have planned. But
have you seen
did they feed you guys peeled grapes one at a time up there? I mean, what is that?
Dude, it's an awesome setup.
It is a great setup.
And I got to give the Broncos credit for everything that's going on. DenverBroncos.com. They have done such a good job doing what they're allowed to do for the fans.
Yes.
Like, they can't show you the full plays, but you see some of it. They zero it in. And I've been really impressed how they're putting it together like a real TV show. They've done an extraordinary job getting, guys like you and Tyler and Peyton and, Chad, everybody on there. It's been awesome.
I heard
to watch.
Tyler was supposed to be earlier in the week and he got bumped.
He's kind of been bumped.
He's a couple people bumped him?
Well, you got, when Marshall Manning wants to watch his favorite fantasy football player, Jerry Jeudy, in person, that's going to be bad news for anybody. So that's
poor Tyler got bumped. Peyton bumped Tyler.
Well, it wasn't Peyton. We know it's Marshall. We know Peyton
blame
only.
the kid.
Well, Peyton only goes to practice because his kids are just dying to go to training camp. We know that for a fact.
I love it.
And then the other time with Tyler was yesterday rather, where they're. The protest, they didn't practice, and Tyler was supposed to go on that one as well.
Poor Tyler.
So Tyler's kind of
poor Tyler. I got to ask you one more before we let you go. Thank you for staying because you've kept you here. Have you've been out there how many times? Three times. 3 times. Have you seen any live drills yet? I haven't seen one. I haven't heard about any live like goal line. Let's go. This is full. We're tackling the running back to the ground.
Red zone. I've seen no goal line. I've seen some accidental tackles to the ground.
Yes.
But
it's not accidental. Those defensive players, it's not accidental. They always do that, every now and then. That's why I always, kiss their butts during training camp.
There you go.
Because those guys, they get tired and their coaches are on them, and you just never know when they're going to try to take that little cheap shot on you.
I think they're afraid of potential injuries here, man.
Yeah.
And I think tomorrow you could
That worries me, though. That worries me first game of the season that they're playing a physical football team and a team that's been together for a while, an AFC conference championship game, one game away from the Super Bowl last year. Derrick Henry, that offensive line, they play physical football, and you better be ready to tackle. Your fundamentals better be great.
By the way, when we're praising Albert Okwuegbunam, you know what we're also saying, too? We're also saying, we're struggling to cover that type of guy.
Yeah.
And he ain't the only one in the NFL, right?
No.
I mean, everybody's.
We've always struggled.
The AFC West is full of them.
Yeah,
but that's okay. That's okay because sometimes that's your twos, and I just like to see him be successful because if he continues it now, do I think he's going to be the first or second guy? No, of course not. But I think they will have certain packages for him, especially in the red zone. You got to use his skill set in the red zone.
Yeah, the challenge they're going to have with that tight end room and Okwuegbunam in particular is they have to make sure. We saw this with Julius Thomas. Julius Thomas's pass-catching ability was outstanding.
It was
incredible. The problem was he was a human tell. The second that Julius Thomas got on the field, you know what the Broncos were doing.
They tried.
They sure weren't running.
They tried to make him block.
And Okwuegbunam has to take that step before they can use him.
I think it's totally overrated. Who cares? Hey, we're going to throw it. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Stop him.
That's right.
He's 6'6". He can run like the wind. He can catch a pass like
How has the tight end position worked out for us since Julius has been gone?
Terrible.
Has our blocking been all of a sudden unbelievable?
Right.
No,
No.
all we've done is caught less touchdowns from the tight end
Right.
position.
I mean, okay, hey, he's going out for a pass. We're going to throw the ball. I mean, it's 3rd and 7 at the rest.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Shocker.
Yeah, you don't just be Mike Ditka, but you do have to get in the way. You have
Yes.
to at least be able to
Yeah,
do
well,
that.
just give effort. Just give effort.
Yeah,
and
right.
I think Albert O will definitely do that. I just think he has some technique stuff to clean up on, and early on he will have some down moments when it comes to
The
blocking.
bigger concern is Noah Fant because he's going to play way more than Albert O.
As well,
that's
well, give me your thoughts on him.
Well, I think he's a physical freak. I think he's one of the most unbelievable athletes we've ever had here, and his potential is through the roof. And he doesn't want to really block either. I don't blame him, but it's not what
I give him more credit for blocking. I think
he's working on it for sure. I think he realizes that has to be part of his game for the future of his career. Albert O may be a specialty type of player forever in the NFL. Noah's got a
And they got Albert O in the 4th round. I mean, that guy,
What do you
it's
do?
like, hey.
Right.
But what are your expectations for Noah Fant this year?
Huge. Pat Shurmur uses the tight end so much. He always has, and I've seen it for the 3 times I've been there. I've seen it a ton those 3 times.
Yep, you got to go. Thanks, buddy. We kept you too long. Thanks. I got the signal from Bud Black over there. He said, "Give me the lefty. Give me the lefty." DMac's out of juice. He's out of steam. He's got to go. He's got to go hydrate up. So
He's got to go hydrate up. Be right back in 45 minutes.
That's right.
So
all right,
thanks
Richie.
for the time.
Thanks
Appreciate it.
Thanks for the.
All right.
He gave me the look like, hey, he's got to go.
Yeah, I got that too. So bad hosts.
Oh, that was fun though. It's fun. It's
Sean.
always fun catching up to people that were out at practice. I mean,
Yeah.
I miss that a lot, not being able to be out there every day. So it's always good to get the perspective of what's going on, different people, different views, and what they've seen and what their thoughts are. So that was great. That was fun.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to going out there next week. I don't think they're going to have me on this throne thing you guys were talking about. But
When are you going?
Next Thursday is supposed to be the day out there.
You'll be on it.
The 3rd.
You'll be on every single show.
We'll be on here. Yeah, I don't think I get your fancy Roman emperor chair.
Oh
down at camp.
no! You
Yeah,
don't get to Steve
yeah.
Atwater.
They don't-
No.
yeah.
You'll be up there with everybody else.
Right. Yeah. They don't know who I am. But that
No.
actually has.
But that's only
its own advantages.
You only get that with Steve once.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
That's one.
That's
got
your one
one
moment.
opportunity.
That's your one moment.
And I jumped at it. I got the invite. I didn't think I was going to get the invite, Sean.
I mean,
I didn't
anytime
think I
you
was
get-
getting the invite. But once I saw Tyler Polumbus got the invite, I said, I know I'm getting the invite.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
Come on.
I mean, he's got 1 ring. You
Right.
have 3.
Jeez.
And of course, Steve's a Hall of Famer. So
It was a lot of fun. Steve does a
there's
great
pecking
job.
order.
Yes, and they do. They've done a really good job out there, and so it was fun. It was entertaining. It's a good perspective to be down there looking out at practice, and it's nice and comfortable.
Yeah.
Nice and comfortable there.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, a little more space during what is normally these dog days, and even more so than usual with the heat this time of year. But I still want to continue that with the tight ends because we're getting a lot of texts on the RamosLaw.com text line about Jake Butt. And this is what's interesting because I'll give you my opinion on it, and then let's go forward with what can happen. We know about Jake Butt's bona fides in college. This is a guy that would have been a much higher pick, got hurt in the bowl game, was the McKee Award winner as the best tight end in college. Not a game where speed was a big part of his game. A good route runner, a good blocker, and good hands. I think the Broncos probably counted him out at this point. It's why they continued to add to that room with Okuwebanam and Vanette. But how many can you really keep? We know that Fant's going to make it. We know that Vanette's going to make it. They signed him to a 2-year deal, and he has a different skill set than the other guys. We know that Okuwebanam's talent's going to be impactful. Andrew Beck, when he is ready, is basically the only guy that slides between fullback and tight end.
Right.
That's 4 already.
Yes.
Is there any room for Jake Butt, knowing that the talent, the ability there, if he's right physically, can you fit him in? And if so, where?
I mean, I've been pulling for Jake Butt. I mean, like most people have, but even more so since day one. And
he's a good guy.
Right. And it's a great story. I just don't think there's any room. Can he play in the NFL? Yes.
Yeah.
Could he help the Broncos out? Yes, he could. There's just no room.
I don't think there's room.
You know, that's the NFL. Sometimes it's just a numbers game where this guy's good enough to play. He's done everything right. He's battled back. It's a great story. But, oh, by the way, we got a first-rounder from last year. We paid a free agent, and we got a fourth-rounder from this year. Those three guys are making it. Our other guy we really love, too, Andrew Beck. You know what? He plays fullback. He plays
special teams. He does everything.
All of those things. So we love him. That's four right there. Can you possibly have a tight end make the roster as, say, the fifth guy? I just don't see that happening. Now, if Jake Butt plays special teams and is great on special teams, then possibly so. But I'm having a hard time seeing where the numbers are that Jake Butt makes this roster right now. Now, should he? I believe he should, but numbers might say otherwise.
It does seem hard, but we talked about the wide receivers with DMac as well and where they're going to fit. We talked about Tyree Cleveland. Knowing the speed and talent of Okwuegbunam and Fant, a creative offensive coordinator, could you consider keeping another tight end because you might split one of those two wide here and there?
I mean, you could always consider it. I just, usually 4 is the max. I don't know if I've ever seen 5.
I'm trying to remember it too.
Well, you might just say, well, Andrew Beck, you
can
say he's the fullback and keep one then because you're not keeping a fullback this year. So maybe there's another spot open, and maybe they can make it work. But Jake Butt has to continue to play well and impress in practice and stay completely healthy to even have a chance when they knock it down to 53 here in a couple weeks. But that's just the starters. And he might just be, what, out of luck here because of the numbers game, unfortunately. Yeah. We're looking at the wide receivers and we're looking at, okay, Hamler's hurt. Now we might have to keep Deontay Spencer. Were they planning on keeping him as just the returner?
No, he was an alternate Pro Bowler.
No, but Hamler's, you drafted in the second round. You want to, you want to use that guy.
That's
he's a speed guy. He's been a return guy. He's good at it. So he might have bumped Deontay Spencer out of a job. But now with him being hurt, guess what? That roster spot is probably Deontay Spencer's. So it depends on injuries. It depends on the numbers game for Jake Butt. It's going to be really close if he makes it or not. But he's doing what he had to do. He's making it difficult for them to make that decision come cut down day.
Right. And the story will still continue to go on because if he makes that decision difficult, everyone knows the player that he was. And he's one of the few guys that we talk about receiving tight ends and blocking tight ends. One of the guys that can do both. Yeah. And that is a dying breed to a certain extent in the NFL. So
he's not, it really is.
Yeah.
But he kind of reminds me of a Jason Witten.
Yes. Okay, that's really the target. Yeah, that's what you're looking for.
Jason Witten, obviously I don't want to set that bar there for him, but I'm saying remind me because Jason Witten's not a 4-4 guy. Right. He's not, but he runs good routes. He's a good blocker, and he runs good hands, and so he's just Mr. Reliable. I think that's who Jake Butt could be. You look at a guy like Noah Fant, that guy's a freak. He's a 4-5 guy. He's a blazer. He's tall. Okwuegbunam, same thing. Fast, explosive, can go up and get the football. But Jake Butt's a little bit different. He's just a more move-the-chain guy, really good routes, really good hands, good blocker. So it's
there's a fit for him in this league.
Yes.
But it's difficult to find a fit for him on this roster, and unfortunately, that's just bad luck. The reason the Broncos kept adding tight ends is because Jake Butt wasn't able to be healthy.
And the injury history is going to hurt him if he tries to move on. Now, a team might give him a look, but it might take John Elway to call that team up saying, hey, we really love this kid and love his story. We just don't have room for him, but I'm telling you, he can play in this league for him to get an opportunity somewhere else. And the no preseason games kill a guy like Jake Butt this year.
That's one of the guys that it was devastating because if he could have gone out there and shown it,
if it wasn't here,
changed everything.
It would be somewhere else quickly. And these teams don't get to watch him practice. They don't get to see what we've been seeing from Jake Butt and the Broncos. So it might just come down to a numbers game for Jake Butt. But if he keeps on doing it, you never know. You never know how it works out. All it takes is one injury also.
It does.
And that's the thing
you're certainly not rooting for that, but they happen.
But it happens all the time. And the other thing is, if he keeps doing what he's doing, I don't know if they'll be able to, try to put him on the practice squad if he doesn't make the roster. But at the same time, if an injury does happen week 5, week 6, guess who the first person they're calling?
Right.
They're calling Jake Butt.
Of course. The Broncos without preseason. Obviously, for a team that's had 3 straight losing seasons, they're not getting a lot of attention. They're not getting a lot of hype. Is that justified? Is the fact that they don't have these preseasons part of the reason they're overlooked? Kyle Brandt of the NFL Network stopped by the Fan yesterday and had some interesting comments on exactly that. We'll react to those next. This is Stokley and Zach. Zach is off today. I'm Sean Drotar, host of the Fan Late Night. I'll be back at it 10 p.m. at that program as well, where we'll have Chad Brown join us, talk about the Broncos' forthcoming practice. Not even really a scrimmage, Stoke. It's the Allen Iverson drop.
Right.
It's practice. We're talking about practice.
Yeah, all scripted. You talking about today?
No, tomorrow.
No, the scrimmage at the stadium.
Yeah, at the stadium.
Yeah.
That'll be going on tomorrow. You get first chance for really everyone who normally gets to go sit out on that hill,
right,
to watch it and see a little bit of what we're seeing with the Broncos now.
I'm expecting tomorrow, it to be scripted. You're gonna put your offense in different situations. You're going to put your defense in different situations. You're going to try to fine-tune your special teams and, all those types of little things that you do that might come up during the season, and you want to see how players react to it. That's what I think you're going to see. I got a phone call. Hold on
okay, yeah. Stokes in demand, And the idea with the three
I declined
straight losing seasons, of course, for the Broncos and not being able to be seen in a preseason game means that the excitement about them as a team that is kind of getting itself back into form probably ends up being a little bit overlooked. Kyle Brandt of the NFL Network recently came on with The Drive, talked a little bit about why the Broncos are overlooked and, quite frankly, if it's reasonable.
You feel ignored because you are in the same division as the football Christ figure wearing number 15 in Kansas City. And I get it. That's really tough to keep up with him. But here's what I think that Denver gets a lot of the hype, and I think this is why in the morning we get fired up about him. Drew Lock wrote the book on how to going into the offseason to get hype. Like, he checked every box, which is end the season playing really well, do a couple of pop culture related things to win Twitter with the Buzz Lightyear and the rapping, then have the draft seem to be like you checked boxes and got exciting players, and then whenever you show up in interviews, seem like a pretty cool guy with an optimistic outlook. So it's like every single one of those things that he's done over the last 6 months, 7 months, 8 months since January is like, well, this guy's ready to take off. And he better be, because I'll bring it full circle and say he has to play Mahomes twice a year every year, so it's got to be tough.
Well, given that, of course, that is going to be very tough because the Chiefs are realistically going to rule the AFC West roost for a while. This happens from time to time. I have a Chiefs fan come back to me basically about a year ago when things really started to take off for Patrick Mahomes and said, now you know how we felt with Elway and Manning.
Right.
You guys are going to get a taste of that for a little bit. And that's the truth.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the idea that someone could challenge them in the AFC West, the beauty is, you don't have to win the division to get in the playoffs, but
that's right.
You're not going to be able to continue to get rolled by Kansas City over and over and over again. And right now, that's been an issue. Brandt took a moment to compare the Broncos to the Chiefs. And in an AFC West where it's pretty tight, the Raiders had the same record as the Broncos. The Chargers, of course, now are making a change at quarterback, moving on from Phillip Rivers, and it puts the Broncos in an interesting spot. Are they the second best team in the West? I don't know. Brandt gives us reasons why he thinks they are.
All right, and I promise, because people get accused of doing this, I promise I am not just playing to the market. I have said this. I have receipts for this. I think that the team in the AFC West best suited to unseat the Chiefs is Denver, and here's why. I don't think you can beat Mahomes and Kansas City 46-42. I just don't think you can do it. I don't think you can get into a shootout with them. There's too much firepower. I think you have to beat them 23-20. And I think the firepower for the Broncos is on defense, with Vaughn, with Chubb, with one of my favorite guys, Justin Simmons. We had Justin Simmons on the show, and we were convinced he was going to be president by the end of it. He was so cool and so friendly and so smart. We loved him. So everybody can ooh and ah over whoever the Raiders drafted, another fast Raiders receiver like they've been drafting for 50 years, and you can have this Chargers infomercial that's going on for HBO for the next month where they're going to look like world beaters. I think it's still Denver. I really do. I like who they have on defense. I don't think you can beat Mahomes with offense, but I think you can sort of stop him with defense like the Niners had him in the Super Bowl before they blew it.
Yes, exactly. That's right where I was going. You saw the 49ers, and they were Patrick Mahomes. Let's not forget how bad he looked in that game up until the pass to Tyreek Hill. I mean, he was rattled. He was underthrowing wide open receivers, That's how you got to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. You got to hit them. You got to rattle them. You got to try to put pressure on them. Shootouts, man, you're not going to get in a shootout with that team and beat them. So, but you have to play great defense. You have to be able to hit them. You got to try to rattle them, and hopefully he's a little bit off. So they had the right recipe, and I think the Broncos do have the recipe to beat them, but they just have to be more consistent offensively, and that's what they haven't been the last couple years.
Yeah, and that's really when you put it together, Stoke, that's the part that really strikes me as the case. And I've been talking about that for a while. This is weird to say because the Broncos are a defense-forward team, and they have been for a while. The money is invested on the defense. The guys with the resumes are on the defense. This is a team where the defense is kind of a given. Whether they're a top 10, top 5, who knows? But we know they're not a problem.
Right.
Which means, oddly, that the Broncos' offense is almost entirely going to decide where this team goes. That's a big change for the Broncos this year. And it's also a big risk because you can have one half of the team that is pretty well cemented, but it's what Drew Lock and a refurbished offensive line and a filled-out slate of tight ends and receivers.
But I'm not ready to throw it all on the offense. I mean,
the defense can't collapse. But
but the defense has got to make some big-time plays also. I mean, they could be a top 10 defense if they're not making big-time game-changing plays or shutting teams out with that last drive like they had a couple times last year. If they're not doing those things, we can't throw it on the offense. So the defense could still be a really good defense, but not be one of those defense that carries a football team with an offense that's going to be inconsistent. And they have to be that type of defense, though. They have to be the type of defense that makes the game-changing, big-time plays when this football team needs it the most. And if they do that, I think this team will be all right.
Yeah, that's absolutely the way it works out because the idea of just keeping a team from scoring or just trying to force punts, that's all well and good, and it's not as if that's gone away. But with the explosiveness of today's offenses, defenses have to take the ball.
That's right.
They
got to make big plays. It's like baseball. You got to hit home runs.
You have to. And if you break the numbers down, it's very straightforward. If you actually go look at how possessions work out, if a team on defense gets a fumble, on average, they've added 3 points a game to their team because you've now given them an extra possession and taken one away from the opponent. If it's an interception, that's 4 because of the potential of a return. Makes it more likely. So, I mean, there is a direct correlation behind how many points you'll see on a board and what a defense does.
Yeah.
And you can't just leave it at 0 anymore. You have to be able to impact that scoreboard. And Brent talked about the man that he said felt like they could be president, the guy that was last year potentially the Broncos' best ball hawk, Justin Simmons.
You know, it's funny. Justin Simmons is such a great player, in his position. And now everybody knows Jamal Adams because of what he went through, and you know the Honey Badger because he's just been so famous for 10 years. And you know some of the other safeties, Earl Thomas because of what he did in Seattle. I don't think Justin Simmons is a household name. Like, he suffers from that, you know, I'm just a cool guy. I don't do backflips. I'm not in a bunch of commercials. I don't have a really memorable name that jumps off the marquee. But if you really pay attention, and if you watch a lot of football, and you don't just watch your local team, you know that he is a great, great young upcoming player who is about to be a superstar. So I love that you guys love him because I'll be honest, when he came on the show, I said, I don't know a ton about him. I remember him. I remember him coming out of college. But then 2 minutes into the interview, I was like, can I buy stock in this guy? I want to be rich.
Yeah, well, I think when you look at Justin Simmons, up until last year, he was just an average player. He wasn't a great player at all. And he said so going into last year. He needed to play better. His play hadn't been good enough. And he had a really good year last year. I don't know if I classify it as a special year, but he had a really good year and made some plays. Can he back it up? But certainly he's a big part of the nucleus of this defense. And I'm expecting and hoping that he continues to get better and better and maybe makes another jump like he did from year 3 to year 4 last year. And he needs to have more impactful plays is kind of where I'm at with Justin Simmons. We saw that with Kareem Jackson.
Yes.
I just need to see a few more impactful plays from Justin Simmons this year. And if he does that, you know, he'll get paid a lot by somebody if it's not the Broncos.
Yeah, that's really the trick. If you're Simmons, you have to look at that. And, of course, you still have to play within yourself, right? You can't necessarily go interception hunting for your own benefit.
No, certainly
because that's
not.
a problem, too. And I don't think Simmons is that kind of player at all. But it speaks to the motivation that he's going to have because he is in a contract year. The Broncos did not get it done with him with the franchise tag. He makes more money now than he's ever had, but he is in a contract year, and he has an opportunity to make that $14 million a year number that is about where the top safeties land. It's something that he could easily surpass from the Broncos or from somebody else. And so that's the way to think about it. It's unfortunate the deal didn't get done. And you and I talked about this prior to the offseason last year, the idea that if the Broncos weren't really ready to commit $14 million a year to Justin Simmons, maybe you shouldn't even keep him, because this is the concern. Now, if he plays the way they want him to play, $14 million might end up being a bargain.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what the cap looks like. We'll see how that free agent market is. But certainly if the Broncos do want to keep him, it's going to be – they can keep him on the franchise tag again. That's going to be a little bit over 13.
Big
over
jump,
13, something like that. So, and then they'll have the exclusive negotiating rights pretty much, because nobody's going to give up a couple first-round picks for Justin Simmons to try to sign him to a long-term deal.
I wouldn't think so. No, which is funny because we're talking about a guy that was a second-team All-Pro. But I'm with you. He is a very solid player.
Right.
He has not, as yet, been a game-breaking player.
And that's why Kyle Brandt didn't really know who he was before you had him on the show, because he hasn't made those types of splashy plays. And like he said, he's more of a reserve guy. He's not a me guy. He's not dancing and doing all this me stuff.
Right, which I love.
But certainly.
The truth of the matter is, it does at time cost you a little bit of money. Talked about the comparison of Drew Lock basically being on the money with all the social media aspects, knowing how to hit it, how to work with the media, and it does pay off. Worth noting, by the way, I want to give you some breaking news regarding the Denver Nuggets. Shams Charania of The Athletic does have the schedule out. The Nuggets will be, interesting enough, the final game of this weekend. They will be playing at 6:30 Mountain Time on Sunday night, the third of 3 games. So they're basically, the NBA is taking the games that they had in the last 2 days and simply pushing them back.
Okay.
So the Nuggets will be playing in that primetime TNT slot on Sunday night.
Sunday night. Nice. Okay.
Does that add to the pressure? I mean, when you had those kind of moments, obviously in the NFL, every game is a national game, and it's very big. But there are certain games when there's more eyeballs on you.
I don't think so. I'm not expecting it to at all. Those guys have played in a lot of big games, big stages, so I'm not expecting it to add to any of the pressure. I'm just worried about the layoff and what it does to them. Will they be rusty, or will it help them? Gary Harris might be now, 100% ready to go, where a couple days ago he might not quite been there. So it might be a benefit for the Nuggets having a couple extra days. We'll see how they look, how they play, how they respond. Unfortunately, I got the Jazz in this one, finishing the series off. Do you think the Nuggets will pull it out?
You know what? They have been so schizophrenic since hitting the bubble that it's really difficult for me to gauge, because we talked about a little bit earlier in the program. They, quite frankly, didn't even try to win some games as the regular season was coming to a close. It is hard to believe in it. And you use that exact term, and it's the right one. It's hard to believe in it, because instead of using that time in the bubble to get better as a team, they used it to manipulate a matchup. And I will say that they had a clear strategy in mind, and they succeeded in that strategy. This is the matchup they wanted. I just question if that's a strategy that's conducive to winning. And my gut tells me that it's not.
So you got the Jazz? Who you got?
I think it's going to be tough for the Nuggets to beat them 2 in a row. I don't know if the Jazz get it done in 6, but if I had to pick a team, I do think that the Jazz are likely to win one of these 2 final games and end the Nuggets season. And the Nuggets will have a lot of soul searching to do, because after year of legitimately building some very good talent, and a team that clearly likes each other, likes their coach, likes playing together, likes being together, this felt like a year that the Nuggets needed to make a run. Now, what does that mean? It is the NBA. I started covering the NBA, Stoke, back in 1994. I know how this league works, and it's not built for cities like Denver to win championships.
Right.
Can it happen? Yeah. You have to have lightning strike, probably not even once, but twice. Look, it didn't even happen for Oklahoma City when they had James Harden and Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant. It is hard to do. But not getting out of the first round after building this kind of talent, after having the year that they've had, and then after basically cherry-picking this matchup would be a monumental blow.
See, I'm not
the direction of this franchise.
I'm not going that far because of all the circumstances surrounding and everything. I'm giving them a pass.
Okay.
I'm still giving them a pass. I didn't like their approach, and I put that on Mike Malone. The approach heading into this thing I thought was a disaster, and it's kind of looking like it's going to be a disaster. But everything that happened up until this point with the pandemic and the quarantining and the stoppage of play, the restart of play, I'm just like, whatever. I like this nucleus still. Joker, Murray, Porter Jr. I like those three and that nucleus there, and I think they can continue to build around them. We'll see what Bowl looks like, but I like the youth. I like the those three and being able to build around them three, and hopefully, like you said, Grant's going to be a free agent. Hopefully they can keep him and maybe add another piece. Maybe add another piece to this roster, but I do like the core that they've built here. Now, is that a championship core? When you look around the West, you're probably saying probably not, but if things go your way, you add another piece. I mean, it's going to be a fun basketball team to watch for years.
It will. What I've seen in this series that I think is really fascinating is the fact that Nikola, and you tell me if you've seen this dynamic on teams that you've played on too, because it happens across sports. Nikola Jokic is the most talented player on the Denver Nuggets.
Yes.
I'm not convinced he's the alpha dog.
Right.
To me, that appears to be Jamal Murray.
Right.
I don't think that's a problem. There are some people that believe that's a problem. Now, it would be a problem if Jamal Murray was one of the guys. If it was Monte Morris that was kind of the guy showing the personality and the heart of Jamal Murray. But Jamal Murray is the second best player on this team. And I don't think it hurts them to have your most talented guy not be the guy that drags you kicking and screaming and does not want to go away and doesn't give up without a fight, and that's Murray. I think it's fine to have a team that's built around that dynamic, especially a smaller team like basketball with smaller rosters. And on top of that, I think that if nothing else, that clarity, because the Nuggets have been trying to figure out sort of who they are emotionally since Yusuf Nurkic was basically unseated by Nikola Jokic, and they had to trade him to basically make that change and formalize it. Do you have any problem with that kind of dynamic?
You'd prefer it not to be like that. You would prefer your best player be that guy. Your quarterback, if he's your best player, he's that guy. But at the same time, if it's your second best player, would sometimes look like he's looked here in the playoffs and can carry a basketball team. If he's that guy, it's okay, just as long as that other guy and Joker is in tow there, and he's not pushing against you or pulling against you. If you're Jamal Murray leading this basketball team, and that's not who he is. So I don't think you have a problem there, and I don't think it's a bad thing if it's Murray, if it's Nikola, because both those guys are great players, and night in, night out, it could be one, it could be the other. I look at Murray, and the issue though is for me is we've seen him play at a very, very high level. Obviously, I mean, look at last game.
This is new. This is a new level.
Yes, but the consistency, when you just kind of disappear after those performances in game 2 and game 3 and just totally just disappear, that to me is the issue here. If you're the top guy, you're in the playoffs, you can't just totally disappear. It's got to be one or the other. One of you two guys has got to get it done in a big way.
The reason I brought up the Thunder was some of that dynamic, and I think you're right. You hit it on the head, Stoke, that they don't have that. You think of the way the Thunder sort of blew itself apart. Their best player was Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant is not really the alpha dog. It's not his personality. You could tell because he bailed on his own team to go join another team that was closer to a championship. And James Harden and Russell Westbrook were. And it turns out they could not coexist on that Thunder roster, and somebody had to go. It was Harden. Eventually, even Westbrook had to go. Strangely, now they're on the same team again.
How about that?
And maybe a little older, maybe a little wiser. They seem to find a way to make it work. But even the Rockets have basically tried something completely new. They're just playing small ball all the time because they realize if it's not Harden or Westbrook with the ball, we're going to have problems. One of these guys has to have it in their hands at all time. The Nuggets at least seem to have that. But I like your point because one of the drawbacks with potential with Murray, who's an undersized shooting guard, playing point guard, is if the shots aren't falling, what do you do?
Yeah.
Now, in this playoff, we've seen him hit the boards. He's led the team in rebounds in 2 games in this series.
How about that?
And you're talking about a 6'4" guard. So if that's the kind of fire you see from Murray, if the shots aren't falling, and certain days they won't be, if he finds a way to continue to make other impacts, then I think it's sustainable. But that's what it has to be.
Yeah, you're right. It's got to be in other areas then. And you can't just totally disappear. And hopefully that's just him finding himself and becoming, I don't want to say comfortable, but being that type of guy.
He's 23.
He's still a young player, and the nucleus is here. It's here. When you look at it, what is are you optimistic about the future of this team with Michael Porter Jr. and Joker and Jamal Murray? Do you think they'll be able to add another piece?
They might. Depends on what they do with Paul Millsap. Paul Millsap makes $30 million. Now, you're going to have to give Jeremy Grant half of that, but you could be sitting on $15 million difference right there with those guys. So, yeah, there potentially could be. Now, you're not going to go call the best players in the league and get them to come over, but the guys that you might be able to obtain the level of talent, not the guy, but a Bradley Beal type talent, yeah, that could be a big changer for them. So, yeah, I am bullish about it. I am excited about it, and it will be a lot of fun. Sports are back. On Sunday, you're going to have a Rockies game at 1, an Avs playoff game at 4, and a Nuggets playoff game at 6:30. So,
wow.
We're ready.
Wow,
we are ready to go.
And we got Rockies this evening,
Rockies
right?
tonight.
Padres, big sneaky big game.
Huge
Freeland
game.
on the mound.
There's fewer than 30 games left in the year.
That's right. Halfway
you gotta
through
get it done.
Yeah,
Gotta
I'm feeling good about Freeland. Right, anytime he's on the mound this year, right now, I'm feeling confident he's going to go out there and pitch a good game. And the bats got to show up. That's it. The bats got to show up. I think if they score 6 runs, they win.
You need to find somebody besides Trevor Story, Charlie Blackmon, and Nolan Arenado to make an impact with the bat. That's the key. Not just tonight, but for the rest of the season.
That's right.
It has been a ton of fun. I appreciate you letting me crash the party here while Zach was out. And I assume you'll enjoy the weekend. Maybe you'll go hit the links a little bit.
Maybe so.
Maybe
we'll
so.
See. Probably not this weekend for me.
Well, that's on my plan. So the damage that I will do to the golf course, I apologize
in advance.
In advance. Yeah.
There you go.
Not so great at it.
Well, have a great show tonight. You'll be back on, so
That's
check
right.
out Sean tonight, 10 o'clock.
Be back
late
on
night.
at 10.
Love it.
We'll have Chad Brown. We'll have our Nuggets insider Matt Moore breaking down the game as well. So it's not that we don't keep it going. Go all the way to midnight every night here on The Fan. The fellas at The Drive are next for Brandon Stokley. I'm Sean Drotar. Thanks for tuning in. This is Denver Sports Station, Sports Radio 104.3, The Fan.
Let's go, Mama Hamler. Let's go. We know that. We know that. Tyler?
DMac?
I summon Mount Polumbus. My man, how are you?
Dude, I'm doing great. I've had a fantastic day, actually.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
Well, you were over at Broncos training camp, which I can't wait to hear all your observations, by the way.
Sure.
I heard you talking with the boys a little bit earlier, but I got my own questions, right?
All right, great.
So I can't wait to get into that, but I've had a great day with Polumbus. It's been fantastic, dude.
Talk to me.
Well, number one, we are above and beyond the initial goal. So
awesome.
The initial goal was $20,000 we were trying to raise for ovarian cancer awareness. And again, if you haven't heard, Polumbus is on September 19th at Empower Field at Mile High Stadium. I'm going to be going 100 miles in a loop around that stadium in honor of my mom who passed from stage 4 ovarian cancer. And all the money is going towards Colorado Ovarian Cancer Alliance. Anyways, the initial goal was $20,000. We are at $22,397 at this moment.
Awesome.
We've got a new goal of $25,000. After that, maybe we'll raise it again.
All right.
But on top of that, man, the sponsors have just been fantastic. They're lining up. And today, DMac, I'm finally off the mountain bike.
Okay.
I'm finally off the mountain bike. I'm on to a real road bike.
I knew you'd get there at some point. How did it tell me about it.
That's right. So I got an awesome specialized road bike that
Specialized? Okay.
That has been donated for this event by Adventure Cycling right there off Parker Road. And I think it's like in your backyard pretty
Dude,
much.
I have been to Adventure Cycling. I have lived in that neighborhood for 21 years. And from my kids' bikes to my wife's bikes to the bikes that I use for 21 years.
Is that right?
I don't know if they've been in that same spot for 21 years.
You know what? I asked him that. I asked him when did they open up, and I forget the exact year, but they've been around for a long time.
It feels like they've been there for 21 years because it feels like they've always been there as long as I've lived near there. I've lived in 2 places in Colorado. One was, I'm down the street about 2 miles now, but before, for years, I lived literally like across the street from them. They're a cool little shop. They've serviced my bicycles in an incredible way over the years. They're the closest bicycle shop to me, and they have always been fantastic. I don't know anybody there,
Yeah, so Eric, I'll introduce you to Eric. Eric's the guy to know.
Him.
He's the owner, and holy cow, am I grateful. I mean, I can't believe it. We've got Primal Wear. We've got now Adventure Cycling. Man, we've got all kinds of sponsors.
But you've got a road bike now.
I've got a road bike.
Do you have the shoes yet?
Not yet, but they've been
coming.
ordered. The problem is a size 15, not easy to find. DMac.
I don't know where you would find size 15 cycling shoes.
Well, Eric's figuring it out for me.
Did you have a fitting?
So I'm on flat pedals for right now.
Right.
But as soon as the shoes get in, I'll get clipped in.
It makes a huge difference too.
Right.
Have you been sized?
So yeah. He did the whole thing for me today, and this bike was very hard to find. I don't know if you know, but like right now, bikes are impossible to find.
I did not know that. Is that right?
Oh yeah, there's been these little niche areas that of business that have been like thriving, and biking has been one of them.
Makes sense.
Anyways, I got set up and I got out on that bike. I only got to get out for about 5 miles.
Did you go from their place?
So I just from
Cherry
their
Creek?
place, I hopped onto Cherry Creek Trail.
Right there in the park.
Right.
Great place to ride.
Yep. Dude, I guarantee you I'm going to wipe out on this thing. Guaranteed.
Did it feel fast?
Yeah, heck yeah.
Well, you're probably in better shape. You've been doing a lot of resistance training, and now you get on this thing, and it's probably a rocket ship.
Right. I mean, I've been going about 25, 30 miles on my mountain bike that I put road tires on.
Right.
But I honestly feel like this thing, I'm going to do it in half the time of what I was doing it before.
It's going to be wait till you get the shoes, too.
Yep.
Look
So
how
anyways,
far, look how far you
I've had a good day.
I'm just laughing because from the moment you just started, I'm gonna go for a bike ride or whatever.
I know.
I said, you're gonna have the gear. I'll never have the gear. I said you'll have a gear, and then you got like the shorts, and then I was like, but I'll never wear the. Then you got the shirt,
Right.
and I'm like, you're gonna be on a road bike. And I'm like, no, I'm never gonna. What'd you tell me? I like going down
down the trails
and stuff.
Yeah.
And I go, we'll see. And then I'm like, well, I got the wheels on my mountain bike on the on
that's right.
road
That's
bike
right.
wheels, and I'm like, yeah, well, you're gonna get that. Now look at you. You're gonna look like like you're in the Tour de France. You're gonna have the shirt.
Oh,
You're
dude,
gonna
I've had the shirt. The shirts are the custom cycle jerseys. Those are from Primal Wear. The custom T-shirts, those are from Denver Athletic.
Right.
Man, these sponsors, come on.
And now adventure cycling.
Adventure cycling.
Adventure cycling.
Right there
on
on Parker Road in Quincy.
Parker and Quincy, right there. My guys.
That's very cool. I'm glad to hear you've been in there.
Did you go to the car wash next door?
I did not. I thought about it. It was $7.99. It said right outside.
Little restaurant right next door too.
I saw that one as well.
Yeah, that's all right there.
Yeah.
Chinese place across the street if you want some food. The whole place is great. You come see me.
Yeah,
Come
well,
say hi.
I mean, now you're talking. Now you're asking too much.
That's
but
too much, right?
What happened to Broncos today, man?
The Broncos. I'm just so excited for you. Well, I mean,
I'm excited too. Can I get?
That was me. Wow, the star of the day. Well, I almost feel like if you've got questions, maybe we should just start with your questions and we can kind of
No. Let's start with your major observations,
Right,
and then I'll dial it in from there.
Major observations. The defense definitely won. The offense didn't look bad as much as they didn't look smooth together.
Okay.
But this is where I as I give my basic evaluation, I'd throw it back to you a little bit. Tyler, at what point in training camp does the defense just know what you're going to do? And it gets a little slanted because there's just no surprises.
Well, I hope that they never know what you're going to do, because if they know what you're going to do, you've got strong tendencies already, and that's a problem.
Okay.
I would actually say by now, DMac, this is about the point in training camp where things should start to flip for the offense.
Oh.
In the first couple weeks, you get dominated by the defense because they come out and they know their entire defense. They've got it all installed. Get the A-gap. You got the A-gap. No, you take the B-gap, okay, man? It's real tough stuff over there on defense. Tough sledding to learn that playbook. Anyways, they dominate. They always dominate in the early goings, first week or two, and especially with a young offense that has got a young coordinator. But by a couple weeks into training camp, the offense should be finding their groove. They should be finding their rhythm a little bit, and they should start competing a little bit better with the defense.
Well, that wasn't today. Maybe they were just off. It's been a tough, tricky couple of days. I don't know. But it just was stop and start, stop. By the way, nothing bad about Garrett Bowles. Garrett Bowles, it's funny. As you just take notes during a practice, it sort of depends at your position if you get your name written down or not. Like in the example of Tyree Cleveland, number 86 there.
Yes.
When I'm writing down Tyree Cleveland's name, that's a real positive thing.
I wrote down his name in a positive manner as well.
So good for Tyree Cleveland. Albert Okwuegbunam, it's another day of him just catching touchdowns. Deep passes, back shoulder passes.
From who?
Driscoll and Locke.
Okay.
Both guys.
So in with the starters.
He's been, depending on the situation, red zone, he's kind of in there. When it's a deeper pass play, when they're back at the 40-yard line, he's usually with Driscoll, you know what I mean? But, yeah, he's been in there with the starters. Touchdown. The guy catches touchdowns every day, Albert Okwuegbunam. Okay. Then you go to, if your name gets written down, it might be a bad thing. And that's usually offensive lineman. If I'm writing aside from you're in.
Listen, if it's not me, Mark, or Orlando giving notes on the offensive line, I guarantee you it's a negative.
Okay.
Right? Because nobody else knows what the heck they're looking at.
That's a great point. Aside from that, the good point. I am not writing Garrett Bowles' name down or number at all aside from he's in. I don't know. And I think he's actually playing pretty well. Again, I would absolutely trust you, Orlando, Stink's evaluation more than mine. But I'm just telling you, there aren't plays that are just blown up because of Garrett Bowles.
Good.
However, there are plays blown up when you put in DeMar Dotson with the ones.
Is that right? How much? How much did he get with the ones?
4 or 5 plays.
Oh, well, that's not much.
It wasn't much, no. And it was like, oh, he's in. Like, oh, are we going to see him? And when I wasn't counting play by play by play.
Yeah.
He was in there for
what you noticed,
of a period of time, enough that I was curious if he was going to stay in, and he didn't.
Okay.
And he came out for Elijah. That's that. We'll see with Dotson. I just would be.
What happened?
Shocked.
I mean, what do you mean? What happened? What went wrong?
Inside pressure.
From who?
Well, Vaughn.
Oh, get your details right. I mean, you're up. It sounds like you really know how he got beat right now.
I guess it was Vaughn.
Oh, I guess it was Vaughn, or it was Vaughn?
It was Vaughn.
All right.
Again, it's Vaughn.
I get beat by Vaughn a lot.
A lot of people would. Vaughn's one of the best ever. Okay, so maybe not a big deal.
No, well, actually, it is a big deal. I mean, if you only had 4 or 5 reps, and if you have one that was a train wreck, that's a very bad deal.
There was a play inside. He's beat to the degree. You know those plays in training camp where you kind of almost, just shrug your shoulders because you realize you could feel what would have happened to the quarterback. Just like, oh, my God, he would have got killed on that play.
Right. That was one of them. Okay.
I'm not saying it's a disaster or terrible. I'm just telling you it seems like there's a long way for him to go to be a starter. Maybe I'm wrong. The scrimmage is tomorrow. Everybody can watch. It's on 9 News. And, hey, that'll be great. We can all watch the same stuff on Saturday and talk about it on Monday. So we can see if we're
Dude, that's
going
to be how awesome is that going to be, by the way?
Fantastic.
For once, we don't just have to rely on one man's opinion. We all will watch the exact same practice, and we all can give our opinion. That's going to be amazing.
Yeah, I think it's great and good for 9
Sick
News.
and tired of relying on your opinion all the time.
I get it. I mean, how many times am I going to go out there? 3, apparently.
3.
I thought it was only 2. It's 3. 3.
You got 3.
I think I'm done. I think that's it. I don't know if when training camp is like over. Soon. And then they just get in game prep for the Titans. I feel like it's March 19th again. But it's not. We're almost in September. It's weird. We're just in this weird sort of state.
Yep.
I don't even know what to feel without a preseason game. Where would we be in the preseason world? Close to game 4?
Yeah.
3?
We would be, I think, game 3 right about now.
Or would it be game 4?
No. I don't think so.
Richie, maybe
Labor
that
Day.
up.
Labor Day's cut down day, right?
Yeah, but the cut down day is after the final preseason game.
I know.
Right, because Labor Day is in a week.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not this
That's what
weekend,
I'm saying.
right?
So it would be in week 3 right now.
My wife's birthday is always really close to her birthday's on Monday, August 31st. And there's a lot of years where August 31st is the beginning of Labor Day weekend. But this year, Labor Day is like September 7th.
Labor Day has always been a very, very stressful day in my life. It's always been what's happening this year, honey? We moving cities or not? Huh?
So tomorrow would have been their 3rd preseason game. And that's why everything seems so out of whack. Tomorrow would be like our defining, here we go, this is the team, this is the biggest preseason game, all that vibe. And instead we're getting the scrimmage. All right, whatever.
Well, you know what? This is an important day. It is. I think it's important that the team gets down to the stadium, feels what it's like to get on the bus, feels what it's like to show up at a proper time, 2 hours before the game, however long you normally would.
All that stuff.
Go through your pregame routine, go out there on the field. You've got offensive line down in the end zone. You've got defensive line on the other side of the end zone. You've got the 7-on-7. You got everything just going on the same way that it would during a preseason game. So I think it's important that they get through those aspects, and I hope that they've got a period or 2 that is live. That this is like a real
live?
like take them to the ground. Take them to the ground.
Take
tackle
who to the ground?
Take everybody except for the quarterback to the ground.
Everybody. Cortland Sutton to the ground.
Take Cortland Sutton to the ground.
Philip Lindsay to the ground.
Philip Lindsay, take him to the ground. That's right.
Jerry Jeudy to the ground.
Jerry Judy's going to be too fast. You won't get to him.
Nice.
I was watching Hard Knocks. They did it, man.
Okay.
They did it. The Rams went to the stadium and they did a full tackle live scrimmage.
Yep. All right, what else do you want on practice today? Where else can I? Oh, Cushenberry. He's our starting center for the next 10 years.
Here we go again.
There it is. He's a man. Cushenberry, the third. Lloyd, 2 L's.
Next 10 years, huh?
Next 10 years, Lloyd Cushenberry the third. Congratulations to all the Cushenberries.
All right. So, by the way, I was not really wrong yesterday when I predicted it was Cush that won the starting job.
No, not at all.
See?
The competition is over. He took every single snap with the ones. That's it. Schlottman was with the twos. Morris is probably not going to make the team. And because Schlottman can play guard as well. They're going to keep Mutai, right? One way or the other. And what else is
not necessarily, but
more
than likely. More than likely. He's a late round draft pick. He doesn't have anything guaranteed.
So you got your swing guy with Dotson.
Yep.
You got your flex guy with Schlottman. Don't forget,
interior, right.
Don't forget, Glasgow can also play center if he had to. And you got you don't have I don't know who your fourth tackle is. I don't know.
It's
Jake
probably going to be
Rogers?
Calvin Anderson.
Calvin is 76.
I've been hearing I've been hearing a lot of good things about him.
You are, now that you say his name, yes, I think you're right. I don't think it's going to be Jake Rogers. I think you're right about Calvin Anderson. So there you go. You got your offensive line, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. You got what'd you give us? 9? Did you give us 9 guys there?
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, that's all right. Don't worry about it.
All right.
I mean, you got Garrett Bowles, Dalton Reisner, Lloyd Cushenberry, Graham, Elijah, DeMar, Schlottman, Mutai, and Calvin Anderson. Yeah, that's 9. So
Probably
you usually
it.
carry 9 or 10.
There you go. And can't they carry an extra offensive lineman this year?
Yes.
Isn't there?
Yes, on
allowance?
Not like on the roster. You don't have an extra spot on the roster, but on game day you can activate an extra offensive lineman.
Okay, gotcha. Well, 9 guys, that's usually about right. I mean, I guess you could go for a 10th. I mean, does your long snapper count with your off? No, he's a specialist.
No.
Bowman Moyer. Go Bears. Fear the Claw.
Congratulations.
It's a big day for all of us.
What's going on defensively? What's happening over there?
Well, I was really specifically checking out Bryce Callahan because I had questions. Like, is he really going to go out, outside and play? And the answer is yes, which you were right about, of course. So
he's your number 2 corner.
He is your number 2 corner. That's it. No debate. He's not just a slot corner. He's going to go slot and outside. The question is who that third guy is going to be. And you know what, Tyler? They don't know, and I don't think they're going to know for quite a while. I think they're going to move guys around, and I don't think you're going to be able to figure out unless you actually play games. And now Ojemudia is, not playing. He's hurt a little bit, and it's not going to be him. Not right off the bat, at least.
It's going to be Bosby. That's who it's going to be.
Bosby,
they're going
Harris.
to default towards the veteran, towards the guy that they trust. When you don't have a preseason?
Bosby got a little dinged up.
Oh.
Bosby wasn't – he was practicing today, but he wasn't full go. He wasn't in team. And then, Devontae Harris was playing a little bit more today in that spot. I don't know, man. I think that's going to be a tricky one. I would never assume that whatever it starts out to be is the way it's going to finish. I would guess – that the coaches are really going to, use a bunch of different guys or several guys over time to figure that out. So I don't think you will have an answer to that question. Are you all right with that? Or
oh, well, I mean, it's not really shocking news to me. It's tough to figure it all out right now in a preseason without preseason football.
Right.
Not shocking news to me. I'm trying to think about what else here is. Oh, running backs. What's going on with Phillip and Melvin?
Well, first of all, I'm talking to Renee Lindsay specifically.
Oh, my gosh. Stop using names.
Well, because...
See, now you're getting personal.
But no, it's
going to
be good.
Oh.
Your brother is killing it. Phillip Lindsay is killing it. He is healthy. He's catching every single ball thrown to him. He runs inside. He runs outside. And he runs a lot. Why? Because Melvin Gordon is hurt. I'm a little confused.
Well, what do you mean?
Is
he hurt?
He's got a helmet. He's got pads. And then they do the, where there could be a little thumping. And he's not practicing during that part of the drills.
Hold on. What do you mean he's not practicing? Like he doesn't take a rep
or
he's taking limited reps?
Doesn't take a rep. And then they go 7s and he's in the mix. But when they're going team in red zone and in move the ball, he's not out there.
Okay, well then that is probably an injury deal.
I I agree.
I mean, many times in the rehab process, that's a normal part of the process where you will come back, you'll do individual, you'll do non-contact periods, but then when you get to team, you get pulled out.
I'm sure that's the case. And
so it's the rib? Is that what's going on here?
I think, yeah. I mean, he looks great. Like when he's just working out, doing the drills and running on his own, he looks incredible. Melvin Gordon looks absolutely fantastic. So I would assume it's just a cautionary sort of thing and that he's okay for the most part. That being said.
For the most part?
Well, he's not
What does that mean?
He's not good enough.
What does that mean for the most part?
For whatever reason, they're not putting him in on those team drills where he can take a thump.
No, what does that mean? For the most part, what does that mean?
For the most part.
For the most part, what does that mean?
There's got to be a part that he's not okay so he can do that. I don't know. For most of the practice, he's out there, but when it comes to like getting contact, he's not.
Okay.
I don't know what else to say.
Well, I think I'm just trying to catch your vibe here. I'm trying to figure out what exactly it is that you're trying to say without saying.
I'm trying to pass along a compliment to Philip Lindsay.
Okay.
That he looks great, and he's out there all the time. So take that for whatever you want. Royce Freeman, by the way, has been playing a lot better, and you can notice it. Royce Freeman is not going down without a fight. Good for Royce Freeman. Bellamy looks good, too, but they're two really different types of
when
backs.
is Royce even getting his opportunities?
Well, a lot more now because Melvin's not, participating in those things. So when it's the next guy up after Phillip, it's Royce Freeman, and then it's Bellamy. So, one man's loss is another man's opportunity, that cliche. And really, we all know about Phillip, and he's doing great. But Royce Freeman has had a little bit more of an opportunity, and he's looked good. That is going to be a really tricky decision between Bellamy and Royce in terms of what they want to do.
No, it's not. That's not going to be tricky at all.
Right.
It's going to be Royce. I heard you when you were on with Stokley and Sean, and I heard them breaking down that little sound bite from Coach Fangio, and it was a little bit interesting. Do you have it there?
Oh man,
he's talking about Royce Freeman, and he says he's definitely deserving of being on this roster, and then he dropped an "or" in there.
All right, here we go. Here I got it right here. Ready? Listen. Oh, we got to plot that up there, Richie. All right, I'll do it again. Here we go. Right there.
You know what? That doesn't
right
doesn't
there.
sound good, does it?
Here we go. Right there. Is that something?
Oh. And he did start the whole thing off by saying he's an NFL quality back. NFL quality back.
Yep, here we go. All right, well, we can parse the language if you want to a little bit later on. I see where they're going with it as well.
I think Royce Freeman's going to be okay.
In terms of, and there's more to talk about with training camp, which is wonderful. Can't wait to dig into it, especially with Mike Kliss coming up at 3:45. But in the water cooler, Chris Harris and Keenan Allen. Boy, do they love each other. That's next.
Great friends over at American Financing. Guys, there's never been a better time than right now to look into lowering your mortgage rate. You could save hundreds of dollars every single month. I'm talking about $400-$500 a month. This could add up to $4,000 or $5,000 a year. That's a lot of money that you could put right back in your pocket. And right now is the time that you need to go visit AmericanFinancing.net. You can easily apply online, and you can complete your mortgage application any time of the day. If you need help, you can chat with a mortgage consultant. It really is that simple. And keep in mind that the process, it might take a little bit longer than it used to because so many people are out there looking to take advantage of these incredible rates right now. But you need to take action right now because now is the time to start getting ahead of your finances. And American Financing is the company to call. You will deal with a salary-based mortgage consultant who will always have your best interests at heart, and there's never going to be any pressure or upfront fees. So call today. The number is 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or you can visit them online at americanfinancing.net.
Hey, it's DMac for Golden Spike Roofing. Spike McCarthy is fantastic. He runs a great business, local company, not an out-of-state company, and they'll do right by you with your house. You know, in terms of your roof, hail, heavy rains, winds can do a number, and that can lead to some massive problems. You don't want it to get there, and you don't want to get up on your roof and check it out yourself. Well, you know what you're doing anyway? You know what you're talking about? Well, Spike McCarthy does, and so does Golden Spike Roofing. So give them a holler at 303-942-1386. They'll help you with your insurance all the way from claim to completion. Mention my name, DMac, and you'll get a free roof inspection. Give them a call, 303-942-1386. For roofing done right to the last nail, call Golden Spike Roofing. Right. Hard Knocks. Now, I got to tell you, this has by far been my least favorite Hard Knocks ever.
Really?
I like what we're going to talk about here. That's interesting to me for sure. But overall, I have found it boring.
Why is that?
Listen, I respect the COVID stuff for sure, and
we haven't had real football. That's the bottom line.
Usually by Hard Knocks, you get into the games and you even get into some cuts or some drama, and really, the biggest drama with Hard Knocks is to see that process, and that what makes you appreciate how hard it is. Not to be mean, but how difficult it is to make it in the NFL, and it breaks your heart. It's, why people watch, a show like Survivor or The Amazing Race or any of these kind of elimination reality shows. It's the same premise. So I'm not trying to necessarily be mean, but without that drama, Tyler, I just find it a bit monotonous.
You know what? I actually think they've been doing a good job. I've enjoyed it. I've been looking forward to every episode. The one thing that when you try to get two teams featured at the same time, you lose a little bit of the storytelling aspect, I feel like, and you lose the ability to kind of feature in on the underdogs and tell all of their stories. But I think for the most part, it's been interesting stuff, just kind of seeing LA come back to life with football.
Listen, there's plenty of interesting elements to it, and I'm not saying I'm not watching it. It's just out of all of them so far, it's just missing something.
I feel you.
Well, we're not going to have any what are they doing? They're going to go, there's not going to be any games. There's going to be 0 games on Hard Knocks.
Well, they showed a scrimmage for the Rams at the stadium in the last episode, which was their preseason football. That's what it was. They were actually tackling guys to the ground. And you're right, it's definitely not the same. It was definitely not the same feel or the same vibe, but that's what they got. That's what they had.
I will say that stadium.
Unreal.
Oh, my God. Stan Kroenke. Wow. Goodness.
Yeah, it is unreal.
Dude. And I've seen some video, too, of the Raiders, the Death Star there in Vegas. Incredible.
Also unreal.
They knocked down the Rangers, Texas Rangers baseball ballpark. That was relatively new. In fact, Richie, if we could even check on it, I think the Rangers ballpark, I'm guessing, was built after, what are we calling it? Mile High Stadium, the new Mile High Stadium.
Oh, I bet it was as well.
But so you see where I'm going here?
No, but that one, they had to start over on that one because they strategically messed up. They designed the stadium in a way in that the sun was just barreling down and unbearable hot. That's why that is literally why they built a new stadium.
Fine, but did the Broncos mess up by not putting a roof over their stadium?
I don't think so.
If you want it to snow on the field, pull back the roof. Everybody's got a retractable roof. If you want to play when it's freezing cold, well, you can do so. But isn't it nice to have that do you mean to tell me you wouldn't build a new stadium if you could, if you were the Broncos?
I do not feel the necessity to build a new stadium, no.
All right.
I think Mile High is
not even when you see these new stadiums that
well, of course you see
up.
those, and they're kingdoms. They're they're shopping malls. They're like epicenters.
It's their own little city.
Yeah, of course they're unbelievable, and they blow Mile High out of the water. But I don't know. When I go to Mile High, I think it's a good game day experience. It's nice facilities. They've done a great job of keeping the upgrades year in, year out. They invest money on a year in, year out basis. I'll tell you this:
you're not wrong.
FedEx Field out there in Washington,
built
the exact same year as Mile High Stadium. Blowed the dang thing up. That thing needs to be blown up. You want to talk about a stadium that they messed up on or that they haven't continued to pour the money into, that thing is a dump.
Well, I know one of the big projects Brittany Boland actually really is in charge of, in addition to the Rona stuff, is the development of that area. And I know the Broncos are committed to, doing other things down there. That is the one thing that stands out about our stadium area. It's just there's not much stuff around there. It's federal and like an old Burger King or something, and I think the Boy Scouts have something, and There's a cable company building there. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's these other places where it's.
Well, I understand. I mean, but they're not it's a little bit of the newer, old stadium.
Anyways, Keenan Allen and Chris Harris.
Dude, it was the Chris Harris show on Hard Knocks this week.
I tell you what. Well, first
Absolute
of all,
Chris Harris show.
You got to go back to Allen saying this. Now they're teammates, and you see what, Tyler?
Well, man, Hard Knocks was the Chris Harris feature this week.
Mm-hmm.
It was Chris and his wife sitting there talking about the move. They got Chris and his kids out there on the beach playing and hanging out. You got Chris Harris and the Keenan Allen show. That's what it was. And they went back and they highlighted the beef, and they played that exact clip that you just played. And they got Coach Lynn talking about Chris Harris, how nice it is to have him over on this side, how he's been such an animal. Then they hyped the whole thing up. And it's the Chris Harris Keenan Allen battle, right? So they get out there, and the first opportunity that they show on TV, at least, Keenan Allen just absolutely shook Chris Harris out of his cleats. I mean, to the point where Chris Harris almost fell over. It was bad. Chris pops up, typical Chris Harris fashion, just walks to the sideline, starts laughing. He's like, "Hey man, it's 1 of 16. 1 of 16 reps. Count the other 15. Where are the other 15 at?"
There you go.
But man,
That's Chris Harris.
It was just funny to see those two going at it. Keenan Allen, though, that guy is an animal.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
You do see him face off against Chris Harris, and he made it look easy.
Yeah.
Made it look absolutely easy.
Ugh. Could I kill you with truth on this? The Broncos just weren't that into Chris Harris at the end of the day.
I got it.
And it wasn't just because of the contract.
It had been brewing for a long time. I don't think you can imply that it was so much about the play on the field as it was the overall package.
How about this?
I think the Broncos have been motivated for a while, for about a year, maybe even longer, that they are just trying to be out with the old and in with the new.
Okay. But they certainly didn't want to be out with Von Miller.
No, but they're financially tied into Von Miller.
They are. I think that's fair enough. The play of Chris wasn't to the level where the Broncos felt they had to move mountains.
They offered him a new contract, and it turned out that it was actually a reasonable contract. They offered him an extension that was going to be more than what he got with the Chargers. So,
but not what he thought he should have got.
It's not accurate to say that they weren't into him, and it's not accurate to say that they didn't want him around because they offered him.
All right. So how would you put it then? I'm trying to put it the right way, but how would you put it?
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to fight over semantics here. I mean, I would agree more or less that the team has been trying to move out with the old guard. And I think that's just what it was at. You know, if it made sense financially, if they didn't feel like they were going out on a limb.
There was a price. There was a price. They weren't going to overextend themselves.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Because you're right. They did offer him something. If they wanted to just, like, if I go back in the way, Eric Decker was never even offered a contract.
That's right. It's real easy. If you don't want the guy to come back, you don't offer him a contract.
Was Wolf ever offered a contract?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. Shelby Harris, go help yourself. Okay. We'll have you back, but this is the price. All right, we're back for a year. We'll see how it goes. Garrett Bowles, we'll see. Mike Kliss, So what are you trying to say about Chris Harris then with the Chargers here real quick?
Not saying much other than the fact that after the featured battle, he got exposed on Hard Knocks on national TV.
Do you think he got the best of Keenan Allen over the years, or do you think Allen got the best of him? That's tricky, huh?
Gosh, I would have to go back and break that one down game by game, but I think that Chris Harris got the best of Phillip Rivers multiple times.
And we'll talk to Mike Kliss about that and the day of practice and the broadcast. 9 News does have the Broncos. We'll get a preview of what's going on with that with Mike Kliss next. Yeah. Let's go. Mike Kliss, our 9 News Broncos insider, courtesy of Bet Rivers Sportsbook, McGill's Hotel and Casino. There's a little conspiracy theory that a Freudian slip by Coach Fangio indicating that maybe Royce Freeman, if he's not going to be on the Broncos, he's certainly good enough to be on another NFL team. Maybe start there, Mike. What is going on with Royce Freeman and perhaps the relationship with Levante Bellamy?
Yeah, I think Royce Freeman is definitely the number 3. I mean, you're talking about where Royce Freeman helps you, where Levante Bellamy doesn't, and really where Philip Lindsay doesn't is in the pass protection game. And so I think Royce Freeman's number 3. They almost sounded like maybe he'd be available for trade if they wanted, if they had another need. Although, to me, it seems like they're filling one with Mark Barron if they're able to sign him and get him under contract. Even though he's visiting and will visit, I'm not sure that's a guarantee that they're going to sign him. It's probable, but not a guarantee. But that would help Mark Barron at the inside linebacker. But otherwise, you don't cut a Royce Freeman. He's still cheap. This is his 3rd year. And, he can still help you. He is running better now that his shoulder's healthy. And he's still good in the passing game. He always was good in the passing game, really. He came in for Phil the last couple of years. So be interesting to see. I would think he's the number 3 outside chance that they put him on the trading block, maybe in return for something else they need.
Mike, what's the story with Melvin Gordon? Why is he seem to be sitting out the contact period still?
Ribs. He's coming off ribs. They want to make sure that it's okay. He's good enough to go out there and run around, get in condition, catch the ball, run the ball, but they don't want his ribs getting knocked around. If there's still 17 days till the opener, only 17 days, depends how you look at it. But that's why.
What do you think that the split, the percentage? What do you think it's going to look like on week 1?
It's hard to tell because it's been mostly Philip Lindsay getting, what was the reason why it's difficult is Melvin Gordon was just making his move. There were 2 days where he was taking the first rep, and on the second day. He hurt his ribs, and that set him back. And then Lindsay goes back in there, and Lindsay's been good all camp. He has. He's, it almost looks like Lindsay's going to be the starter, and Melvin Gordon's going to be the 3rd down back. Wouldn't that be something?
That would be unbelievable.
It's a very expensive 3rd down back.
Do you think that exists in the world of possibilities?
It is in the world of possibilities because that's what they've mostly done during training camp. But again, let's wait. They do a lot of changes the last week. And there's always surprises the last week, too. So it is really hard to determine how that's going to work out. But look, this is the skill set these guys have. Lindsay is more of a between-the-tackle runner. And he's not strong in the passing game, even though he's catching the ball well. You can't ask him to block, guys. The blitzers. He's just not big enough. He's willing and he has the heart. He's just not big enough to do it. When they see Lindsay, when they have Gordon and Lindsay in the game at the same time and passing downs, but Lindsay's generally split out to the flanker spot. So I can see that working. And I think they are going to use them both quite a bit this year. But you got to have Gordon in that for that pass pickup and also to catch the ball. He'll catch his share, and he will run the ball too. But he's been beat up a little bit more than Phillip has here in the last a couple of years. So makes sense to have them. Getting back to Royce Freeman, another thing that makes it difficult was Devontae Booker was the number 3 last year, and he barely got on the field on offense.
Right.
And but Shermer's different. We'll see if it's Montkins making the call. Then I would say Royce Freeman might be expendable, on the trading block before the season starts. But I'm not sure about that. Right now, he's number 3 and a good number 3.
What do you think about Dotson and the right tackle situation?
Well, he's coming on. They mixed him in with the first team today for the first time. He got first team reps.
How many? Hey, Mike, I said about 4 or 5. How many would you say he actually got? Did he get more than that?
Yeah, that's about what I saw too. Okay. About 4 or 5, and it was it around the goal line? It was a goal line type thing.
Red zone for sure.
Yeah. So, but that's how Lloyd Cushenberry came on. The first day he got first team reps, he got 1 period, and then that was it. And now he got them all here the last couple days. But Fangio was pretty adamant that it's Wilkinson's job to lose, and I don't see how Wilkinson is going to lose it without preseason. I think Dotson starts off as the backup, and Wilkinson can shift over to left if they have to during in-game. Dotson can only be a right tackle, by the way. He cannot play left. And I think that's how they want to do it. At some point, maybe Dotson plays. I think the thinking is Dotson has 6 or 7 good games in him. He's pretty beat up, and he's up there in age. I don't think they believe he can go 16. So, but between him and Wilkinson and Bowles, they think they can have quality tackles, for all 16 games this year.
All right, Mike. Care to promote your broadcast tomorrow? What should we know?
Oh yeah, that should be fun. I'm going to be in the front row with headsets on, and we're going to interview Fangio during the stretch, and maybe Drew Lock at some point. They come in and out. They're actually going to come out and warm up, and then run back into the locker room. We hope to get Drew Lock as the team is running into the locker room. Elway, Joe Ellis should join us. Mayor Hancock should join us, and then after the practice, get a couple more players, and Chad Brown and Ryan will be there in the concourse, and so Chad will be worth listening to. And
okay.
But I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be different for me. I'm actually a little nervous about it, but should be fun.
Why are you nervous?
Well, because I've never done this before. They're going to basically have a live mic on me during practice, and I'm going to be talking and explaining
wow.
for a couple hours, and then you can watch it. It happens from 2 to 4. You can watch it starting at 7 o'clock on Channel 20.
Oh, wait, it's not live.
So are you guys showing the entire practice?
It'll be live when it's taped.
Huh?
But you're showing the entire practice, start to finish.
Yes, they're showing the entire practice, start to finish. You'll be able to watch it from 7 to 9 on Channel 20.
Ah, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll look forward to seeing it then. Thank you, Mike. We'll talk to you later.
See you guys.
That's Mike Kliss on the Fireball Hotline, courtesy of Bet River Sportsbook, McGill's Hotel and Casino. Well, let's talk about that. They're leading up to this moment. What should we look forward to in that scrimmage? Next. Hey, DMac, for my great friends at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. I want you to check out MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com, and you'll find some incredible deals going on. I mean, other dealers may be low on inventory. That is not the problem at Colorado's truck and SUV headquarters. Mike Maroney has hundreds of trucks and SUVs in stock and on sale, and it'd be wonderful to go in there and see the great sales staff and the folks that have helped me out and become truly great friends, they are going to set you up. However, you can look at it online as well, MikeMarooneyFordLongmont.com, and find Escapes up to $7,000 off, Explorers up to $9,000 off, Edges up to $10,000 off, F-150 pickups up to $12,000 off, or qualified buyers get 0% APR, 72-month financing with zero down on select models. You can drive interest-free for 6 full years. And they all come with the DMac camping items and the DMac deal. Money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado, part of the deal. So go to MikeMarooneyFordLongmont.com, where low prices meet exceptional service. All right, so that was weird. So just nothing then, huh? So yeah, but then nothing. Okay. All right. Stuff behind the scenes there, Tyler. Oh, by the way, and we're going to dig into the Broncos scrimmage. At practice today, I was hanging out with people who know you pretty well.
Oh, it's always a little bit nerve-wracking.
And
what kind of people are we talking about here?
Oh, people you know well. Broadcast people you know well.
Okay. Oh, I got you.
There sounds like there's some grumpy mornings in your past.
Well,
some grumpy physical mornings in your past.
Yeah, yes, I told you.
I know, and I'm like,
I just told you these stories yesterday.
Yeah, you did, but it was weird to more or less hear them confirmed.
Wait, I think I know the one specific one you're talking about right now.
Well, you can just keep thinking down that train track, and you'd run into others.
Okay. Oh man.
So
look,
I was like,
sometimes when you do a morning show, you wake up a little bit on edge.
I tell you what, and they're telling these stories, and I'm looking at them like. And it's almost like, you haven't? You've been in a full throwdown with Tyler? That hasn't happened? No, he's been great. Yeah.
Well, keep pushing my buttons, DMac. See what happens.
I don't know.
See, this is what happened. I said you keep pushing my buttons, and then you're going to see what happens. And then I got to tell you, when I tell you you're going to see it, you're going to see it.
I tell you, I don't want anything to do with it after hearing these stories. I don't think I would fare nearly as well. But... Did you really just? I'm just
going to say they deserved everything they got.
Were the mornings just after a while just brutal, or
mornings was a total catch-22. I had a love-hate relationship with doing the morning show because there was nothing better than having my entire day at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'm just done. I get to do whatever the heck I want the rest of my day.
Right.
I mean, I was pulling a Mike Evans. It was awesome.
What does he do?
Nobody knew. My kids were at school.
Nobody
my wife
knows.
was running errands. I was taking a nap. But yeah, I mean, when that alarm clock goes off every single morning. That it wears on you over time, for sure.
Okay. It was fun. I mean, everybody loves you. It was all in good fun, but still disturbing at the same time. All right. Let's talk about what to expect. So, that was good that we got some clarification from Mike. So the practice is at 2, but 9 News is going to broadcast it at night at 7 o'clock. And, oh, man, I don't know what I did with it, Richie. Did I write it down? Oh, yeah, I wrote it down. So... we got a crazy weekend. So you have that at 7 o'clock, and then the Rockies play at 6 o'clock. So you have the Rockies first.
Be careful here, okay?
Oh,
Just be careful.
I know. Trust me. And then Sunday is the more crazy day with the Rockies at 1, the Avs at 4, and then the Nuggets at 8:30. So it's just the Rockies and the Broncos broadcast on Saturday night. So Saturday's wide open. Enjoy your Saturday.
Okay.
You can just do whatever all day Saturday, and then we'll be watching the
Saturday evening. You can come back around.
Saturday evening, yeah, when everything is done for the day. Enjoy your day. Sunday starts with the Rockies at 1, Avalanche at 4, Nuggets at 8:30. That actually times out beautifully, so you can watch if you chose to. Ignore your family. Watch all 3 teams, play back to back to back. In terms of the stadium practice.
What if your family's ignoring you? What if you're not the one that's ignoring them?
And what's your family doing?
I don't know. I mean, but maybe you're not the one at fault.
That could be the case.
Yeah.
Would the family be watching the game without you? Would they be saying, Dad, whatever you do not watch this game with us?
Right.
Now, that would be interesting. Here's Vic Fangio, their plan for Saturday, and you'll see it Saturday night. Here's the plan. He kept going on, too. This is critical. This is 6-minute abs. It's not 6-minute abs. It's 7-minute abs.
That's right.
Right? Because we're not going in for 12 minutes.
No, this is a real halftime.
We're going in for 10 minutes, not 12 minutes. So it's that's important to know.
Right.
We're not going in for the full 12. It's going to be 10.
Well, because you got to get that time to get back out there on the field and
Right.
get loosened up a little bit.
But the full 12 is bananas. We're not doing that.
Nobody does that. You got time to get in there, get a little tinkle in, come out, drink a Gatorade, maybe have an orange slice.
Yeah, if we had to be in there for 12, I mean, we might as well go home. If we had to be in there for 12, it's 10. 6-minute abs. So let's just keep that in mind. How important is this? How important is this for the players?
Well, it's just familiarity, really, and it's normally you'll have like a little practice like this for a preseason game. Believe it or not, you'll go through this routine at your practice facility. Get used to coming out onto the field. Where are you going to practice? Where are you going to warm up? Are you in the back right of the end zone? Are you in the back left of the end zone? You'll go through that routine just so when you get out there, you're not just running around like chickens with your heads cut off. I'm not going to oversell it like, wow, you can go play a football game without doing something like this, but it helps. I mean, football players are creatures of habit. I think all athletes are creatures of habit. But to go out there and just know where you're supposed to be and kind of get into that feel, get into that vibe of getting to the stadium early, sitting around in your locker, doing nothing for an hour or two, then all of a sudden you start to get ready, get warmed up, get taped up, and get your pads on. I think it helps. It helps to just be familiar.
All right, we'll see if anybody can win or lose a job. We'll hear from Vic Fangio about that. Plus, it looks like there's a new starting center, at least for the Broncos. More about today. That comes up next right here on Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan. Hey, DMac for Premier Heating and Air, 303-993-9060. That's 303-993-9060. Got a great deal. A DMac exclusive AC and furnace sale for the month of August. If you need your old system strained and replaced, it's not doing so good. It's just, I don't know. It's not happening for you. Well, this furnace and AC sale could save you up to $3,000 off by offering a free furnace with AC install good for every level of system. And they're even upgrading you to 0% interest with zero money down. Plus, it's a company. Man, I love the guys and gals at Premier. They have been so important to me for so many years. Thank you, Premier, for being part of our family. And you've kept us warm when we needed it and cool when we needed it as well, and saved us money, kept us safer in our home. I can't speak highly enough of Premier. I really hope you put this number in your phone, 303-993-9060. Ask for the DMac special. Call or text 303-993-9060. PremierAirColorado.com. Oh, I feel like we should be climbing some sort of mountain or something. That's it. This weekend, in a world where all the Denver teams play on the same weekend, it's the end of summer. This weekend in Denver, Colorado, it's the Sportsnado. And the games, they'll start at 2 or maybe 7 or Saturday or perhaps on Sunday. Maybe at 8:30, perhaps at 6:30. I don't know, maybe at 1. Nobody really knows. Nobody cares because this weekend it's all happening at the same time right here on The Fan. See? It's my DJ skills.
That was a good job, man.
You like that?
Yeah, it was good stuff.
That's a long post, by the way. That is a heck of a talk-up. That's going to be at least 1:20 to get to that talk.
Oh, my gosh. Can you imagine having to talk for 1:20?
I mean, I could do it. Don't get me wrong. I'm just telling you. There's the vocal post. That's the killer post. But you can hit, music posts along the way. Oh, man. At Z89, Power Hits Z89, the late 80s, when I literally introduced this song, when it was new. Z89!
Countdown.
Would you be at some point another time? Would you want to hear my DJ tapes from the 80s?
No, not really.
Really?
I mean, why?
All right, no, I don't know.
I mean, like, are you talking about like hanging out, like having a cold one and drinking?
No, I thought on the show. No, no interest. Okay, that's fine.
No, I mean, sure.
No.
I meant I'm super fascinated in your life. I would love to go back and look at your high school yearbook as well.
I got that. I found that the other day.
Could we go look at that?
Yeah, class dancer.
Yeah.
Me and Heidi Leveroni.
See what kind of notes you got?
Yeah. I got a really embarrassing story about my yearbook.
Oh,
we did quotes, like yearbook quotes next to your picture.
Mm-hmm. What was your quote?
I had this. There was a girl. This is really messed up. There was a girl I was really into.
Oh my gosh!
And
you know what? I'm uncomfortable already.
Do you not want the rest of the story?
I mean, I'm embarrassed. Like my cheeks are getting rosy.
And so you could put a quote next to your picture. There was a girl I was really into, but she had said no to me so many times.
I love you, Heidi.
Her name wasn't Heidi, but it was like that. I was so desperate to eventually hook up with her somehow. I ended up dating her sister. Her younger sister.
How'd that go?
Not great. She broke up with me too.
That wasn't a good lead-in?
But when the sister broke up with me, it was like right around the time where our submissions were due for what quote we wanted next to our picture.
Okay.
And so I just, 17, 18-year-old kid, my quote was something directly to do with the sister, not the girl I was really into. I shouldn't have been quoting about anything to do with the girls at all.
No,
I know,
not at all.
Kidding.
What is going on
So
here?
I submitted it, and then about a week later, I freaked out because, like, common sense, it occurred to me.
That's my quote forever?
Right. Like, I was like, oh, my God, what am I doing? And I went to the yearbook people. I said, please, whatever you do, you've got to take that out. You have got to take it out.
And it was too late.
No, they said okay.
Oh.
They said, hey, it's close, but it's okay. We can take it out, put this other thing in, whatever, that sort of thing. Okay, fine. The yearbook takes a long time to come out, right? So here it is. The yearbooks come out right around ground. I flip open.
Right.
They didn't take it out. It's so. I mean, it's like I just could not believe it.
I mean, what was the quote?
I don't know it off the. I don't know it off the top of my head, but it was something.
Come on. He's setting the tone for you.
Do you want me to bring? I can bring it in on Monday, and
Okay.
I can seriously, if you want me to.
Yes, I would like to see this one.
We were cleaning up.
Actually, to be honest, I would love to hear your DJ tapes as well.
Yeah, now you're lying.
No, I'm not. I'm being serious. It would be great.
You're not. All right. Our training camp coverage is brought to you thanks to Madlam Real Estate. Check it out at 1043thefan.com. How do you feel that we've got our center now, Lloyd Cushenberry? You good with that?
Yeah. I thought that this was about the time that it was going to happen. It made sense. You can only go so far of having this quote unquote battle, right? You got to make the young guy earn it. You can't just give him the starting job, which is fine. I mean, I'm good with them going out there and making him earn it, but Lloyd is clearly the guy that had the leg up in the advantage. He was the third-round draft pick. He was the guy that was drafted to take a completely vacant job. I'm glad that he's getting the reps now. He needs every rep he could possibly get. If anything, I wish that he got the reps earlier.
Okay. This feels about, do you think it's enough time? Do you think it's, what do we have left? 7 practices, something like that before?
I think it's 6, actually. Is it 7? It's not many.
Calendar right now, huh? They have at least one more day off. Hey man, do we have their schedule? Do we know? Do they practice on Sunday? Probably not, right? They probably have Sunday off, I would guess.
That's probably their final off day, actually. Speaking
you think
of final,
so?
Yeah. Typically speaking, we'll get the day after the scrimmage off.
Right. So let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another day off. 6. 7. They only have 7 camp practices before no practice Sunday. Yeah. So they really only have 7 practices, camp type practices before it's game prep week.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go into game prep week and you have another 4 practices until the game itself because it's a Monday night game. So they got a little bit more time there. But not much, man.
Not much time left. I mean, you got to lock in your team. At this point, the guys that are out there with the starting unit, those are your guys. That needs
at
to be
this point.
Oh, yeah. There's no time left to make any changes. Elijah Wilkinson's going to be your starting right tackle. Garrett Bowles is starting left tackle, and just go down the road. That's what it's going to be. You might have some, like the number 3 corner, that could be fluid.
Right.
But your actual starters that are out there on the field, it's about done. Your number 4 wide receiver, that's a little bit fluid.
When are we going to see KJ Hamler this year?
That's a good question.
Does it kind of feel like to you we may not see him till week 9, week 10? This is going to be something nagging.
The way Coach Fangio keeps talking about him, it's and you guys quit asking me about KJ Hamler for a while because it's going to be some time.
Right.
That doesn't sound like a good injury. That sounds like something that's going to be a big-time problem.
There is no point in having KJ Hamler out there if he can't go full speed, right?
Right. He's your top-end speed guy. Take the roof off the top kind of guy.
So right. Never mind sucking it up or gutting it out. It doesn't – forget that. You can get away with that at other positions, right?
Yeah. I think
not doing his thing.
I think other wide receiver positions as well. Like Jerry Jeudy, he would be different. You're our number 2 guy. We need you back out there. But if you're a specialist and your only job is to be the fastest dude that's on the field, well, take your time and become the fastest dude on the field.
I'm glad you brought up Jerry Jeudy. Let me tell you about him. A couple of quirky things and something that might really freak you out about Jeudy. That's next. I see people on the text line, ramaslaw.com text line, suggesting things about dating sisters, and the only thing that happened to me was being rejected by sisters. There was...
What are we talking about right now?
My dating life.
I know. That was an awkward intro right there if I've ever heard one.
We're back to that? You can't date one girl, so you think the way to get to her is to date her sister. You try dating her sister, her sister rejects you too.
Naturally. Because if the sister thought you were a jerk, well, is she going to give you a good review to the other sister?
It wasn't even that she thought I was a jerk. It's just, she just, it's not that interested. She liked another dude who was much better looking than me.
I mean, I got dumped by the same girl 5 times in high school,
I know.
Who am I to judge?
That is something there. Ain't no doubt about it.
Was.
Speaking of that, tell us about your bike ride. I heard you got a new bike.
I did, man.
What's the deal?
Was a good day.
Tell me about it.
Great day, man. So, Pedal with Polumbus to beat ovarian cancer. You can find the information on 1043thefan.com/pedal. We have had a tremendous week. Number one, we've surpassed the fundraising goal of $20,000. We're at $22,397, at least last I checked, and now we're going for 30. We're going for 25. Then we'll go for 30. But man, we got today, dude. I got a sick, sweet road bike.
That's awesome.
Was donated by Adventure Cycling. And it's just for the event here, but I get to train on it leading up to it. I get to ride it in the event, and this thing is unreal. It's a game changer, man. I mean, Adventure Cycling, those guys over there, they know what they're doing, and so grateful for them to jump on board. We've already had great sponsors. Denver Athletic was on board. Ramos Bicycle Law was on board. Man, we've got incredible sponsors.
I've been lucky to be involved with a couple of great bike shops over the years. Nice Bikes on Broadway, Elevation Cycles, which has a couple of different locations, and they've been amazing too. But Adventure Cycling, I've never had anything like official like you have now.
Yeah.
It just so happens they're the closest place to where I've lived for 21 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're like in your backyard.
They are
much,
in my backyard right there at Parker and Quincy. I've lived in 2 places. They're like a perfect triangle to the 2 places that I lived.
Yep.
And I've been there. Not that I love Elevation Cycles. I love Nice Bike. They've been incredible sponsors with me over the years. But Adventure Cycling, they're just closest. So if I've had a flat tire, or I needed a tune-up, I need a new chain, I need this, I need that, whatever the thing is, my kids' bikes, my wife's bikes, they've been amazing over the years. Their location and service, I just don't know anybody over there.
Great people.
I just go there.
Well, my other sponsor, Primal Wear, who's doing my cycling jerseys, they're the ones that put me in touch with Adventure Cycling. So, man, just the generosity is flowing right now. So many people are getting behind this thing, and can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys.
All right. Well, in terms of today, well, it's me.
That's you.
Me. It's to talk about a weird year, somewhat horrible year. A lot of ways a horrible year. But in terms of this training camp, I've never gone through anything like this where I've gone to so few and only been allowed to so few practices.
Yeah.
And today was my 3rd one, and I think on the schedule, although I'm happy to go as many as they'll allow me to go, but I think this is the last one I'm going to. Are you on the throne next week?
So, no, I'm going as a part of the fan on Tuesday.
Okay.
I actually just got a call from Atwater again, probably tried to set that up, but as of now, I'm just going on Tuesday.
Okay. And maybe the throne. We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll get you. I saw Steve today, by the way.
Great dude. Best.
The best. Chad was on the throne with Steve today.
Nice. We've got a lot of Buffaloes on the throne. I just want to point that out.
I'm watching practice, and I told you how great Jerry Jeudy is. There were some times today that, he is human. He's not, some sort of robot out there. He had a play today from Locke. Hit him in the chest, bounced right out. AJ Boye, easily scooped it up, picked it off.
Tips and overthrows, got to get those.
So remember how I said how I saw KJ Hamler have that happen. It happened with Jerry Jeudy too.
Yeah.
Okay, so keep it in mind.
Well, it happens, but I mean, the question is, how many times have you seen that? That was probably the first time you've seen it.
It was the first time I saw it.
Right.
But I only saw it one time with KJ Hamler too. He's been hurt, but I only saw it one time with him too. There was another interesting play, and this is where, hey man, it is practice. Because Jeudy doesn't just run with the ones. He's kind of in a rotation where he's out there with Jeff Driscoll sometimes. And by the way, Rippon is like not getting on the field now at all. He is like not taking. Remember how we were saying, why is Kevin Hogan like getting reps?
Yeah, but again, everything's amplified this year, so the whole process is sped up a couple weeks. We are at the point where you would already be after preseason game number 4.
Right.
So
right.
You've got to dial back the reps for everybody because you just don't have the availability.
Well, that's what's happening. And Driscoll's out there. And I don't know, man. It's practice. You make mistakes. But there's no way 2 receivers are supposed to be 35 yards down the field within 3 yards of each other.
Right.
Dragging 3 defensive players with them.
Correct.
So imagine that, because it's like double coverage on Jeudy, and I don't know who else was another receiver was out there. Say it's Deshaun Hamilton for the sake of argument, and he's got a defensive guy with them. So you had this weird cluster at about the 10-yard line for like a 40-yard pass of Jerry Jeudy, 2 defenders, Deshaun Hamilton, his defender. It's just a clump. Jeff Driscoll hucks the ball. For a second, it looked like Deshaun Hamilton, if you threw it the right way, would have been actually open. In fact, so much you think, this is going to Deshaun Hamilton. He's got to be the target on this particular pass.
Okay.
How Jerry Jeudy ended up 3 yards from dragging 2 defenders with him, I don't know. You could see, it's kind of funny. We have a great vantage point, and you could see the ball was going to be short. Like, you're going to tell, that does not have enough juice, right? Almost from the get-go. The ball hits off Jerry Jeudy's helmet. Like, he doesn't turn around. It literally hits Jerry Jeudy. He's within like 5 people. It hits Jerry Jeudy in the helmet.
Nice. This is a good play. Things are going well.
I'm sitting next to like Troy Rankin. He goes like, well, you can't say you didn't hit his player. I don't think he was aiming for it. I don't think Jeudy was the target. But then again, on the same vein, Jeudy
sounds like there was definitely a busted route in
right.
there.
Jeudy didn't turn around for it either. Like, there was that kind of moment. So let me just back up a tad and ask you about rookies and training camp and all this, even for the most talented guys. Where are they? Where are their heads? What is happening with these guys?
It's hard, man. It's
hard.
And
what's hard about it?
Well, you're swimming. You're just the knowledge is flowing in every single day, and you're being educated on stuff that you didn't even know existed in football. I mean, my rookie year, when I got to the Broncos, I seriously, DMac, for the life of me, I had no clue how little I knew about football. I mean, amazing. All the defensive IDs, the fronts, the variations, like a 3-4 isn't just a 3-4 when it's reduced, and just it's crazy the things that you had to learn. So you get up to the line of scrimmage and you can't play fast unless you know what you're doing, because if you get to the line of scrimmage and you're questioning what your responsibilities are, well, you're going to kind of tippy-toe off the line of scrimmage, and it's just all going to be a hot mess. By now, though, I would like to think that you're starting to settle down, you're getting into routine a little bit, and you realize that, you know what, the playbook's not as crazy as you'd think it is. Everything is sequential, and everything builds off of each other. So by the time you get to this point, you start to understand the rhyme or reason why things are called in clusters. So I think it's hit about that time in training camp where normally you should be slowing things down. But I'm not surprised at all if we continue to see mistakes offensively, because DMac, these guys have not had any time together whatsoever. None.
And by the way, Jerry Jeudy makes great plays every single day. I don't want to make it sound like he's some sort of disaster. I'm just pointing out he has played so well. To see him make any kind of mistake is or get confused with something is unusual. My point is it does happen to everybody, and I think we should, as Broncos fans, expect moments like that. Another day, though, Albert Okwuegbunam. I don't know, Tyler, what do you do with a player who all he does during training camp is make one great play after another? What do you do with him?
Well, it happens year in and year out. You know, Juwan Winfrey did great job in preseason football last year. You've always got guys that are preseason stars, and you say, well, all I know, that was Tim Patrick. That's who that was, by the way. And Tim Patrick actually earned a more significant role on that football team than he was ever supposed to. He was supposed to be a camp body, so even worse than Albert Okwuegbunam. At some point, you just say, all right, well, if he does it enough, we got to trust that he's going to do it in a game day situation, and you try to put him in situations that replicate where he's had success previously.
He's been amazing. Hey, props to him. I don't know if he can block a wet paper rag, but that dude is so athletic, and not that Noah Fant is. Noah Fant's another incredible athletic freak as well, but
we haven't heard much about Noah Fant from anybody.
He's been good. He's been with the ones. He's been solid. I saw him play well today.
Okay.
Nothing spectacular, but very, very solid, and no hesitation about him being the number one tight end. Any of that stuff. Deserves it, earns it, looks great, that sort of thing. I'm just telling you, Albert Okwuegbunam in particular, he doesn't get as many opportunities as Fant. He takes advantage of every single one of them.
Yep.
Every time you see a guy, who's Okwuegbunam? Albert O. Again, day after day after day. Man, I'm telling you.
It's good to hear, man. I mean, that's great to hear. I don't know how you fit him in. I don't know how he fits into the mix, but down there in the red zone, to think if you get Noah Fant, Albert Okwuegbunam, Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy all out there on the field at the same time, those are some weapons.
And Vannett, I like Vannett. I get it. He's a big guy, can block. He doesn't have that same speed. He doesn't. I'm sure he's good at whatever his role is. I'm just telling you, Albert Okwuegbunam is one of the most dangerous weapons the Broncos have. And what will they do with it? We'll see. Have you heard about the Big Ten? And how about this? Think about this. Could what the Big Ten is doing lead to CU playing football this fall? That story next. How many members of Aerosmith can you name, Tyler Polumbus? I'm sorry, Tyler. Tyler, you there?
I'm here. Yeah. One.
Who?
Steven Tyler.
Good enough.
I mean, how many more are there?
Well, there's a lot.
Yeah, I don't know any of their names.
Brad Whitford.
Nope.
Joe Perry.
Joe Perry. Yeah, of course.
I'm forgetting the drummer's name. They fired him. Joey Kramer. Thank you, Richie. How'd you know that?
Tom Hamilton.
Tom Hamilton, yeah.
Brad Whitford.
Oh, you're looking at something. You're looking at something.
I'm a quick Googler.
Yeah, they fired Joey Kramer, the drummer. He couldn't drum anymore. He sued him. Kind of sucks when you were the band for 40 years.
Got kicked out of the band.
He couldn't drum.
Well, that seems like a little bit of a job necessity.
Yeah, do you think anybody ever showed up at an Aerosmith concert? Hey, man, I cannot wait to hear Joey Kramer play Walk This Way.
Right. Know your role, man.
Well, he knew his role. It's just
know your worth, man.
He physically couldn't play the drums anymore. He showed.
So why'd he sue him? What'd he sue him for?
Because he showed up at a gig and they rejected him at the door. Security wouldn't let him in.
Yikes.
Why'd he sue him? He sued him because the greatest job in the world is playing 10 songs that you've played for 40 years over and over and over again.
But if you're not capable of playing those songs, well, you're no longer capable of being in the band, man.
I get it, but you want to keep it going, you know?
Well, sometimes you got to get a new member for the band.
No, we were talking about like Motley Crue is supposed to be here.
We'll get the band back together later.
If there was no Rona, Motley Crue would have been in concert like tonight or yesterday or something like that.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, and I was like, the crew is still together? Like, how is
I mean, no way, it's the same crew.
I asked that same question. I said, well, who's in it? And I was told it's essentially the same. I don't know if Mick Mars could still be there. That guy might be 110. And I think he was an alien to begin with. Nikki Sixx, I think, has been dead twice already. Vince Neil, I think he might have lost some weight, actually. And then you got Tommy Lee. I don't know. I guess they could still be banging around.
I doubt it.
Who knew Motley Crue could play into their 70s? Jeez. All right. The Big Ten. Okay, Tyler, I'm fascinated to hear what you think. Now, we have heard about Nebraska, and Ed and Lisa have been part of it, as well as other Nebraska families, really putting the screws to Nebraska and the Big Ten about why did you cancel the season? Give us the specifics of it. And we're suing you. We're writing protest letters. We're pointing out the Big Ten commissioner's son plays in the SEC. All this sort of stuff. And now, how about this? The Big Ten is considering a fall schedule that would begin the week of Thanksgiving. A 10-game schedule is being discussed. There's a real possibility that's going to happen. Ohio State Athletic Director Gene Smith confirmed to The Athletic Thanksgiving start is one of the options. Tyler, all things considered, do you think the Big Ten will have fall football?
Hold on. Let me clarify something here.
Sure.
When they canceled it before, were they going to spring ball? Was that what the plan was?
I think so. I don't think it was canceled. I think it was postponed for a spring schedule. Yes.
Okay. And so now we're talking about like a season that begins right when college football ends traditionally.
Correct.
That's like the exact weekend that is your final game. That's your red letter rival game. I think that this is just silly. Just silly. First off, I'll start with this. I actually commend them for reevaluating it. And I'm not even going to make fun of them. You know what? If you made a mistake and if you didn't take all the information, you want to reevaluate things, fine. Good for you. I think that we should all reevaluate things on a day-to-day basis right now.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea of having a season that is totally independent of where everybody else is going to be in college football is just dumb. That's just a bad idea.
Seems
Think
crazy,
about it.
right?
So you've got all the others. You've got all the other Power 5 schools are competing in the normal fall. Their season competes or it finishes up, and you can't compete with those guys. And then you can't compete with the schools going on in the spring either. What's the point?
Well,
Who are you playing with?
Well, hold on. Who would be competing in the spring?
Well, Pac-12.
Who else? That's it. Here's where I'm going.
Okay, I see where you're going.
If this happens, is that a domino that pushes the Pac-12 to start at the same time, and the Big Ten and Pac-12, Rose Bowl, could line up together? Now,
again, I would just say, what's the point? Like, if you're going to do that, why not just go start and play normal football?
Well,
now
they're
can't.
They're
now
too
they're
late.
behind the 8 ball.
I was talking to my son down at Arizona State, and he goes, hey, Dad, this would have been our opening weekend this weekend. We would have had our first game of the year against, some crappy school. And then he goes, yeah, next weekend we'd be traveling up to Vegas. They were supposed to play their second game of the season in the Death Star.
Right.
And I was like, oh, my gosh, I felt so bad for him because he's so deeply involved with that, and it stinks. But that's when it was supposed to start. Okay, so it's too late. But Thanksgiving isn't too late. And just looking at the calendar, you could get 10 games in, 10 weeks in, if you didn't take a bye week to January 30th. Now.
So you'd be watching college football the entire NFL season, really?
Yes.
That's what it would be like?
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't really understand what the point is. What's the difference between playing in the spring or late fall? If you were going to play and you're going to play the normal time and you could compete against other Power 5 conferences, have an actual BCS champion, well, then I would understand why you're trying to bump it up. But I don't understand what the point of this is.
Well, I would say the point of this, if you can end your season around January 30th, I don't know, maybe you have the Rose Bowl, right, in February, somewhere in there. The combine doesn't start till February. You could get a season in before the combine and before the draft.
No.
If you
it wouldn't change anything, DMac. I mean, if I'm a senior trying to get ready for the combine, no way I could play in that late fall season.
You'd tap out.
Absolutely, I would tap out. I'm trying to get ready for the NFL. I'm trying to get ready for the combine. It's a much different type of training. You are not training for speed and agility when you're in season. That's not what you're doing. If you're trying to get ready for the NFL and you're a first round, second round type of guy, no way I would go compete in
Justin Fields, slam dunk top 10 pick, quarterback, Ohio State.
No chance.
Oh, I don't know. I think he'd play.
No way, dude. Are you kidding? Like, why would he put himself at risk? Why would he
play Michigan?
Maybe actually, DMac, of all the spots, quarterback might make sense to play because you don't really need to train for the combine. Whereas like speedsters, athletic guys, they have to train for the combine. Maybe a quarterback.
Who's going to tap out if you have a 10-week season that starts in Thanksgiving? Nobody.
Tons of people.
No way.
DMac, when are they going to train? When are they going to get ready for the combine?
I don't know.
What is the most important thing in their life right now? Going to the NFL.
Tyler, you have told me a million times playing at CU meant more to you than anything else, and you've won a Super Bowl in your pro life. I think you get you get in that college bubble.
No, D-Mac.
And no, but seriously.
Not when you're a senior getting ready for the NFL. No. Your mode right now is going to the league, and
Are
it
you
depends.
Sure?
Absolutely.
Yes. It's not driving you so hard.
It depends on who I am. Am I like a 5th rounder and a 6th rounder, or am I a 3rd rounder?
Let's go
higher?
through it. You're a 5th rounder.
I'm playing football. I'm playing the season because I want to go move up in the draft.
You're a 3rd rounder.
No, I'm not playing football.
Okay, so 3rd round and higher, forget it.
Correct.
How many guys is that, man? I mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about 100 guys? Not that many. I mean, of those 100 guys, how many play in the Big Ten?
Yeah, not that many.
10?
Not that
15? I don't know. Not that many. Not that many that, I think.
Okay, I'll give you that. I mean, if you're talking about the amount of numbers, not that many guys would actually fall into that category in one conference.
Now, of course, if Justin Fields taps out for Ohio State, I mean, of course that's a big deal. But other than Justin Fields, name me one player in the Big Ten that would tap out that would matter.
Oh, man. I don't know off the top of my head right now.
Right,
I mean,
because there's nobody, except for Justin Fields, there's nobody in the Big Ten that just, I'm sure there's good players there. But there's nobody,
there's plenty of good
there's
players.
nobody that's just leaping out at you
No.
besides Justin Fields. And then you go with the Pac. What, just for the sake of argument, Big Ten goes through with this. They start on Thanksgiving. What do you do if you're the Pac-12? Are you serious? Are you really seriously going to be the only Power 5 conference not to play in the fall at all? And the four others are now
the
doing
real advantage to moving it up into fall is that you give your athletes time to actually heal and get ready for the next season. That's what it's really about. So
that's true.
Like CU and all the Pac-12, like don't even play that spring season. Don't even play it. It's just wrong. It's bad timing. It's not fair on the kids. You're talking about injuries that are going to pile up. I mean, they would finish their season, get a week off, come back to training camp, and get ready for the next season. That is not feasible for anybody that plays football. Just cancel it. So that's now that I sit here and I think about it, okay, you know what, Big Ten, that would be a huge solid for the players. That would be a huge solid.
There's another advantage about Thanksgiving, too, because it's been discussed all over the country. And I've always, I've gone through the college thing now for a few years. I always thought it was stupid that the kids come home for Thanksgiving, right? And then they got to go back for like 10 days. Or whatever it is. It's not a long time between Thanksgiving and when finals are over at most schools. Some schools go a little bit later. But at most schools, Tyler, it's over really close to Thanksgiving. And now college is weird right now, Tyler. I'm telling you.
Are you doing this thing where now you're going to try to reinvent the college academic schedule?
I'm not.
Are you trying to reinvent the wheel here?
I'm not, but I'm just telling you what it is. My son, a freshman at UNC, has no classes in person, Tyler.
Yeah.
0. My kid who's a senior has 2 out of 5 classes in person. 2. 2. So it is very,
Wait,
very...
how many?
2. 2. It is very reasonable that you start at Thanksgiving and all the students are gone, except for the athletes, which greatly diminishes your risk to get the Rona. It's you know what? Listen, health is the most important thing, for sure. But I'm telling you, this is not a crazy plan. There's a lot of reasons why this actually makes sense. And
it makes a lot more sense to play in spring football. I know that.
Spring makes no sense.
No.
I
mean, you and I could debate on the semantics of whether it makes sense for certain athletes or not in the fall. But,
you're right.
But at the end of the day, I mean, big picture, it is a much better situation for everybody.
Yeah, you may have 5 to 10 students that tap out of this November thing. You would have hundreds, not hundreds, I don't know, 100. You'd have a lot. Of athletes tap out of the spring, not only to train for the NFL, but legitimately forget this year. I don't want to kill myself. I'll take a red shirt and I'll just start again. If I'm a parent and I was advising my kid, that is exactly what I would. Spring?
Oh, 100%.
No. Train, get your schooling in. You're all right. They're not going to take a scholarship away from you if you don't play. They're not going to. And it makes no sense. And who are you playing anyways? And who's going to – it'd be stupid. It'd be dumb.
I'm with you, dude.
I think it's going to be fine for high school around here. I think it stinks for the high school kids. But at the end of the day, there'll be a high school season here. It'll be all right.
Mm-hmm.
It's not perfect, but it'll be all right.
Chassa did a good job.
Yeah. But college? Come on. Will CU have a Thanksgiving football game? What do you think?
No.
I don't
think
so?
they will. I think that the Pac-12 is by far, just by geography, tells me that is going to be the most difficult conference to get them on board to go play football.
It's KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Welcome to the weekends. And it's been a week. It has been a week, Tyler. But sports is coming back after a very powerful time where everybody's been thinking deeply about so many things. I see that the NBA, one of their action steps is to offer their arenas as voting places.
Oh.
In terms of, here you go. We can offer our arenas as a voting place because it's big and spacious. And
seems like a pretty good action step.
There you go. The Broncos were back on the field today. We're hearing some interesting things about the Rockies. It does not feel like when to play or when to not play was very smooth. It does feel like there was some bumps in the road with that one. Okay. We'll see how things settle down, but the Rockies kick off a series with the Padres, who are pretty hot. We have the Nuggets and the Avalanche playing over the weekend. So everything is coming back in a furious fashion. What, maybe we should just start here. With all this stuff going on, let me just roll through a few things for you.
Yeah.
Quickly and just, get some takes on stuff. Broncos practice on tomorrow. The importance of it, and what do you think we'll see?
Well, this is a big practice. It's important. And, for the young kids, this is your only time to go out under the bright lights and shine. I would assume that the younger players are going to get some extended playing action at the end of this practice. For the older guys, it's an opportunity to go get back in your routine and just get some familiarity. You see what it feels like to get on the bus, get to the stadium a couple hours before the game's going to begin, sit around in your locker for an hour or so doing nothing, then go get taped up, get stretched out, go out onto the field, do your pregame routine in your corner of the end zone. All of that is important, but I think beyond all that, the most important thing for the Broncos is that they have not really had an opportunity to go bang against each other. They haven't, and they're so hurt that I don't know if they'll take advantage of this and do any sort of live periods or not. But I sort of wish that they would, because it's the first time they've really had where they could go full speed.
Who's going to win the day?
Defense. I would assume defense is going to win. They usually do in situations like this. I think that our defense is the better unit on the team. And from what I've seen with my own visual eyes, the day that I was there, defense absolutely dominated.
Defense won the day today, too.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What was going on offensively? Was it a bad day? Was it just kind of nothing was going on? Turnovers?
It just was like, it wasn't smooth. It was like there wasn't a rhythm to the offense. They were unable to just put plays together consecutively that look smooth. Of course, you got a good defense, so that's going to be part of the equation. But it's more than that. It's like passes behind receivers. Like I told you, Judy got hit on the head with a ball. He didn't see it down the field. A ball hit Judy in the chest. It turns into a turnover.
Way to use your head, man.
Yeah. Dotson was in with the ones, but there were also, jumping offside, false starts rather. It was just kind of a day like that. And mixed in, there was a couple of great catches by Albert Okwuegbunam and Tyree Cleveland. Man,
Tyree Cleveland, he popped when I was out there also. He's another one of those guys. He doesn't get very many opportunities, but when he gets it, he capitalizes.
Yeah, Melvin Gordon was not part of the more full contact drills, although he participated in 7-on-7, did not participate in team. Worked out, though, did all the other drills. So nursing that rib injury a little bit. Philip Lindsay looks incredible. Incredible. He looks dynamic, strong, catching the ball, running well, tough. Just, he looks great. But so did Royce Freeman today, by the way. And not to take anything away from Levante Bellamy, but Freeman definitely stood out more today than Bellamy.
Yeah. Well, I would assume he's going to, and I would assume your three running backs are going to be Freeman, Gordon, and Lindsey.
I would too.
That's just, it makes sense. Why would you get rid of a guy like Freeman? He has got a lot of experience. He did a lot of good things for you.
Nobody's coming after Bellamy. He's easily, if you chose to,
he's an undrafted free agent.
He'd easily be on the practice squad.
Exactly.
No problem.
Right. No big deal.
No big deal.
Kerry Freeman. I do think that the running back situation is one of the more interesting storylines on the whole team. Maybe the most interesting storyline on the team.
Well, I know this sounds insane.
Uh-oh.
But would they make your $8 million a man or whatever Gordon's making, would they make him the third down back? Golly.
No way. No way. No way, man. I mean, I've been trying to wrap
right?
I've been trying to wrap my mind around why Philip Lindsay has taken the first rep every single day.
You should have seen it today, dude. It was like the Philip Lindsay show.
Okay, but let me ask you this. Was that because Melvin Gordon was hurt?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, yes, but so what? I mean, talk about taking advantage of the opportunity.
I love it. And I told you that my prediction is Philip Lindsay was going to earn a much bigger role in this team than anybody thought he was going to.
He looks so good that if I'm a player, I would say, why don't we just do this?
Yeah.
I mean, when it's working time after time.
Especially when he was your guy.
Do you really think like that? Oh, well, it's got to go to the guy making more money, or does it got to go to the guy who's making plays left and right?
I mean, there's also just a given understanding that it's going to go to the guy with more money.
Let me tell you something.
I mean, this would be one heck of a hot take, DMac, if you call this one right.
I'm just telling you.
Okay, let me ask you. Are you saying that Philip Lindsay is going to get more carries than Melvin Gordon in week 1?
In week 1?
Week 1.
Yes.
Whoa.
Now, week 1.
Oh, my gosh.
Because I'm going to bet, and I am not wishing this, okay? I'm not hoping. I'm not wishing. I'm guessing Melvin Gordon may not be 100% by week 1.
Okay.
You said week 1.
All right. So are you trying to pull a technicality here on me?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm definitely trying to pull a technicality on you because you said week 1, and we are a couple weeks away from. Do you want to bet on this?
No,
you want to put the ledger
listen,
out?
If I'm rooting for anybody, I'm rooting for Philip Lindsay. Okay,
but I'm going to tell you, it's
I'm
going
not
to
going
be
to bet against my dude.
My guess is that they'll look at Melvin maybe and say, "You don't feel good, right?"
No. They're going to look at him. They're going to be like, it's week 1. We're paying you $8 million. Let's go.
You know what? I get it. Follow the money. I know what you're saying, and I'm not even disagreeing with you. But if you truly, as I roll my eyes, want to go play the best players who have earned it, if you want to play the players who have earned it, yes, Philip Lindsay should be the starter over Melvin Gordon. I'm not even trying to put down Melvin Gordon.
That doesn't happen very often, though.
All right, fine. But that is just what is going on. So, I don't know. This is what always bugged me about the whole, you got to earn it, you got to earn it, you got to earn it. Well, what if a guy does earn it? What if a guy seriously does earn it, and you still, this was ridiculous.
Well, you're a bad coach. If at some point you don't believe what your eyes tell you, you're a bad football coach.
Right. When Sloter was tearing up everybody he was going against, and everybody was like, well, it's against the threes. I'm telling you, that dude, Team Sloter, earned the opportunity to at least go with the twos. I mean, do you remember when Vance Joseph came out and was like, well, how's Trevor? Oh, he's in the mix.
Who was he going to take the twos over?
You'd have to bench Paxton.
Okay, so you're going to give it to him over your first rounder.
I don't know. It was just
did you just hear what you just said?
I get it, but it was just what was happening. It was what was happening out there.
I got it. But I'm telling you that's why it's so rare that it actually happens.
Good luck finding anybody who's been out at practice who will tell you Melvin Gordon, when he's been in there, has been better than Philip Lindsay. Good luck.
I'm not fighting you, brother.
Good luck.
I'm not fighting you. Don't you good luck me when I want to agree you.
I know you're trying to. You're not trying to.
I'm trying to be in agreement, and you're like, no, you're not going to be able to pull that off. There's no way. I know. I agree. I got it. Cool.
My buddy, our buddy, the Big A, goes to be. I'm starting to play my drums again, which I'm literally pulling them out of a closet. But I'm finding they're all broken, and they're kind of a mess. But I'm starting again anyways. And I go to our guy. I go, yeah, man, it would be great because he has a set but he doesn't play. It's a set of drums. He doesn't play drums. And he goes, yeah, I'll just bring them to you if you want them. And then I look at it, well, how much do you want for them? And then somebody next to us like, he just offered you the drums for free. Why are you volunteering to pay for something he literally just offered you for free?
I think that's good. That's a good question.
And I was like, you know what? You're right.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot. So I don't mean to.
I mean, you were trying to act like the nice guy. You're like, no, let me pay.
Right.
No,
right.
You pay. Okay.
I'm not trying to argue with you when you're agreeing with me.
Yeah,
that's a dumb thing to do. Second dumb thing like that I've done today. So, anyways, that's the deal out there. I think it is if you want to go back to your original point, this is the most interesting position to look at. Hey, I get it. You're right. The number 3 cornerback it's not actually that interesting because it's clearly going to be a revolving door until they find the right guy.
Well, it's a huge question mark, and it's definitely important, but it's not that interesting to the degree of Melvin Gordon and Philip Lindsay.
Not even close. I mean, do we really want to, really break down, Devontae Harris, Bosby, Duke Dawson, Yadam?
Did Vaughn pop at all?
Vaughn did.
Yeah.
Von Miller?
Yeah.
Yes.
He had a tremendous day when I was out there.
He had a tremendous day today.
What was going on?
Oh, he was killing, Drew Lock. I mean, he was beating his opponent, and he was destroying the quarterback.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
Where are we at with Vaughn right now? We've had a couple of glaring reviews.
Vaughn looks incredible to me. He looks unbelievably fit. He looks quick. He's winning his battles. He looks healthy. He looks like $1 million. He looks like $20 million. That's probably more accurate. and Bradley Chubb looks great too. Bradley Chubb looks completely healthy. He's out doing every single drill you can imagine. He looks great too. Jarrell Casey's going to go to the Pro Bowl for the Broncos this year if he plays during the season like he's been performing in training camp.
I love it. You know what? We should have a great pass rushing group, man. You've got it on the inside. You clearly have it on the outside. Von Miller put in the dedication in the offseason that nobody has seen from him. I mean, everybody, all of his teammates, his coaches, himself, everybody's talking about how they'd never seen Von work harder.
It's crazy.
The guy is clearly on a mission right now.
He looks like it.
And from the couple days that you and I have been out there, it's been absolute glowing reviews. It's been phenomenal stuff. He got 5 sacks the day I was out there.
He was like that today, too. You know what it is? When you're performing that well, you kind of fly under the radar because you're doing so good. What else is there to say? But we probably should say it. For that matter, too, Drew Lock, hey, man, I said earlier I was on with Sandy and Orlando. Drew Lock will be as good as his offensive line allows him to be good. Meaning, if they can just hold up, he's going to excel. This is just.
You know what? I think that's true because he did a great job with poor offensive line play last season. And, I can only imagine what he would have been able to do if he wasn't under duress. And, he made his tackles better, and he had great pocket awareness. But if you give this guy an opportunity to not feel rushed, to not start to see ghosts out there, wow, you might have a chance of getting something special.
Right. The problem with Trevor, if you remember, is even when Trevor did have time, he was seeing ghosts eventually.
Yeah, it didn't start out that way.
No,
but I know the exact
happens.
game that it happened, and it happened in Kansas City against the Chiefs. And I saw it just unfold in real time. You could see it. He was just his eyes were glazed over.
Yeah.
You knew it. You just knew the guy was seeing ghosts.
Locke, nowhere close to that. So if you give him a pocket, he will make the pass, and he'll make the right read. He'll make it. If, Tyler, you don't hold and he escapes out of the pocket, he will also make that play as well. Now, again, you can't hold. You can't get a dumb penalty, but he'll save your bacon a little bit, and he'll make a play there.
Honestly, it's a good point that you point out the holding because that's actually when holds usually happen. When your quarterback ends in a spot that you did not expect him to be, that's when you panic. Now, that's not the case with Garrett, but most offensive linemen, when they get a holding penalty, it's because they had their guy like in the perfect spot, and all of a sudden the QB drifts over his right shoulder, and you're like, whoa, I didn't know you were going to be there. Give your guy a little tug,
Just let your guy go. Easy. Goodness gracious, so mean. What are we thinking here? As I desperately look for my stuff. Yeah, that's it. Did you edit a bunch of the stuff here, my man? I can't find my... Oh, I got a whole Bulls wall. Oh, my God.
Oh, my... No, now this...
I got an entire Bulls wall.
You've taken it too far.
I've got a Bulls wall.
No, this is how I know that you guys, I have no part in this, but you guys are just bad people.
Right, you're just... He just has to let his guy go. Drew will be all right. Drew will be okay.
He's got great wide receivers. He's got a good combination of veteran and size,
get your block in.
speed.
Even if you get beat a little bit, Just be all right. I mean, it can't be a sprint to Drew Lock. You know what I mean? But you don't have to now. Maybe with Joe Flacco you did, or he would get killed. Maybe with Peyton Manning you did, but Peyton Manning had a sixth sense, right? He would just go down. He would just know it's done. And,
most of the time he'd have the ball out of his hands.
Well, right. But guys that kill you are quarterbacks that you have freaking no idea what they're going to do. They move around outside of the pocket all the time, and they don't have the athleticism to really get away. They're just going to be a sack of potatoes 15 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Locke is not like that. He has a great sense, Tyler, of when to move and how to move. So you, as a offensive lineman, in my opinion, establish what you got to do, and then you'd be done with it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good analysis. At the end of the day, you got to block your guy, and you got to block him long enough that whether you were blocking for Drew Lock or Joe Flacco, it should be one and the same as far as your personal grade goes. But reality is, Drew Lock will give you an opportunity to extend some plays.
Yeah, maybe you're not going to get a great grade, but I tell you what, Drew Lock may make a play. You don't want to get that flag to bring it back, right?
Well, of course, you don't want to get the flag, but you always are concerned about what you're doing on that football field more than anything else.
All right, I understand. I'm just telling you that's how Drew Lock's doing, which is good. The rest of it, though, is listen, man, there's going to be some struggles. There's going to be some 3-and-outs. There's going to be moments that it doesn't look great. One thing I think is going to just really be the cornerstone of this offense is the use of the running back in the passing game and the use of tight ends. And I think we're about to see that. We shouldn't be surprised by that, Tyler. I mean, literally, we spent, months, weeks looking at Pat Shurmur's offense with the Vikings and the Giants, and what did we see?
Well, we saw an offense that was built around one running back. We saw an offense that featured Evan Ingram. And, that's the part that gets me really excited about having guys like Noah Fant. And even though I don't really fully understand the pick, even Albert Okwuegbunam, when you've got an offensive coordinator that knows how to emphasize and get the ball to his tight end, you could do a lot of creative things in the passing game. You could do things that catches teams off guard. And when you've got two tight ends on the field at the same time, well, who's the speedy linebacker going to cover? And who's the slower linebacker going to cover? And you immediately just created a mismatch, right? So there are a lot of weapons this year.
The problem with when you see something good with the Broncos, there's the other side too. So when we see Albert Okwuegbunam making great play after great play, it is a moment that you have to think to yourself, well, what happens when we face their version of Albert Okwuegbunam? That's still going to be an issue.
Right.
I don't know if it's going to be a killer issue, but there's no doubt every team has an Albert Okwuegbunam, or they try at least. Most teams do, actually. There's somebody like that. There's some freaky tight end that's...
I think that if we end up signing Mark Barron, that's going to help you in that department.
Okay.
Mark Barron is a converted safety that is playing at the linebacker spot now. He's got safety speed, played at the linebacker spot. He absolutely could be a type of guy that would be able to help you out. Now, he's getting older, and he's not the player that he once was, but he's still got speed, and he's still got that veteran knowledge. I hope that we get Mark Barron locked up, man.
I do, too. It needs to happen. The depth there is not good. We are in trouble in that department. And we have some smaller corners as well. Size does matter, doesn't it? And
that's what they say.
When we can see Alberto catch back shoulder, I mean, dude, that back shoulder pass to Albert Okwuegbunam, seriously? I mean, how do you stop it? How do you stop it?
Well, you don't stop the back shoulder throw to anybody. A quarterback that knows how to hit that back shoulder, that's the most valuable throw you've got in your arsenal.
I get it. Okay, fine. It's a tough play, period. I don't know, man.
The beauty of those tall guys, though, is you don't necessarily have to hit the back shoulder. I mean, just throw it over him.
If they're athletic enough
to put it where he can catch or nobody else can catch it.
Yeah. By the way, Fant can do all
these.
Which,
by the way, is what you're supposed to do in the red zone anyways. A quarterback, when he goes through his reads, when he's at the red zone, and say they're on the 5-yard line or the 10-yard line, and so they're throwing the ball into the end zone, you put that ball at a height where only your guy can catch it, or you throw it into the stands. Whatever you do, you don't allow an interception. So to get a couple 6'4" or taller bodies out there on the field down there, that's exactly what you're trying to do.
I think the Broncos. I got another, maybe a little hot take for you on a No Offense Friday, but
you're feeling optimistic today. I can tell.
The Broncos are going to average 25 points a game, no problem.
Oh my gosh, you are unbelievable the way you are just ignoring deficiencies. Unbelievable.
Yeah, but
for like
why.
6 months you've been trying to talk common sense, and now all of a sudden you're just going to ignore it all.
They're going to average 25 points a game.
All right. How are they going to pull that off?
Even if they look crappy, they're going to have dynamic plays. They will have dynamic plays that lead to scores where they didn't have that in the past. That's how they're going to pull it off.
Okay, well, I mean, if Noah Fant can pull off a 70-yard catch and run like he pulled off against Cleveland last year, okay, sure, that's going to help you out.
You're going to see times where the Broncos offense looks like just garbage. On Twitter, everybody's going to be saying how everybody should be fired. The first quarter was a disaster. And you're just going to get a couple plays in the second quarter that are like, whoa. And the third quarter, like, whoa. They're going to feel like they came out of nowhere. They have the ability to have that happen better than they have in the past.
Well, you need about 25 points to win a football game now. And it used to be about 23 when it was in my day. That was our goal. If you scored 23 points as an offense, hey, man, we did our job. If we lost, that's on you, defense. Nowadays, that's bumped up a little bit. 25, though, I think that's asking a lot with a new coordinator, young QB, all of the above, an offensive line that didn't solve their problems. Dude, DMac, you told me today that the O-line was struggling. You said that they were giving up sacks left and right to Vaughn.
All right, let me put a little caveat with that, okay? Drew Lock cannot be like Daniel Jones and fumble the ball when he gets hit. Everything goes out the window if Drew actually fumbles. Not interceptions, but fumbles.
Well, when you let your quarterback get hit, that's when bad things happen.
I got it. And I think Daniel Jones is very talented, but he definitely has to take some of that blame. You know, he wasn't as careful with the ball as he needed to be. Drew's going to take some licks. There's just no doubt about it. But as long as he can more or less hang on to the ball, doesn't have to be perfect. But I'd so much rather just take the 3 and out. We've got one of the highest paid defenses in the NFL out there. Just let them get the ball back for you and give yourself a chance. If you fumble the ball and you give it away and you let the other team score easy points, well, okay, fine. You know, you're going to lose. But you don't have to be perfect. You can have a few 3 and outs as long as you don't turn the ball over. I know this is not some sort of shocking revelation. I mean, no duh, right? But I'm just saying that before it felt like the Broncos, Tyler, offensively, like, no, forget about that. You got to be perfect. You can't make any mistakes. You were so terrible.
It's still going to be that way.
No, it's not.
You're still going to have to be perfect.
No.
You're still not going to be able to make mistakes.
No.
You're still not going to be able to go from 1st and 10 to 1st and 20.
You don't think this offense is just so much more dynamic? They can make bigger impact plays?
DMac, I'll believe that when I see it. I haven't seen that yet. I've been out there one day and they got dominated. You just told me they got dominated today. Like, this doesn't even correlate with the analysis that you had of the day. Your entire take today was that the offense was bad.
Wait a second. I don't need to be in the happy place. Tyler needs to be in the happy place.
Yeah, I mean, I got to go to my happy place when I want to go to my happy place.
Wow.
You can't just put happy place music on when I'm ranting.
I mean, I think I'm in the happy place right now. You're raining all over the happy place parade.
Oh, D-Mac, how'd practice go? Well, defense dominated. Hey, by the way, this offense this year, we're going to be a top 10-0.
But they're going to be dynamic. I told you there were disastrous moments today, but I also told you Albert Okwuegbunam couldn't be stopped. And, you know, Jerry Jeudy had a couple of bonehead plays, but he also had, like, some sensational plays. I told you Philip Lindsay looks incredible.
Nobody rides the wave like you, man. Nobody rides the wave like you.
All right. Well, I think
Let's just keep going surfing, baby.
These are fair expectations. What about you? 303-713-1043. It's the Drive on the Fan. Hey, man, we should make a note here. On ESPN, right now, is live football. You paying attention to this, Tyler?
Oh, I totally am. I've got my eye on it all the way. It's so fascinating because you've got the high school kids in the stands that are all socially distanced.
Well, it's a high school game. Yeah, let's put it that way.
They're standing 6 feet apart from one another, and these are some big boys on that old line.
So let's back up. Not only is it live football, high school, there's fans in the stands.
Yeah. Yes.
This is actually happening.
Correct. Alabama.
Am I crazy that I'm surprised this is this is on right now?
I mean,
when you think of everything else going on, like this is actually happening?
I'm not that surprised by it.
Why are you not that surprised by it?
Well, you just think what's going to come back quickest? This is actually your theory, DMac. I mean, it's local, it's youth, it's at the hyper local level.
I agree.
And so based off the geography and how you kind of are politically and all of that, well,
Alabama. I mean, the Pac-12, Big Ten, no, high school, no, college, Hey, let's get it going, Alabama. It's Greenbow versus Montgomery. Hey, let's do it.
I know there's a lot of kids and parents right here in Colorado that wish that they were doing it right now.
I know. This is happening. This is, boy, it looks like good football, too. I don't know. You tell me high school football, how's this look?
It looks like great high school football.
St. Paul's Epis against Spanish Fort. Alabama high school football.
I'm going to go with Episcopal.
Right. Sorry.
Epis.
St. Paul's Calf against Spanish Fourth Prost. All right. Here we are for another great day of reading everything and not interpreting anything. Ron Burgundy moment, as DMac just described, St. Paul's Epis. I think
literally read anything that you put in front of me.
I think that might be Episcopal, DMac. Good point. Ooh, lefty quarterback intercepted.
Come on, Tebow. Come on, Tebow.
You
see that? He looks just like Tebow. Terrible throw. Unbelievable.
Not a lot of zip on that. Oh, look at the students. They're all, I see what you're saying. They're kind of like right behind one. Whatever. All right, I got a bunch of questions here on the RamosLaw.com text line. Maybe just go through some for you there, Tyler. How much can the defense contribute to 25 points per game? Turnovers, field position, possibly a random score. What do you think?
Oh, field position is everything. So how much can a defense contribute? Tremendously. Field position that probably scores. Gosh, how many does that give you? 14, good couple touchdowns a game, right? I mean, if you get a 3 and out and you're able to give your offense the ball on the 50-yard line or the 45-yard line, if you give it past the 50, you pretty much guaranteed 3 points, right? So if you do that a couple times a game, I bet that's good for 10, 14 points a game.
All right, Kyle from home from Arizona. Well, welcome home, Kyle. I am pumped for this season. I love all the weapons we have. I'm ready for the new chapter for Broncos country. Much love to you guys. Well, same to you, Kyle. Thank you. You should be optimistic. And I know the game, the the practice that is going to simulate a scrimmage is going to be, let me let Fangio describe it. Here's how Fangio described tomorrow. And he went on, we're going to have a halftime. Oh, the halftime thing's funny. I got to play that. That's my favorite part.
Well, that would just be wasting time. I mean, if you went the full 12.
Why would you go the full 12?
It's an extra 2 minutes on the day.
We're not going to go crazy.
No.
6-minute abs. We're
And
only
let's be honest. We don't want to give these guys too much rest.
Right. Is that comical that he 6-minute abbed it?
It was
10
an
minutes.
interesting fact that he felt the need to emphasize.
Just say we're going to go in for halftime.
Right.
We're going to have a halftime. We're going to come out. 10 minutes, not 12. 7-minute abs.
Well, it's only kind of a game. It's not like the full game.
No. We're going to play 13-minute quarters, not 15. We're going to be inside for 10 minutes, not 12.
Hey, I'm all for anything that gets me out of there earlier, man.
What a weird. You know what? I love Fangio. By the way, today was a cool day, weather-wise. Like you could legitimately say it was appropriate to wear the sweatshirt with the shorts. You had a legitimate sweatshirt short day today during practice.
Nice.
Yeah.
So that's good for him, man. Nobody can make fun of his attire.
Not unless they were just a jerk.
Like you.
Well, he was appropriately, reasonably dressed. He looked great. He gets the steps in. It's good.
Why do we have to talk about his sweatshirt every day?
Right,
why is the sweatshirt such a big deal?
All right. Stop hating DMac. Football matters in Alabama. Am I hating? Was I hating on football?
I mean, you were doing your deal again.
No, I'm just saying it's happening.
No, you were doing your deal again.
Really?
You were.
I'm not trying to hate. Listen, we did talk about this months ago. We said, you're right, we talked about the most reasonable way for things to come back is in smaller versions.
Yep.
In your communities, in your towns. High school softball is happening right now. I've seen a couple games in my backyard. Go Buffs, Smoky Hill, KB, go get them. And I don't think anybody's in a ridiculous amount of danger. My neighbor, I can't, drives me nuts. And one of the things is he broke down this fence, and now the kids all, it's all a craziness. Can I tell you something? I still think he's there's an issue there.
Oh, my gosh.
But I have so enjoyed, Tyler. I'm not going to lie.
Help yourself.
I have so enjoyed seeing the kids again.
Yeah.
Just seeing school open.
It's good.
Seeing kids, even though it bugs me what my neighbor did, I actually found myself really enjoying seeing the kids walking basically through my backyard.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to see the kids back, man. I mean, I know just having my kids back at school, even though it's a couple days a week, it sure has been nice.
So I am not trying to hate on Alabama high school football at all. This, to me, makes sense. I think Chassa made some very difficult, good decisions, but I'm not saying that this is wrong at all. It's their community. They're under their own set of circumstances, right?
Oh, no doubt about it.
But you can see where the Big Ten, man, and the Pac-12, and other conferences too. But to see, we are going to have college football start here very shortly. I mean, it's not going to be.
Yeah, we're a few weeks away.
We're going to see Florida State playing Clemson. We're going to see Georgia playing Alabama, or whatever the SEC schedule is.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see Texas against Texas Tech. Are we going to see that? No, that's Big Ten. One of those Big Ten. You know
Big
what I'm
12.
talking about.
Big 12. Try again.
Texas Tech, Big 12?
That's Big 12.
They're going to play.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I meant. A&M's in the SEC.
Just wrap it up.
We'll come back with more great Broncos talk next on The Fan. On the RamosLaw.com text line. DMac, 25 points a game. Tyler, please take away his keys. DMac, step away from the car. Great show, fellas. Jim and Conifer. Hey, Conifer. Jim?
I think we did this once before, but I wonder what 25 would put him at last year.
Top 10.
Top 5? Top 10?
8, 9, 10, right. There were a couple teams that were tied.
Okay.
At like that. And it was like 24.6.
So I just like to emphasize that that's like officially what you're predicting.
Yeah.
Top 10 offense.
I am.
Okay.
What was that one?
That was a good one.
That was a good one.
Richie's on those drops today.
Oh, that's Fred. Oh, our guy Fred. I don't know.
I don't know how to follow your train of logic, man. See, you're turning me into the Debbie Downer over here. That's trying to bring some realism into the situation. I'm so sick of Tyler's negativity.
You're getting killed on the text line by folks.
So sick of the negativity.
Right? Did you see that?
Sorry for not living in fantasy land.
They won't score a point this year. 25 points a game, so top 7 offense. Ravens, Chiefs, Saints, Pack, Dallas, San Fran. Seattle better than all those teams, yet Bucks. Who knows what it's going to be this year? By the way, have you heard the blabber out of Tampa about how great Tom Brady supposedly is?
I did. I was actually watching NFL Network this morning, and I was watching our guy give us some updates.
James has been in a bubble down there.
James's hair still looked phenomenal. It was like perfect, nice, humid, wet conditions.
Is James still married, though? Is he doing all right?
I mean,
as a human being, is James okay?
James was definitely saying that Tom Brady is still really good at football, though.
Well, what's he gonna say?
That he's looking older?
I think the Bucks are going to be all right because they got a lot of nice pieces, but I don't care. You know what? I don't care about the Bucks. I just care about the Patriots. Being. See, it's weird because you don't want the Patriots to be too terrible, do you? That's the trap. We really should all be pulling for the Patriots to pull off a nice 6-win season.
Yeah, don't worry about it. They're going to do that no matter what. Bill Belichick will accidentally win 6 games. Even if he's trying to lose, he'll accidentally win 6.
Good. I don't want him to win 3 or 4 games. They win 3 or 4 games, they really win. Nice, smooth. Because you don't want him to get Justin Fields either. Yeah, I get it with Trevor Lawrence, but you don't want them to end up with Fields.
You know what? I'm not worried about the Patriots. I couldn't care less about them at this point. Seriously, it's over. The dynasty's gone. It's done.
Well, you don't want it to spark back up again.
I mean, once that dynasty crumbles, it usually shuts down, man.
Let's give me a nice little 6-win season for the Patriots, out of the playoffs, a little humiliating, and they're drafting like 8. And that'll be good enough.
It's probably what's going to happen.
Did you hear about what they're thinking about for Major League Baseball?
Yeah, I did.
I got here's Jeff Passan, right?
You know what? I'm going to pass on that.
Does he? Is he the reporter that most looks like Howdy Doody on television right now? Here he is. Huh? Well, I know one thing. If anybody can screw it up, it'll be baseball.
Well, the idea of going to Houston doesn't seem the best to me. Trying to figure out how that matches up with Bubble Cities.
Well, isn't it great they're going to Houston? Isn't that wonderful? Yeah, nobody deserves playoff baseball more than Houston. You didn't find any irony with that?
Oh, I did.
I'm going to go to Houston.
Football should probably do the same thing.
When?
Playoffs.
You're probably right.
Why wouldn't you? You've only got a handful of weeks left. It's very limited. Nobody's going to fight it. The players aren't going to fight going to the bubble for the playoffs. Big deal. So I got to be there for a month if everything goes great, right?
Yeah, but the Super Bowl is supposed to be in Tampa.
Okay,
Or would you
good,
change?
great. So you could do it in Orlando. Just kind of.
Well, I guess my point is, if you were to do a bubble, it would have to be turf field because there's no way a grass field could sustain what an NFL game is.
Well, you could just do two. You could do two cities for AFC and NFC, right? And
still having it at the Super Bowl for those two teams. They kind of.
I suppose you don't necessarily have to have it like at the Super Bowl site. I think you could probably move to a new bubble for Super Bowl week.
You could have an AFC and NFC bubble,
right, and then a Super Bowl bubble,
and you could have a Super Bowl bubble.
Yeah.
Because you got 2 weeks between the championship games and the Super Bowl anyways.
Mm-hmm.
You could do that. You're right. So give me a good AFC.
Go to some place with a dome and with some turf.
Give me an AFC bubble. Give me a good AFC bubble place.
Who does have a good bubble in the AFC?
It's a little tricky, isn't it?
Gosh, I don't know.
It's got to be a turf field. It's got to be Atlanta.
Oh, that's
would be
the one for sure.
Atlanta would be perfect. Plenty of room. That would be the AFC.
Colts would be great as well.
It's ironic because it's an NFC team, right? But it's on that part of the country. Colts would be great. Actually, you know what? I guess that would be more appropriate. They're an AFC team. The facility is perfect. That's that's actually better. That's better.
Probably go to an end. Yeah. Who's over there anyways?
Right. By the way, Indy did a great job with the Super Bowl. They crushed that city, that community. One of the best Super Bowl cities of the 15 Super Bowls I've been to. That was one of the best. Top 2 or 3. They did a great job. I still have my super scarf.
NFL should probably go take it a step further as well. I'm not saying you have to necessarily do that.